I don't know what, 5 minutes before I pass off to Roxanne and Jessen. But I wanted to take some time this morning and thank everybody so much for being here today in person. Obviously, the last couple of years have been quite a challenge for everybody, especially in the healthcare industry. And I know that all our membership has really done an excellent job at maintaining strength and commitment to our community throughout the last couple of years. So I want to thank you all for all the participation and communication throughout the last couple of years in WHCRMS as we went virtual for everything. And it's great to be back in person this morning. So we are very excited for this year's conference. We have some great speakers. As you know, the theme, learn to surf. You can't stop the waves, but you can learn to surf. I did some surfing on the way in this morning through the water, but we've got some great topics: cyber insurance, telemedicine coverage issues, new risks associated with application of AI to medicine, case law update, and the legislative update, which are always fantastic. Unfortunately, one of our speakers has been unable to be here today, the mitigating risk to practitioner well-being. So what we're going to do is we're going to put that at an education session maybe sometime this fall. So be on the lookout for that. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to do a little bit of a roundtable discussion and have some prompts and have people go around and try to do a little kind of community building and relationship building activity. So I want to thank all of our sponsors, which I should get the sponsor slide up, but Johnson Graphy, Kimonis and WIC, Trial Exhibits, Parker Smith and Feek, Larson Health Advocates, and MedIQ. Really appreciate everybody's sponsorships, participation. It's without you guys, it'd be really hard to put anything on. And so you guys make this happen. So thank you all very much. I also want to thank the current board. This is the last day for the current board. So we're going to miss next year. We're going to miss Michelle, Tim, and Shelly. It's going to be a different board next year without the three of you. And so we'll miss all of you and your participation. So thank you all very much. I do want to welcome our new board members. Unfortunately, our treasurer I know is not here yet this morning, Brennan Johnson from Johnson Graphic, Kimonis and WIC. We have our new Western Washington trustees, Teresa Price, Talia Adat, and Jessica Marshall. So we got everybody, we had enough votes for everybody to become on the board, and that was the decision. So thank you, everybody, and we're excited to have everybody join the board. For the new members who are here, can you guys stand up? Jessica, Talia, Brennan. All right, thank you guys. Yes. Ann Clark will be the new president-elect next year, and Ann Clark's sitting down here at this table, and Roxanne and Jessen sitting in the back left. She will be the president next year, and I will be the past president. I also want to thank the annual conference committee led primarily by Ann and Roxana, and Nathan Orlando also helped out, but it's a lot of work to put this event on, so it takes a lot of time, and they did a great job doing it. So I want to make sure to thank them and for all their contributions. Also, I wanted to announce the recipient of the WHCRMS Greatest Contributor Award for the last year, Sharon Hall. Thank you very much. I can tell you that Sharon won this award this year after she just has a wealth of information. She's a great resource, a calm voice in the midst of concern, apprehension, and the terror of navigating unfamiliar legal waters. When we our hospital risk managers just aren't sure if we have a mountain or a molehill, Sharon comes to the rescue with information, resources, articles, precedents, past history, good ideas, improvements, and a wonderfully calm spirit to help us do our jobs and improve the safety and culture of our hospitals. And that was a nomination that came in for you, and I think that everybody who knows you can certainly second all of that, and congratulations. There are just a couple of quick reminders before we get started today. I just wanted to let everybody know that obviously we have breakfast. We have some things over there on that side of the hall. We're also going to have lunch, and then afterwards we're going to have a cocktail hour that's going to be over there with drinks and hors d'oeuvres. So please, everybody, stick around and mingle afterwards. And we also have some door prizes. We're going to have a survey at the end, and we want to make sure that everybody signs in at the front so that you get your CE and CLE credit. Now, I also have the privilege today of introducing the first two speakers. So Sandy Perdiguera joined at Bay as the West Coast Regional Manager in 2021. In this role, Sandy continues to grow Bay's presence up and down the coast. With 15 years of underwriting and management experience, Sandy has fostered strong broker relationships, specializing in financial lines products. She most recently served as Vice President and Regional Manager at Hiscox, where she oversaw the technology and cyber team and management liability for the Northwest region. Prior to that, she spent a decade underwriting and managing both management liability and professional liability at AIG. Zankna Diwali is an underwriter at Bay, where she was one of the company's first 30 employees when she joined in 2019. With a background in financial planning, Zankna got an early start in insurance when she was appointed President of Gamma Iota Sigma, an insurance and risk management fraternity at her college. In the last 3 years, Zankna has grown strong broker relationships in the Pacific Northwest, specializing in cyber and tech E&O insurance. As one of the youngest members of Bay's underwriting team, she is also one of the company's top underwriters, thanks to her in-depth knowledge of specialty insurance. So without further ado, I introduce our first speakers, Sandy and Zankna. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Michael, for that introduction. And thank you, Wickham, for having us here. And thank you for the opportunity. Today, we're going to be talking about cyber. So without further ado, that's us again.
So we first want to kind of talk about Bay, because I think a lot of people may not know exactly what Bay is. So Bay, we're a cyber insurance company. We like to say we're a cyber insurtech. And the core of what we do is not just the cyber insurance, but also the risk management and our scan and technology that we implement. So our founders are both Harvard grads, and they have a very specialized focus in cybersecurity. So this is what they've done all of their lives. And they were both in the Israeli Defense Force. So part of our team is in Tel Aviv, and they're part of the Israeli Defense Force, and that's where they got their start in cybersecurity. And our CEO really saw that there's a gap in cybersecurity when it comes to, your average maybe manufacturer or even healthcare. Everyone doesn't really know exactly what type of threats are out there, and this is his way of kind of promoting better cybersecurity in the world, and he found that he could do this through cyber insurance itself, and that's kind of where Bay came from. So we'll talk more about that, but we sort of wanted to just jump right in here.
So cyber insurance was introduced in the early 90s. And I don't know, maybe some of you remember the biggest threat in that landscape during that time was Y2K. Obviously, over time, the attacks have become more sophisticated. But one thing that remains tried and true is healthcare industry are a constant target for these threat actors. And we'll get into the details about why and the current trends we're experiencing in our environment today.
Yeah, so first we want to, of course, talk about the pandemic, because I think the pandemic definitely changed healthcare and cyber insurance in general. So everybody kind of overnight had to go digital, right? And even the industries that weren't ready had to go digital, had to start working remotely, and healthcare was one that was impacted the most, because not only now are the healthcare workers, working day and night, taking care of patients and fighting something that they don't really know, what it really is, there's cyber that comes in, and threat actors really took advantage of sort of the industries not being ready to be completely digital. And so in the last year, we've seen that 34% of all healthcare organizations in the US were hit by ransomware. That's 1 in 3 healthcare organizations. That's huge. And we saw this spike because of the overnight shift into digital and not being ready for that. On top of that, healthcare data is very, very, very it's a hot commodity. Let's just say that. The black market, there's a huge demand for it, and so threat actors know that that's the data that they should be going with. And on top of that as well, we know that healthcare companies will pay these massive demands that these threat actors are asking for, the massive ransomware demands, because it's not just about patient information at that point, right? The networks are all connected to HVAC systems and machines in the hospitals and stuff, and so it's patients' lives. It's life or death, really. And so that's why we're seeing that the ransom demands for healthcare is actually almost 2 times higher than any other industry. Next thing we want to talk about exactly is what are the common threats that we're seeing specifically. And I'm going to spend a lot of time kind of talking about the human error aspect of it because it truly is the largest player when it comes to cyber breaches. So human error, that accounted for 33% of all healthcare breaches in 2020 alone. And what does that mean? That means phishing emails, like we're talking about in that second little column right there. Most healthcare workers, they have so many more things that they need to be thinking about. They're not thinking about cybersecurity. That's just not at the top of their mind. And that's why it's a lot easier to go for those types of employees. So they get one random email and it only takes one link to infect the entire network. And so we're seeing a lot of that. The human error aspect is huge when it comes to cyber breaches and ransomware in healthcare in general. Is there anything you want to say about?
I think in general, when we're looking at just employees, they are the weakest link in the chain. It's everybody from the person sitting at the front desk to maybe the IT person, and then sometimes just any person that's working within the organization that may leave their laptops at a bus terminal or at the bar. Things like that happening pretty frequently, and the phishing email incidents are becoming, again, more sophisticated, so it's much harder to detect. And I'm sure that having phishing exercise simulation at your organization, you guys have been through that, where you're testing yourselves and testing employees. But having that data available to know how many of your staff, the percentage of people who click on the links, and then constantly recalibrating so that it is conducive to the current environment, because again, those attacks evolve and the threat actors are always constantly changing their way of trying to get into the network and infect the network. So just making sure that it's not always static. So we don't have just one employee training that's going to be relevant for the next 5 years.
Exactly. Then we also have man-in-the-middle attacks, and these are ones where the threat actors actually just like injecting themselves in the midst of the conversation and kind of taking over and hijacking, and then they're able to get information through that and get into the network that way. The last 2 attacks to network vulnerabilities and ransomware, that kind of goes hand in hand. It's the network, when it comes to healthcare, like I've been mentioning, is extremely complex. So it's not just the systems that are down, so you're not able to access patient data. The HVAC system might also be infected. There's machines that patients are on, etc. There's just so many different parts of the hospital that are now impacted because the network has been impacted. So it's really crucial that we have the network protected in the best way possible so that the ransomware or whatever threat actor is not able to infect it all the way through. And our favorite topic now is ransomware, which is, as we know, it's when the threat actor encrypts the data in your network and then ask for a ransom, so Bitcoin or whatever, and they won't give you the decryption key until you pay that ransom. And we see time and time again, healthcare is the #1 target. It's one of the biggest targets, is where we're seeing the largest ransom payments, because they know that the hospitals will pay. These healthcare workers, they have to pay because it's people's lives at risk.
Just another thing to know about ransomware, because it is a pretty big trend, and I'm sure you guys have heard a lot about that. When the threat actor gains access to a healthcare system, a lot of other industry class are able to recover and may be able to negotiate down the ransomware payment, but we've seen for healthcare organization is extremely susceptible to paying higher ransomware, because they not only encrypt the network itself, but they also hold the data hostage. And regardless if you determine if they have the data or not, the best thing to do for a healthcare organization and for their patients is to obviously just make sure that they don't have the data. But even if you don't know, you want to make sure your patients are protected. So you kind of have to take their word for it and still pay them ransom, because you don't want the patient's record in the dark web. So that's one thing that we found, where we see a lot of why, and the reason why healthcare organizations are being targeted, because it's not only about encrypting the network, but the patient data.
So next we want to talk about cybersecurity controls to focus on, because we want to make sure that healthcare, or in general, your cyber insurance should be your first line of defense when it comes to cybersecurity, and that you should have some baseline controls.
So all of the, when I think about cybersecurity for any organization, I really think about it in these 3 pillars: the people, the process, and the technology. So when we're talking about people, we touched upon that a little bit, and it's about employee training, making sure that knowing that cybersecurity is not an IT problem in any organization. So anytime we have a cyber event at an organization, it's a board of directors, it's the employee, it impacts everybody in the organization. So we need to take a really holistic approach when we're looking at cybersecurity. So people is really important. We're talking about processes, establishing some baseline process, such as if someone was terminated, we need to know that HR has now deactivated their access to the network. Something as simple as that. Having privacy policies in place, making sure all the employees are aware of the privacy policies. And then we get to technology. So some of the controls that we talked about, so I'm going to touch upon on the previous slide. But some of the other stuff that we are hearing more about, patching cadence, so end-of-life software. This particular area does impact healthcare because of the legacy system that they may be operating on, and just given the complexity nature of healthcare network security in general. So this one, I think it's quite an undertaking. I've worked for a big company, a big organization, and anytime we need to update any software or any technology or any applications that we're using, it is a huge project. So this is an area to be focusing on, because that's where the threat actors will exploit.
Exactly, and so I want to kind of go more into detail about these security controls that we're looking for. And just right off the bat, the onus is now being placed on the insureds to have the baseline security controls, because, like I said, the cyber insurance should not be their first line of defense when it comes to cyber breaches. They really should be protecting the data themselves. And in a later slide, we're kind of talk about the examples of what happens when they don't take that seriously. But just to kind of go into detail about some of the really basic controls that we're looking for, offline backups. We hear it as like 3-2-1 backups, or just backups in general, but what the backups really mean is we want to make sure that the backups are not connected to the network. So in the event that a threat actor is able to get access to the network, the backups are still safe and they're able to kind of come back up, because as we know, healthcare, the #1 priority is to come back online as soon as possible. Next thing we want to talk about also is multi-factor authentication. I'm going to kind of jump around a little bit. So MFA also will include privileged accounts. So first we want to look at MFA for all email access. And this is confusing for a lot of people because they're thinking, oh, it's just remote email access, right? Like if I'm on premise, like it's fine, I don't need MFA. No, we are really seeing that that's not enough anymore, and we need multi-factor authentication on all email access. On top of that, we need MFA for all remote access, so not just for employees, but maybe interns or contractors that may be working, or anybody that's maybe logging in remotely. We want to make sure that multi-factor is there. And then privilege accounts. So first, we want to make sure that we limit the amount of people that have access to privileged information to begin with, and so limiting privilege accounts to begin with. And on top of that, if there are privilege accounts, we want to make sure that there is extra multi-factor authentication, extra scrutiny being put on them, so that if a threat actor is able to gain access of the privilege account in any way, that they have to go through a lot of different types of hurdles to get to the network itself.
The privileged users and the admin access is going to hold the key to the kingdom. So really containing that group and knowing who those individuals are. And again, going back to the slide when we were talking about the 3 pillars, having processes in place to ensure that you guys are auditing constantly about access and who has access and when they have access and why do they need access to certain systems.
The next thing we want to talk about is SEG, so Secure Email Gateway. It's also known as inbound mail filtering, and you might know it as the Proofpoint, the Barracuda, the Microsoft Defenders of the world, right? So they're the ones that are scanning your emails to make sure that no phishing emails get in or any spam, likely stuff like that. And of course, it's not 100% all the time, but we have seen time and time again in our own work that it is a huge help, and it is a huge mitigator of these risks. The next thing we are going to talk about is EDR, so endpoint detection and response. We want to make sure that you have some sort of software in place that can detect if somebody is trying to get into your network, because a lot of times we're seeing that a lot of the companies, they don't even know that somebody has gotten into their network until it's way too late. And if you have an EDR in place, at least you know right in the beginning, okay, somebody is trying to gain access, we need to do something right now. And having a plan for that is also really, really important. Next is security awareness training. As we talked about, human error is huge. I mean, it's the weakest link when it comes to cyber breaches in general. And so it's really important that we consistently have up and running security awareness training for employees and contractors and whoever that is in the organization. And to make sure that it's constantly being updated and not just something that, it's 20 years old and they're, talking about something super outdated when the threat actors nowadays are probably not using the same tactics, right? So we want to consistently be training the employees to be on the lookout for the threats that they may face.
I know there's a lot of acronyms here. We're going to make you cybersecurity experts after this. The reason why we want to highlight, and it looks overly technical, but it is really something that is in our language these days. Anytime you're working, I don't know if any risk manager has worked through a cyber renewal in the last 12 months, these questions are being raised and you will be involved in that process because you'll see that the premium and rates are going up because of the cyber market and the claims that we've been seeing.
End-of-life software and patching cadence kind of go hand in hand together. So we first want to make sure that your organization doesn't have any end-of-life software to begin with, because that's the software that's not getting any updates anymore. So there might be some vulnerabilities out there, but they're not getting any updates anymore, so there's no way to really protect yourself from that. Though, again, like Sammy mentioned earlier, it is a huge kind of project to update all of those softwares, especially when your organization has hundreds of thousands of people, right? And so if you do have end-of-life software, we want to make sure that it is disconnected from the network. And so if threat actors able to gain access if that software is some vulnerability that they don't have direct access to your network. Patching cadence, this is probably one of the most important things that we can talk about, is having a system and process in place to patch any vulnerabilities that may come up. Because we're seeing time and time again, vulnerabilities are coming up every single day, and you're seeing vulnerabilities from like the big companies, right? Like Apple and Microsoft. So this isn't just some legacy software providers that may have some vulnerabilities. Like there's zero-day exploits that are coming out every single day, and we want to make sure that you have a process in place to patch those things. And that's something we're really proud of when it comes to AppBay, is that not only do we provide that cyber insurance, but we have an active risk monitoring, which means not only are we scanning your system in the beginning when we're quoting you and giving you your premium, like, hey, this is what you're going to pay. Throughout the lifetime of your policy, we are actually scanning you every single month. And on top of that, we are scanning anytime that we find a new vulnerability has come up, a new exploit that threat actors are using to gain access to systems. And we will let you know, so we will email our insurance, let them know, hey, your network is vulnerable to this, and here's the patch for it, this is how to do it, fix it, otherwise, you are exposing yourself to a ransomware or cyber breach.
One thing I want to leave you with on this slide is that this is not a unique to AppBay in terms of what cyber markets or cyber underwriters are looking for. So whenever we are working on a renewal, know that these are very common themes that underwriters will ask of any organization these days.
So, of course, the best way to kind of learn about this stuff is to see the cyber incidents and to see exactly how this can affect the healthcare industry in general. So we first want to talk about the Florida Health Kids Corporation data breach. Has anybody heard of this? Or, yeah? Okay, cool. Yeah, so this was actually, when I was researching all of this, this was one of my first times reading into this, and it was the largest data breach of 2021. Or largest health data breach, of 2021. And this breach was due to the security vendor not applying patches to fix multiple vulnerabilities over the span of 7 years. So for 7 years, hackers, threat actors, they had access to their network and their website and had access to all the private information, health information, social security numbers, financial information. For 7 years, that's a really long time. And the analysis of the breach, we found that they exposed 3.5 million people's information. I mean, that's huge. You have to think about the notifications that come with that. Those people's information may or may not be on the black market. And it's truly frightening to know that such a big corporation like that was not taking their cybersecurity seriously, and it was exposed.
I know it's early in the morning, but I'm going to ask this audience to remember this number: $3.5 million. Oh, sorry, not $3.5 million, but 3.5 patient records, healthcare data, because we're going to go back to that.
The next one we want to talk about is Memorial Health System ransomware attack, and so this one's a two-parter. So this Memorial Health System is an Ohio-based health system that's now facing a lawsuit because of a ransomware attack that they had last year. So last August, they had a ransomware attack, which resulted in 215,000 people's information being exposed. And so the threat actors were able to get health information, social security. You guys know at this point exactly what I'm going to be saying. So PHI, PAI, all of those informations. And on top of that, because of their network being impacted, it included significant cancellations and ambulance diversions as well. So now they are, after kind of going through the ransomware attack and coming back up and running, they are now being faced with a lawsuit because the lawsuit is now accusing them that they failed to implement adequate controls. I'm gonna have to read this one because there's a lot in this lawsuit. So, failed to implement adequate security measures, failed to monitor the security of their networks, allowed the unauthorized access to private information, failed to detect data breach in a timely manner and failed to notify class members of a breach in a timely manner. I mean, so not only did they have to now worry about, first they got attacked, ransomware attack, and that is scary. That takes a really long time to get through. They had to come back up and running. They had to notify all of the people that were affected by this, but now they're being countersued because of negligence. And so this graph will show you exactly how many data breaches we've had. And actually, this is only showing you the ones where it's been more than 500 or more records exposed, because there's way more data breaches than this. And we can really see, so this one's going from 2009 to 2021, and we can really see right during the pandemic is when it really spiked, because no one was really ready for this. This was, it just came out of nowhere, and a lot of the industries in healthcare was also just not ready to be completely digital, and the threat actors really took advantage of that. So, regulatory bodies.
Regulatory, so I'm sure everybody here works very closely with the OCR and HHS, hopefully not too much. But anytime when there is a threat or a data breach, especially related to healthcare organization, which is a highly regulated industry, they not only have to face with dealing with that incident in-house, but now you have to deal with regulatory bodies, because you are required, obviously, to notify them in the event of a data breach. And here we're just showing you basically anything that any healthcare organization data breach will be posted on the HHS or OCR website. And in the previous slide where we're talking about third-party liability, that is a very common thing that happens when it comes to patient records, because we're talking about consumer information. And then in that time, when we're talking about healthcare, again, not only dealing with notifying the individual, but now notifying regulatory body, you really need to work with a team of experts to help you through the cyber incident in notification, because of all the different laws that apply in different states in terms of notification requirements. But on top of that, now working through third-party claim, working with a forensics team, working with PR, that's another thing that we forget. The reputational harm that causes an organization anytime there's a huge cyber event. So here we're just saying that, we understand the importance of getting regulatory bodies involved anytime there's a cyber breach, and as an insurance carrier, making sure that the claim aspect of the carrier that you're choosing has a strong team that's able to facilitate and help you through that claim.
So we may be a little bit biased, but we want to tell you about why it's important to pick the right cyber carrier. And yes, again, we may be a little bit biased, but I think Appe does it really, really well. So our motto is to confidence to thrive in the digital world. So it's not just about the cyber insurance. Well, of course, you want to make sure that your cyber policies have the most broad coverage possible, and a deep understanding of the digital risk and exactly what the threat actors may or may not be doing these days. But you also want to make sure that your cyber carrier is able to help you learn about what is out there and what are the threats that are out there right now. So that is, I keep mentioning our active risk monitoring, and I really do want to kind of go into detail a little bit there about that. So what we do is when we get a submission, so we get the application for a hospital, we scan it, and a lot of the carriers are doing this. They're scanning it at the beginning, they're seeing, okay, this is what's on your network and this is what your price is going to be. And then they're done. There's nothing else. They don't communicate with you after you've found the policy, and for a year, you don't really hear from them. We don't really work like that. So we have an entire team of cyber analysts who, many of them are also part of the Israeli Defense Force. And so they are, top of the line. They know exactly what the hackers are thinking, because they themselves were military hackers at some point, or, were working with hackers. And so they are spending countless hours, researching what type of threat is out there, what is the new vulnerability that is coming out, and then we put that into our scan. So we go in, we scan our entire portfolio, and if you're vulnerable, we will then let you know, hey, this new vulnerability came out, you need to fix this right now. Or hey, you have an open port, this is basically like you're leaving your front door unlocked for a threat actor to come in and take over your network. And so we scan the system every single month, but on top of that, if there's any new vulnerabilities that come out, we will also scan it again and again. And then we will continuously have a conversation with the insurer to make sure that they understand the severity of the situation, exactly what type of risk that they're being put in if they're not fixing this patch. And so it's really important that a cyber insurer has that, because you want to make sure that you're not just being left behind for a year, especially if they've known that you were susceptible to something. And
The important thing about this is when we're choosing a carrier, it's a proactive approach from our end in making sure that we want to improve the risk profile of our insurers. So an insurance carrier is not just here to provide insurance. We want to be proactive and help mitigate any type of exposure. You have the insurance piece, of course, because that's what we do. And then at the very end, the claims piece. So I touched on that a little bit when we're talking about selecting a carrier who's going to have a claim philosophy that has expert vendors in place and panel of experts to handle and facilitate an incident. You need a law firm for the breach coach, like I talked about a little bit when we're talking about notification, PR firms, forensics. So here we just highlight some of the vendors that we work with that's really well known in the industry. End-to-end solution is what you're looking for when you're selecting a carrier, not just the insurance policy.
Exactly, and just one last thing to add to that is that it's not a one-size-fits-all, so not every ransomware is the same and not every cyber breach is the same, and so you want to make sure that the carrier you're going with isn't just, this is the list and everybody gets the same vendor. It doesn't work like that. You want to make sure that the vendors specialize in exactly what you're suffering with right now, so you want to have the best team possible in the class to help you with that. So we wanted to show our breach and ransom calculator that's on our website, and this is actually something that you can access on our website at any time, but we think it's a really, really cool little tool to look at. And so, Roxanne, hello. If you are able to click on the link there, pull it up.
So we're going to do a little test here. So what is the PHI data from the previous slide when we looked at the claims? Can anybody remember when I asked to keep that in mind? 3.5. Okay, so we're going to demo that because we're going to see the cost of that claim based on our breach calculator. Do you want a demo?
Oh yeah, let me just do that.
So a lot of times I think that there's questions about, well, how much limits should we purchase? What is the adequate limit that my healthcare organization needs? And this is really just a benchmark tool to help you guide your decision on what type of limits you will need. So here we have some basic, very simple questions. So here we're going to enter customer employee information, and then we're going to do the 3.5 million in records. Yeah. And then the healthcare information. Just go next. Yeah. It's technology, see what happens.
So this is what happens when
weeks maybe, I don't know. Well, it was $13.5 million. I don't want to spoil the surprise here. But that was the amount that was attributable to the data breach. But what I want to also highlight is the different areas when it comes to a data breach. You see the breach cost forensics. It is that $13 million, while it's a lump sum, all the different areas that you have to pay attributed to that $13 million, the call center you need to set up, the notification costs, the regulatory fines and penalties, all of those are different components. And when we're talking about selecting a carrier with expertise in place, those are the areas that you need to look for. Do they have expert panel that will get you through all of the different components when it comes to a data breach?
If you go on our website right now, it'll work. I'm not sure why it didn't work over there. But and on top of that, we also have a ransomware calculator on there. So and that one's a lot more simple. You put in your industry, you put in your revenue, and it will tell you exactly how much a ransomware attack would cost you. And all of that data actually comes directly from our claims handling. So you can see that it's pretty accurate to what might be true. Okay. So in summary, what have we learned today? We've learned that the shift in responsibility is definitely on the company itself and the healthcare industry in itself. More and more weight is being placed on that to establish a baseline control, because we want to make sure that your cyber insurance is not the first offense. We want to make sure that you have all of the controls in place. On top of that, we want to make sure that it's not just one control that you have in place, it needs to be a combination. Like Sandy mentioned earlier, it needs to be your processes, the people, and the technology all need to work together to fight the threat actors of today's world, because they're complex and they're not just coming in from one angle. They're not just going to stop because you have MFA, right? You need to make sure you have the backups, you have the secure email gateway, you have the MFA, you have all of the defenses that you can have. And it is incredibly important to make sure you partner with the right cyber insurance carrier, so that in the event that you are attacked and you do suffer a data breach, that you have the right partners in place to help you through that. Because the worst thing would be that they don't know exactly what to do in that situation. And you want to make sure that the cyber carrier you're going with has a focus on cybersecurity and that they are able to tell you if you're vulnerable to begin with. So they consistently are putting in effort into their technology and they're communicating with you. And it's not just a, okay, here's your cyber policy, see you next year at renewal. And yeah, so let's go at it. Any questions? Yes.
Okay, so I understand all the costs and everything associated with a data breach. But what I haven't heard a lot on is the consumer that is affected by the data breach and how successful suits are against the organization that had, let's say, the medical record. So there's a lag time between the time that your data was taken, it's put up on the black web, and then if it's ever, in fact, utilized. So how are damages proved, and how does that work in a court of law?
So with the third-party liability associated with the consumer and the patients, the best way is to have the team in place to mitigate the third-party exposure to begin with. Data breaches are going to happen, but if you don't follow proper notification, you're going to increase your liability associated with the third-party claim that you spoke about. So basically having the team of experts to make sure that the notification gets out properly, setting up credit monitoring for those individual, and credit monitoring is just one aspect when we're dealing with patient records, but making sure that you're supplying that individual or patients or the impacted parties with as much tool as possible to help them mitigate their lives and making sure that it gets back to normal. That's how you would prevent it. In terms of the the likelihood of that happening, I could say is pretty high. But again, it's because the mitigating factors to prevent it in terms of notification were not followed properly.
Yes.
So, kind of tagging on to that a little bit, the first example you showed was the result of a vendor. It wasn't, so you're not scanning the vendor.
That's a great question.
So part of it is how do you word a business associate agreement in your contract with the provider, with whoever your third party provider is.
So,
But your coverage doesn't cover, it covers the hospital because they're ultimately responsible for the health system, clinic, whatever it is. But the scan is what your scan wouldn't have caught their exposure, or would it have?
that's exactly right. So there's a few things to unfold there. Healthcare organization contract with business associate to hold data. Ultimately, the liability falls on whoever owns the data, and that's a healthcare organization. So if I am going to Kaiser and my data was compromised in the Kaiser network, even though they outsource the hosting of my data to an Amazon Web Service, which is the largest cloud provider, I'm not going to expect a letter from notifying me from AWS. I'm going to expect a letter from Kaiser. So ultimately, the person the organization who holds the data are responsible. Now, how does, right now, all of the companies are contracting and working with different vendors to host data. So it gets very complicated. But that is, the onus is placed on the organization to make sure that the baseline security controls that exist for them internally is also applicable to the business associates that they're contracting with. And that is an underwriting question that we ask. The vendor review process. How do you ensure that the vendors that you're relying upon have the adequate security controls? So that is something that is asked during the underwriting process.
Well, I promise you AWS isn't going to let you change their business associate agreement. And this is going to be in their favor, not in the hospital's favor.
Yes.
So, in essence, yeah, you can protect your controls and you can hope that they have controls, but you can't monitor those controls.
You can't prevent it 100%. There's no way to do that. It's not a matter of when if you're going to get attacked, it's a matter of when. So having all of the controls in place is one way to prevent it, but being prepared, doing tabletop exercise, having a business continuity plan in place, and making sure you're just taking the proper step to mitigate the exposure in the first place will be the best bet.
Does your coverage then cover the facility you're insured for that breach?
Because our name insured is going to be the hospital, regardless if it happens with a vendor, because the notification needs to go out for the healthcare organization, it is a covered event. We see those type of claims a lot where it was vendor impacted who had a ransomware, but the data, the privacy information that they were hosting impacted our insured and coverage is extended.
And I just wanted to add a little bit there on our scan, because I think that's where kind of my focus is. I've been with AppBay for 3 years, and so I've helped build out the scan and everything. I was one of the first 30 people, now we're over 200, so it's pretty insane. But so in that Florida Health Kits Corporation case study, the vendor didn't apply the patches for 7 years on their website. So we are actually scanning the insured's website consistently. So we would be seeing if they had any vulnerabilities, if they had any open ports, we would be able to detect that. And that does actually happen a few times where we've seen that and they're like, oh, well, we have a security vendor. They didn't tell us that there's an open port, and then sometimes the security vendors are getting a little bit angry with us because they're like, oh, where are you getting this information from? Like, we always tell them, if we can see it, a hacker can see it. And so, there's a checks and balances there as well. Of course, having a security vendor is really great, but great about AppBay is we're also scanning your website to make sure that there's that double check there.
There are also a lot of tools out there to help do the vendor monitoring in terms of ensuring that the vendors that you're working with have adequate security. There's BitSite Score, where you can rate your vendors. Basically, it's a security score, very similar to a credit score that's being assigned to the organization. Again, it's all kind of non-invasive exterior perimeter scan, but that is also something that you can work into the process when you're looking for vendors.
Is there any other questions?
I have a question.
Yeah.
There's a lot of focus on the third-party liability, in the cyber market, there's some inadequacy and cost prohibitiveness on the first-party piece, such as the business interruption side of it, and oftentimes the waiting period or deductible is so long that by the time the hospital gets back up and running, it's not worth it. Can you comment on that? How do you handle that first-party piece, what you're seeing in the market?
For business interruption laws, we're seeing a huge uptick on that. And I do want to caution first party when we're talking about ransomware and the payment, that is all coming from first party. Notification cost is first party. So when we're talking about a data breach that impacts a healthcare organization, it does touches all the components of a cyber policy from a first party and third party perspective. In terms of the waiting period, that does get underwritten based on the recovery time objective that we see. So in your tabletop exercise or business continuity plan, those are the times where you're testing how long does it take to get my critical systems back up and running, and using that recovery time objective will determine how favorable your waiting periods are.
Anything else?
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zaka and Sandy. We're running a little bit ahead, so we'll take a little mini morning break so that we can get a little bit more food and refill all of our coffee cups and come back here in about 10 minutes or so. Thank you. Is Dr. David Luxton. David Luxton is a nationally recognized expert, consultant, and trainer in suicide prevention, telehealth, and innovative technologies in behavioral healthcare. He is an affiliate associate professor in the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences at the University of Washington School of Medicine here in Seattle, and founder of Luxton Labs, LLC. Dr. Luxton previously served as a research health scientist at the Naval Health Research Center in San Diego, California, and research psychologist and program manager at the National Center for Telehealth and Technology, the Defense Health Agency Joint Base Lewis McChord. He has authored numerous scientific and policy level publications and 4 books: Artificial Intelligence in Behavioral and Mental Health Care, A Practitioner's Guide to Telemental Health, Behind the Machine, and The Goldilocks Zone. He has consulted widely on the topic of military and veterans health and technology in healthcare, and has helped to develop national guidelines for telemental health and clinical best practices for technology-based treatments. He's a recipient of the American Psychological Association Division 19 Arthur W. Melton Award for Early Career Achievement. And Dr. Luxton is a licensed clinical psychologist and a U.S. Air Force veteran. So please welcome for me this morning, Dr. David Luxton.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so excited to be here. I love this topic. I do have a bunch of slides. I did that on purpose because I figured you're going to have access to those slides. You might want to refer to them. I'm going to move pretty quickly through a number of the slides because I really want to get to the risk management stuff. And I'd like this to be a discussion too, so if you have questions, please ask your questions, and I'll try to leave a little bit of time as we get further along to respond to even more questions or discussion. When I think of risk management in the context of telehealth or telemedicine, I don't just think of it from the perspective of an organization that's providing service, but I think from the perspective of the client or the patient. By the way, in my field, client means a person seeking mental health care. We call them clients or patients, depending on the setting. Because they also share or have some of the burden of risk, right? They are suffering from something, a condition or an ailment, and they're seeking help, and they can be harmed by not doing this thing right. And so I always think of it from that perspective. And often when I'm doing these kind of workshops on telemedicine or telehealth, I approach it from a very practical perspective, really from what healthcare providers need, but also organizations. But what's going to be really exciting here is to really talk more about some of the risk stuff. So why don't we start just really quickly what do you all think are some of the primary risks in telehealth or telemedicine? Just give me a couple. What do you think are the big ones? Okay, consent. You've got to have informed consent. Yes.
Standard of care.
What's that?
Standard of care.
Okay, maintaining standard of care. Like think about competency in what you're doing. Standard of care, absolutely.
Privacy.
Privacy, yeah, big one.
Licensing.
Licensing, right? Making sure that prudence in regards to doing the things right as regards to law and regulatory requirements. Anything else? Okay, so making some errors, right? That kind of gets to the question of in telemedicine, can you do it as equally well as doing it in person? That's a good one. All right, well, there's a couple more that I'm going to present to you that I think are super important that you probably don't really think about too much because, I mean, clinicians have to think about this because you get in big trouble if you don't. So I'm going to get to those here in a second. But let me start. Oh, let me start with this. Actually, let me just, I don't know, just read it. So I don't have. Is it working? Okay, good. There isn't a laptop, which I can actually see my own slides. So, but anyway, what I want to do is start with just kind of giving you some basic background about telehealth and telemedicine. I like to use the term telehealth because it's a much broader term. Telemedicine is typically used by physicians doing medicine, but when I do psychological therapy, I'm not really doing medicine per se, so we use the term telehealth, much broader term. I'm going to talk a bit about some of the current applications like settings of telehealth, just to get foundational information so you kind of get the scope of all of this. And then we'll talk a bit about knowledge and about the benefits and limitations of video conferencing. I'll kind of hit that pretty quickly. And then number 4 is really what I want to get into is kind of the risk stuff, talking about those risks and how to manage them. Okay, I already asked you that. All right, let's just kind of hit some of the basic technology stuff here. So telehealth, really, this is maybe the most simplest definition of it. You know, it's providing health-related services across geographical distances using technology, right? And the number one technology nowadays is video conferencing. What's really awesome is that it's so affordable. Where in the past you used to have like these proprietary, highly expensive video conferencing systems. Now it's just commercial stuff off the shelf. Telephone only, of course, you can just use voice to do telemedicine or telehealth. Fax, email, and texting are all things that are used as part of telemedicine or telehealth. And then, of course, web-based. They call this e-health. This is just using websites to provide care or services. And also mobile health apps. Mobile health apps, you can have direct video on your iPhone. You know, you can do that. But also just apps, or they call them in-health apps. They're just designed for healthcare. And often those are used kind of coinciding with video conferencing. Are some need-to-know concepts here. Originating site, this is the term that refers to where the patient or the client is, the person on the other end or the provider. And then the distant site is kind of backwards in some ways. It seems that way, but it's just putting the client or patient as the primary. Distant site is where the provider is, so that's where the physician or counselor or psychologist is. And then you probably have heard these terms before, synchronous and asynchronous. Synchronous just means 2 ways at one time, like we talk video conferencing. You can see and talk, and the other person can do the same thing at the same time. Asynchronous just means 1 way at a time. When you text a message, that's basically asynchronous, as is doing things like fax and so forth. And store and forward just means that you're capturing some kind of information, and then you're forwarding it on or sending it to a distant site. Example of that, of course, email is a great example of that, but often like when you're doing, say, an x-ray or something, right? So there's a scan for an x-ray, then it gets sent to a distant site. As I just mentioned, with video conferencing software, it has become so affordable. For $50, you can get a high definition camera with a speaker built in, and you can do this at home. And I just kind of put a list here of just some of the off-the-shelf software packages that do meet HIPAA compliance. We're going to talk a bit about HIPAA, but these ones do meet HIPAA compliance, or they have components or packages that do meet HIPAA compliance. I've used a couple of these myself. There's also some packages now that are just so integrated. It's been great for in the last 2 years during the pandemic because they're these software packages that allow you to, one, do the video conferencing, but they have built-in record keeping right into the actual software. So it's really awesome. and appointment scheduling. I already mentioned this about cameras, how affordable they are. I did want to mention something about pan tilt zoom. It's not a requirement, but in some settings it's kind of neat to have. I've done a lot of work in the forensic setting with video conferencing, and I've experienced it myself where you're working with a defendant in there and they get up and then they move off camera, and that creates a security risk. And also I think clinically too, if you're working with someone and you can't see what they're doing, you might want to address that in a clinical situation or a safety situation. I will say with pan tilt zoom, the informed consent thing is you want to make sure that's in there, because if you're looking into someone's home, pan tilt zoom, they should know about it if you're going to be doing that. And as I mentioned too, microphone stuff built in some settings, you're going to really want to think about how your microphone is placed because you can't hear very well, and so you want to make sure it's positioned. What I always recommend is testing the stuff out, so we have a new setup. Make sure you've really kind of pilot tested it and make sure it's working in all situations. Just a quick couple statements about network connectivity. Again, there's no hard rule in this anymore. They used to kind of publish, you had to have a certain bit rate and all this to do it, but the way things have changed with audio or video compression and so forth, and the way that we just have high-speed broadband almost everywhere, so it's not so much of an issue. However, you can have bandwidth issues when you have too many people on a network, as you know. I have experienced this certainly when doing home-based telehealth, when you've got multiple people, and you've got kids upstairs playing video games online, so they're using some of the bandwidth, and so you've got to be very careful about that and make sure you've tested it appropriately. Okay, let's talk about settings and applications. So I kind of break the applications into really two kind of primary categories. So one is like direct clinical services. So this would be providing care, could be doing assessments, doing clinical triage, for example. And then training and supervision. So they're clinical in the sense that you might be talking about clinical topics, but they're not directly with clients or patients. And then you also have a range of settings, and I would put these also in two categories. So you have settings that are clinically supervised, meaning that you've got clinical staff on site, like a hospital or a clinic, where the client or the patient is. And then you have those unsupervised ones, and that would be people's homes. So you don't have someone on staff at the person's home. So obviously hospitals, clinics, huge consumers of telehealth, telemedicine. Home-based telehealth has really boomed in the last decade, and especially over the last 2 years. It is like everyone's doing it. And it's really the advancement of the technology that's made it possible to do it. And of course, the pandemic forced us to do it as well. But again, if it wasn't for the technology, it'd be much more difficult. And then jails and prisons is another place where telehealth, telemedicine is used. And also other remote areas. And you don't often think of this, but on ships and on oil rigs and other remote areas. So let's talk really quickly about some of the pros and cons here. These are some of the benefits that I think of when I think of telehealth. Increased access to services, including specialty care, obviously, because you don't have to travel to get services somewhere. You can have access to a broader range of specialties that will meet the patient and client specific needs. Convenience, more hours of service, off hours, more frequent check-ins. This is a big thing in behavioral health where you can do just check-ins with your client. And then obviously there's no need to travel, so there's going to be cost savings and efficiencies associated with that. And then, by the way, I've done a lot of work in forensic telehealth, as I mentioned, and one of the big things that we did here in Washington is implement the first ever connections between our state hospitals and some of our forensic competency restoration facilities with some county jails, because we have people in jails with mental illness that are waiting for competency evaluations. And so by doing this telehealth solution, we're able to kind of speed up getting them seen. Right? But this is another advantage of using video conferencing, because reduced wait time for people with mental illness who are in jail. And then video conferencing can also be used for other services. So if you make the investment in it, it can be used for doing training, like when courts do it for, say, for competency evaluation stuff. The courts can also use it to do hearings and things with defendants who are in jail. See what I mean? Then also, of course, pandemic, we had to go contactless for a number of months, and this was a great way to do that, is that you don't actually have to go into an office anymore. And then consumer satisfaction. This is a very recent study just from this past year. Half of all U.S. households reported using telehealth because they could not receive medical care in person during the pandemic. the satisfaction was at 86%. And if you read this literature, I've been, of course, reading the literature for over a decade and seeing how it's kind of changed over time, and then reading the older literature and how its satisfaction has actually increased, I think, with telehealth and telemedicine over the years. And I attribute it to really two things. One, it's the technology's better, for one. It's just more, just works better usually. And also, it's just people like technology, right? We're used to doing FaceTime and things, so we want to use technology. Okay, here's some of the potential challenges, though, with telemedicine. It's the lack of staff training that can impact skill, confidence, and potential safety or legal challenges that will result from that. That gets back to the question about like the standard of care. Can you maintain the standard of care? You have to have the skill set to know, can you do what you're going to do over video conferencing or not? And there's some exceptions. Technology problems, not knowing what is acceptable, and connection issues. So there it's like, often when I'm helping providers set up a new telehealth service, is that they don't really know what they need to do it technology-wise. And as I was saying earlier, you got to make sure that you have adequate bandwidth. You really got to test it, because once you start putting a load on the system, you can have problems. And then problems with the originating and coordination, including clients, staff safety. This is going to be the big one. This is what I was looking for when I asked, what do you think the risks are? This is one of the big ones. Is problems just coordinating at the other end. And so you have to have procedures and processes in place to do that. And in unsupervised settings, like to a person's home, you've got to be thinking about, well, do I involve family members or not, like if there's a crisis or a medical emergency. And then resistance to adoption by patients, clients, providers, staff, and attorneys in courts. I've encountered this a lot over the years where people can be very resistant to it. Oh, this doesn't work. This is not as good as in person. Or in the court saying, well, is this really valid for competency evaluation? And then as the literature increasingly shows that it is definitely comparable to doing services in person. And there may be a few exceptions here and there, and I'll kind of get at that here a little bit on a different slide. Okay, let's talk about risks and risk management. This is what I'm thinking are kind of the biggest risks. So one is, we talked a bit about like data stuff in that last presentation. I put that right up top, is threat to privacy, both digital and procedural. What I mean there is you've got the threats to digital data, the data itself, then you have procedures. So for example, you send someone a medical record or chart note on a fax, that piece of paper falls out on the, I don't know who really uses fax anymore, but some places do. That piece of paper falls on the floor, right? It's a physical now breach, right? It's not a digital or a data one. What else? Oh yeah, data breach hacks, right? Someone can get into the records and either they can disrupt services, but they can take that very private information on your clients or patients, or on your company, right? And patient, client, staff, safety, this is medical or psychiatric emergencies, violence or domestic violence. I've got another slide that's like, I'm really going to hit this one because I think it's really important. But it's the issue of, well, what happens when you're, let's say you're doing, and I've experienced this, where you're doing, providing a treatment to a person with post-traumatic stress disorder. I've done this many times. And the person has a panic attack on the other end. I'm not in the room with them. So there's certain techniques and things I would do as a clinician being in the room. But now I've got to do it remotely. I've got to manage that remotely and work through this. So it takes some skills and some competence in how to do that. Now, here's the other big one is, what happens if the person you're working with says, hey, today's the last day, I'm done. I got my gun in the other room and I'm done. And they turn the thing off. Now you got a real serious problem as a clinician. And so I've often kind of thought, well, how does that compare to in person? So in person, if I'm in an office and someone says that, I have a chance to kind of slow them down and intervene. I've worked in a VA before, Veterans Affairs Hospital, and they actually have buttons under some of the desks and like emergencies to get security and so forth. But in a situation where you're working with someone who's in the home, you have less control, or certainly perceived control over what's going on in that home. And so what I always do, and we're going to talk a bit more about safety planning, safety plans, and emergency plans, but is to have a plan ahead of time. And like it's identifying third-party people. So in a crisis, who else do you call? Is there a family member you identified in that informed consent process? Like, is it okay if I contact a third party? You also will have all the same rules, of course, of mandatory reporting, duty to warn, duty to inform. All those things are obviously applicable when doing telemedicine, telehealth as well. but it can be more of a challenge in those rare cases where you have those types of emergencies. Another big one here, though, to be very sensitive about is the issue of violence and domestic violence. So if you're working with someone who's, the partner might be lurking in the other room, right? And you have to be very smart. If they're at home and you're the therapist or physician and you're talking to them, and if you know that's an issue, that you have to be very sensitive to how you're asking, like, are you safe, and those kinds of things, because the person is in their home environment. Then also the legal regulatory aspects of all this, and the big one is like the licensure stuff, right? It's like practicing outside of your jurisdiction that you're licensed in. And I'm going to hit each one of these, by the way, in their own slides, but this one's been a really important one in the last couple years with COVID, the pandemic. Like everyone shifted over to telehealth and telemedicine, so it gets in an awful gray area. So I'm going to talk a bit about that in a minute. And then user appropriateness and apprehension or lack of buy-in and frustration. So I'm kind of putting two things together here. So part of it might be apprehension on the side of the provider. Like they just don't like doing this. It's new to them. They haven't done it before, so they have apprehension. It can also be on the patient or client. They don't like using the technology, and that can create a barrier. And going back to what I was saying earlier about risk. So it's not just about risk to an organization who's already providing a service, but to the patient. We have to have patients first in their needs, and thinking about, are we providing them with a service that is going to meet their needs and not cause them harm at the end of the day? So if they don't buy into it, they don't want to use it, and they're very frustrated with it, that's not helping them. It's not serving them the best way. And then also lack of provider training, skill, competency, and this leads to risk. Obviously, again, that's the scope of practice piece, and then the standard of care. If you think you're doing something at standard of care, but you're not, and you're doing it over telehealth, because you think that you can, because you can reach a different, customer base or whatever, you're not working within your scope of practice per se, and you may not be providing a standard of care. So that is a risk. So a bit more about the privacy stuff. Two types, I've already kind of mentioned this, the two primary types of privacy or security concerns. One is the digital data itself, but then there's also just the physical security. And this is kind of a big thing, especially when like home-based telehealth. I'll give you an example. One time I was treating a soldier, just doing just therapy, just remotely, and it's in his living room, and the doorbell rings. Like, okay, what's that? And it was a pizza man. So he had ordered a pizza during the therapy session. So I'm like, so it's like, okay, now there's someone kind of listening in, so I got to stop. And then so I said to him, like, well, aren't you going to share a pizza? Come on. But and then one other time, he had a spouse who was in doing the dishes in the other room. What was kind of funny about it is I didn't know that she was there, but she kind of yelled back in to answer the question for him that I had asked. So I turned it into a really good clinical therapy moment. Like, okay, this is telling me something for me about their relationship, and it was a very positive thing that happened. But it could also be a negative one, right? Someone could be eavesdropping in on something, and it's private. You have to be maintaining your patient client's privacy. So. All right, and then we talked about HIPAA a bit just already, like the requirements here in the software and what you're doing. Usually, how I work with practitioners regarding this is that in choosing software and so forth, it's like make sure it meets HIPAA requirements. And there's the whole thing about the BAA that I heard some folks talking about earlier, and it's a big deal. Again, that list of those software packages that I've shown you before, those ones they have signed BAA, they have all that in place. So I feel very confident in that, but it doesn't eliminate risk just because you say the software is HIPAA compliant, right? There's still these threats to data security and privacy. There's also some state statute regarding privacy. Certainly here in Washington, I've listed a couple of those here, kind of like this high-level statute. But what I always recommend to practitioners, okay, yeah, you've got this federal rule, but you got to be paying attention in your jurisdiction. What are those requirements? And also the setting that you're in. So, for example, Department of Veterans Affairs and the DoD, they have their own rules and regulations about data security and what you can and cannot do. Just a little bit about privacy, threats to privacy is just the room set up. And just, as I mentioned, know who else is around. soundproofing. If you're in your office and you're providing care remotely, just make sure your office is private. And you can use like those little white noise machines and so forth. And then, as I mentioned, consider who else could be around, but also just staff presence. When I was working with some of the jails here in Washington, you know, they actually would have to have correctional officers like around the corner for safety reasons, right? And sometimes they'd be standing at the door, sometimes they'd be sort of in the other room, kind of like a partition. Sometimes they'd actually leave the room, but they had cameras in there. So you really have to know the setting and what those potential risks to privacy are, and manage that. Okay, so these are the big safety risks. Certainly, in reviewing the literature and my own experience, and you can tell me if I'm missing anything here, please speak out, because I'd like to hear what you think. So here's the big one. Patient has a medical emergency during a session. So hey, you're doing a therapy session and they have a heart attack right there, right? You better know or have a plan for contacting 911. And here's the thing about that. When you're doing therapy remotely, like across the state, the 911 exchange that you're in may not be connected immediately right to where they are, their location. So you have to know their location. You have to know where your client or patient is. So I always do that first session, like when they're signing up, I'll know that. But then I'll ask them. And here's the thing, I ask them, usually I'll recognize their environment that they're in. So I'll see like the background, I'll know, okay, it's the same place they were before. But it can change, right? And this is a risk, and we're going to talk about this in a different slide, is just that thing about licensure and jurisdiction. Like, you don't know that they're still in the same place at home. They could have moved out of state 4 months ago, and now you're breaking the law because you're practicing in another state, right? So I ask, number one reason, again, safety reasons, so I know where they're located, and then for that other reason, just making sure I'm practicing it. And then psychiatric crisis, I mentioned the one example of a person like having an anxiety attack or a panic attack. I've also witnessed people in forensic settings get violent. One time, like throw some stuff, or they basically attack the screen, the video monitors, things like that can happen. So be very mindful of those risks, and risk to other staff, and collateral staff that are at that location, like family members, right? So you want to make sure you're very thinking really well ahead of what those risks are, and then what to do if they arise. And then I already mentioned if the patient or client, espouses intent to harm themselves or someone else, you have a duty to inform and warn and to protect. They cut off the connection after they tell you that they're going to do harm is a big one. Firearms in the home. This one's a sensitive one, as you can imagine, especially now. But as a clinician, I like to know, just because for safety, because I'm a suicide preventionist, I like to know. I work a lot with veterans and service members, being one myself. A lot of us own firearms. And so I want to kind of know, and I do it in a very tactfully way. Like, we're not going to come and take your firearms if you talk to me because I'm a psychologist, right? But I ask them about how they keep them, do they keep secure? Hey, if you're feeling in crisis, you're feeling really down, can someone else take them for a while? And if you have them locked up, do you have a buddy who can kind of hold on to them for a while? Those kinds of things to manage that risk. Domestic violence, I already mentioned this one. If there's someone else in the home or potential cause harm to your patient or client. Forensic hospital and jail settings could hang themselves on power cords or use a laptop as a weapon. When we did these installations at the jails and in the state facilities, we really made sure that the wires are in conduit. We had these like plexiglass screens for the TVs and so forth. And then, is it safe to transport the defendant to the video conferencing location? So same thing. If you're going to transport someone to another room to do video conferencing, you got to think about that transport and any kind of security issues that might arise from doing that. And then, can the patient or defendant move out of sight from the camera? I mentioned that one already. And then this one is because of COVID-19, contagion on equipment. We can't escape this one. So if you've got microphones or the desk and all that stuff, I mean, we've had to have protocols for that. Like, someone's got to come in and kind of clean all the stuff off. And if you're talking into microphones like this, it could present some kind of risk. So safety planning and plans. Safety planning is really a necessary component of competent telehealth practice. And you really have to do this regardless of what setting you're in. And the plans are the written steps for carrying out safety procedures, emergency protocols, or specific protocols that define the steps to follow during emergency situations. So there's the process of safety planning, and there's specific emergency protocols. Now what I recommend is for organizations that are setting up a tele-practice service is that they build this stuff into their policy. And so you have a process, a standardized process for doing this. So for example, as I already mentioned, knowing the location of your client or patient if they're not in your facility, and you have to ask them every time. Verifying their identity is another big one. I didn't mention that one yet. There's easy ways of doing that when they have to verify using, they scan a document, they upload it, or they're using a credit card, those kinds of things. But a lot of practitioners will have them actually show their ID on the screen to make sure they are who they are. And you can certainly do those things if you're maintaining, again, data security and privacy. And then thinking about the steps to do if a person does experience an emergency during that session. And do you have the local emergency numbers? Do you have you identified the collaterals that these are people, third-party people, family members, friends who can help out in a crisis situation? I also recommend always provide, I always do this, it's just my practice, is I always remind the person working about the National Suicide Prevention Hotline. I do that up front. But having all that stuff in the initial documents, again, the consent form, so that they're saying here are the procedures, and this is what to expect if these things happen. That's important in the consent form. Like you're saying, is it okay if I contact a spouse or your brother or one of your buddies if there's a crisis? They consent to that. And then if they say no to that, well, it puts you in a position, right? So you have to work with alternatives. So if you don't think it's super high risk, they don't have to identify a third-party person, but you should definitely be thinking about who you're going to call if there is an emergency and how you're going to do that. I just want to share one story with you. So sometimes when you're dealing with a person who's in suicidal crisis, you don't want to hang the phone up, right? Or the video conference, right? You don't want to just let them go. And so how do you coordinate all this stuff? Call someone else, and you're trying to maintain that with them, right? The connection. That's where you would involve, and I would do it in policy, or if you're an individual provider, working from home is a bit more challenging. But having someone else who can assist you, who can either get on, another clinician that can get on the line with that person, or they can be making the phone calls. So be thinking through that as an organization. And then, let's see. Oh yeah, having a backup phone. So if you lose your video conferencing connection, is make sure you've already established another way of getting contact with your client and your patient, cell phone. Because if you do lose that connection, you're going to want to stay connected with them, whether it's an emergency or not. And then ongoing risk and behavioral assessment. I always recommend this is that you don't just do it once. Hey, are you suicidal? Have you thought about harming yourself and you're done? I do that repeatedly over time. And I'll ask them about it. Depends on the client and their background and how much I do that, how extensive I'll go. But I'm constantly monitoring for any kind of behavioral risks that might arise while I'm seeing that person over time. Okay, let's see. As I said, you've got to establish these procedures ahead of time. I'd work them into a policy. If you're an individual practitioner, I say, just write stuff out so that you know what you're going to do. So it's just immediately, and you can have like a cheat sheet. Have a sheet of or have it up on your screen where you can contact those third-party folks to help in a crisis situation. Some settings, as I mentioned, hard enclosures. You can't really do that in people's homes, but in many other facilities, they just do this. And then I always recommend reviewing a person's records, if it's available to you, because you want to know what their behavioral history was. Do they have a psychotic condition where they think that when they're talking to someone on the video that it's from outer space and that they're apt to throw something at the screen? I have witnessed that. I've seen that happen where a person just during a competency evaluation who had psychotic symptoms thought that they were talking to a robot. And in that case, it was kind of a good thing because it gave the clinician information about the mental state of this person for their competency evaluation. Does that make sense? And maybe some situations where it's contraindicated to do telemedicine in a case where I'm doing therapy and they just don't react well to that kind of setup or that medium, that I probably wouldn't do it. Explain the risks and procedures in the informed consent processes. I think 3 times, very important. And then again, let's do if the connection is lost, and to always identify a third party to contact in an emergency. If you can't, have a protocol for cleaning methods necessary to maintain hygienic standards. So the last 2 years we've had to do this. Certainly in the prison settings, jails, and in hospital settings. Okay, let's talk a bit about some of the legal regulatory stuff. So in general, healthcare providers must be licensed in the state where the client or the patient is. I mean, it's kind of always been this way. However, there's some, I hate to say gray area, but kind of, because some of the states have agreements with other states where you can practice across state lines. Sometimes you can do it for a temporary amount of time. You can apply to do that. During the COVID time, it's been, I'd say in some ways it kind of increased how great it was, because a lot of people are just doing stuff now from home where they weren't doing it in facilities. So as I mentioned before, that scenario where a person's on vacation, maybe you're on vacation and you're the provider, which I was once this last year, and I saw someone, I was in Vermont, but I'm licensed to practice in Washington, Montana, so I could see my client because I'm licensed here, even though I was in a different state. But the other way around is a different issue. And then know the laws and regulations of your specific jurisdiction, and I'll add also depends. So if you're federal, if you work for the U.S. Department of Defense or the VA, as a federal employee, you can practice, you can have a license in any U.S. state or any U.S. state, and you can practice in any state, to any state in the United States, if you're working for the federal government doing that official duty. And I believe it also extends, like, at least for the last 6 years or more, to contractors, so the DoD and VA as well. And then also, you got to know your specific training requirements in your specific jurisdiction. So here in Washington, for example, we now have, as of 2020, a specific training that providers must take per RCW, and it's just a pretty brief telehealth course. I took it, and it was pretty decent. It's kind of high level, gets you through it, because we want to make sure that we're maintaining standard of care and that people have basic level of competence of doing this medium of therapy or providing treatments. Then also stay within your scope of practice. Make sure your service is acceptable via telehealth. You know, most stuff, certainly in behavioral health, most is, but there are some exceptions. I use one exception is if the person's really psychotic or it's really contraindicated. Behavioral issues could contraindicate it. And then there may be a few other things here and there where it's best to do things in person. But you kind of have to weigh, again, pros and cons. If you don't think doing it over telehealth is the best way, but it's a way and there's no other way to do it, it's not feasible, then, well, maybe that's the best way to do it, and it makes sense. So there's a bit kind of a judgment you have to make. And then a couple of things that I recommend is professional insurance. This is a risk thing here. I have it as a psychologist, and I recommend it if you're an organization that your people have, you can get as an individual provider or as an organization is to get that insurance, especially if you're practicing on your own. And then establish policy procedures, again, for organizations, like I keep saying, this is a big thing about risk management, is make sure you have these things in policies and procedures. A little bit about training and competency here. Seek training specific to telehealth and VC-based services, video conferencing-based services, because there's a lot of nuances that you have to know as a clinician to do. And then learn the legal and regulatory limitations applicable to your jurisdiction, and technology specific, how to select, know what is appropriate, and how to use it, and how to troubleshoot. This is important for risk management, because if you're using a particular software package to do video conferencing, but you don't know how to troubleshoot it, and then you've got a patient who's in crisis. Now what are you going to do? You know? Or maybe they are having trouble with it, but you don't know enough to help them to kind of get it to work. And so now they're getting frustrated, and they're going to cancel the appointment with you. So you have to know a basic amount about the technology to basic troubleshooting. It's a lot easier if you work for an organization that has an IT department. This is what they do, and you just give them a call and they can help you. But you really need to know the basics. And the other thing that I've learned from my experience is that this technology piece and just doing telehealth, like using the technology, is that in itself can be a way of building rapport with your patients. Because you're kind of working together on something, like if it's new to them, you can kind of talk through that and say, well, hey, don't you talk to your friends with FaceTime? Well, check this, and we can do the same thing kind of like we're doing here. It's just different software. So you kind of build rapport with them by kind of working with the technology and doing some of the troubleshooting. And then know how to develop and apply the appropriate procedures, including, again, safety and emergency protocols, interview techniques. Again, when you're working, as you all know, if you're using Zoom or something, there's a little bit of slight delay sometimes. So when you're working with someone And you think that they're hearing you, but they're not quite hearing you. Very important in clinical work is to allow yourself some space in between your phrases so they can hear you, give them time to respond. Another thing that comes up too is like facial expressions and eye gaze, and also body movements. I mean, this is all important clinical information, and if you read the literature on this, it goes back quite a ways about arguing against telehealth in some ways that you can't see everything. You certainly can't smell the other person, which is important because if you're doing, say, substance use stuff and you smell alcohol in someone's breath, that's clinical information. You don't get that, obviously, over video conferencing. But in my experience, you can observe quite a bit with video conferencing, and then if you have other staff at the distant side, you can ask them. You know, the person came in, like, yeah, they did smell like alcohol today. Like if you're doing a substance use treatment or something, if it's clinically relevant. So there are some limitations, but they really all have workarounds. And then, let's see, documentation. This is a big thing. Again, creates risk. Is that for telehealth specific documentation? So how you code telehealth sessions, how you bill for it, and then how you chart. Because you want to make sure that you're doing that based on the current standards for doing so. And I also, when I work with forensic psychologists on this topic, I always recommend that they include that in their report that goes to the court, that they did it via telehealth, because in case they want to challenge it later, at least you were explicit about it up front, and then you can talk specifically about it. And just a bit more about assessment. So I'm talking about clinical assessment here, or psychiatric assessment, is that you have to know when it is and isn't appropriate to do over video conferencing. In fact, some places by policy, it's like psychiatrists are not supposed to diagnose over video conferencing. I don't know how much that's changed in the last 2 years. I think things have changed a bit, but certainly it has been policy in other settings where you have to see the person in person to diagnose. But there are some things that really aren't appropriate. For example, if you have to do certain testing materials to do a test or a clinical assessment, if there's risk to using those tools. If you're doing, say, a test where you want to control the testing materials, you don't want the person to kind of cheat on it, so to speak, and they're on the internet on their end looking up the answers and giving you answers to something, right? So obviously it doesn't make the most sense unless you have someone on site who can kind of monitor what's going on. And then, I also recommend this, that if there's no psychometric support for whatever testing or assessment you're doing remotely over video conferencing, then you're taking a bit of a risk with it. I like to see what's in the literature first to make sure you understand it, and if there's any changes to how you provide the service or the assessment, because you're using video conferencing, just make sure you're following that. Yeah, it's standard practice or standard of care. And then I always ask this one, is it appropriate to do video conferencing or telehealth just to begin with? Right? And these are some of the things that I think about is consider impairments or conditions that would prevent a person from participating in a video conferencing session. Like a person is visually impaired, could be something that's a contraindication if they just are having trouble working with the software, if there's not another person that can assist them. Maybe or may not be. Hearing is another one, obviously. So those are things that whenever I'm doing a session with someone, I've never met them before, I'll ask them, can you hear me okay? Can you see me okay? To make sure, because they may not tell you. So you want to make sure that their experience of it is going to be good enough. And let's see, we did talk a bit about some of the behavioral risks or like violence. Again, if they're just going to smash the laptop or the video screen every time you do a session, maybe it's just not going to work. You might have to do something else. And then user access and experience is in preference to using technology. So, we make these assumptions like everyone's got Zoom, everyone's got access to the internet. Well, in the United States, mostly we do, but there are still areas where people that just don't have good access or their internet connection is just not good. Maybe they're sharing it with someone else, or it's just not adequate, or they just have a cell phone, and the bandwidth is going to be not so good because they're using cell towers. So don't make assumptions about that. You want to ask and test it. I always do a test session ahead of time just to make sure that they've got a good connection, it's going to work. And then if it's not going to work, you got to have alternatives. You got to offer them an alternative to come into an office or to make do until a better option comes along. Okay, I wanted to talk about this. You're going to have a really awesome keynote in a little bit, but I wanted to mention this stuff about virtual care providers. over the last 10 years or so, I've really devoted my research to working with AI stuff, and this really is the future of telehealth. And I don't have a bunch here on the risks, but I wanted to bring it up because, particularly the last 2 years, I've been doing some literature reviews on all the uses of chatbots and mobile apps that have virtual humans to do mostly behavioral health therapy during the COVID pandemic. China released a whole bunch of them. There's been a number of them here in the US, like the Robot, WISA, and there's a handful of others. But let me tell you, this technology is, I think it can replace therapists. And I think is probably going to, and it already is in many ways, but boy, I'm going to get like beat up when I leave here if any clinicians are going to say this. I've been writing about this for 10 years, and the issue really has been the technology kind of getting up to speed to where it works well enough. And some of the natural language processing really doesn't work quite good enough. And some of the things that I've explored in this are the issues of using these virtual humans, basically chatbots, or really just full-on simulations. And these ones that I'm showing you here, like the Sim Sensei one there, that's like from 10 plus years ago now. That's one the DoD was working on in collaboration with the Institute for Creative Technologies. But let me tell you about this. So it's connected to this sensor system that senses facial movement, aspects of your voice, like your tone of voice, posture of your voice, and it can detect the signals in your voice. In fact, I've seen customer, like the support lines where they have software packages that when you're having an interaction with a customer, it can tell you like sentiment, customer sentiment, because it's reading the language and maybe even the amplitude of the interaction and by what you say, and saying, okay, they're angry, customer happy. Seriously. So this is the technology that is being applied to mental and behavioral health. And the cool things about it is that it, you can access it 24/7, right? You can get on your phone and talk to a virtual therapist 24/7. They're scalable. That a company that produces these can, it's not like hiring clinicians. There's a shortage of mental health clinicians here in Washington, everywhere in the U.S., basically, and other healthcare professions. But they can scale this up just like that. They can be deployed anywhere in the world where you have access to technology, the technology. And now with this kind of affective sensing stuff, they're picking up like emotional states, human emotional states, and they also express human emotional states. This is called affective computing. And one of the things that I'm really concerned about from a risk perspective is, well, how can this cause harm to patients and clients? Right? So here's an example. Patient is starting to use one of these systems and they get kind of attached to it. Like they get used to it. It's like in the movie Her. Did you see the movie Her?
Yeah.
Actually, I watched that movie twice. Because the person, the character, not to give it away, becomes basically attached to this AI virtual human who's not visual, it's just sound. It has conversations with her. And then this AI leaves him. Right? And so there's this emotional attachment that people can have to AI. In fact, in the 1960s, an MIT computer scientist named Joseph Weizenbaum, I don't know if you've ever heard of him, but brilliant person. I think he died in like 2008 or something. And he had written about this, where he had developed the ELIZA program, or the doctor program, and basically a chatbot, a very primitive chatbot in the 1960s. And it simulated a Rogerian, Carl Rogers, therapist. And so it's very kind of like humanistic in how it was responding back to the client's questions and answers, right? And he observed his own administrative assistant interacting with it and getting very angry at the thing or yelling back at it, being emotional about the conversation, like frustrated. So he observed then that people do form emotional attachments to these things. And this is a big deal in behavioral health, right? Because that relationship is essential to effective behavioral health change. Is that relationship with the therapist. And so I think this is a frontier, but it's happening now. And we're going to see in the next few years some real revolutions in this. And the other thing that's a huge risk is the issue of deep fakes. And you probably have seen some of these on TV. In fact, I'm working with an engineering group about this topic. How do we maybe badge these systems so that the user, the end user, patient, clients, the end user, will know that they're talking to a machine, an autonomous machine, or a human that's behind the machine, or a real person, because they're going to become indistinguishable. You won't be able to tell if you're talking to a human or not. One of my Air Force buddies, he does this for fun. He takes movies, famous movies, and he puts his face over the characters. Like he did The Princess Bride, you know, and he's done Luke Skywalker, and it's so dang realistic, right? But this is an emerging, serious, I think, ethics and I think a legal issue and a safety issue that is coming. But anyways, I just wanted to bring this up because I think this is really telehealth, right? It's providing a service across distances using technology. I do think that this technology will move towards supplanting a lot of the ways that we do therapy over the next decade. I said that a decade ago, and I was right. I think even more so over the next decade. And I think there's some real risks that are coming with this. And I think your keynote, I think he's going to be talking more about some of the other kinds of risks that come with AI stuff, like maybe bias and those kinds of things. But I wanted to mention this just because this is the frontier. And now this stuff can be used in coinciding with regular therapy. So you may be doing video conferencing with a therapist, but then you've got this AI app that's kind of checking in with you every day, and maybe it's doing an assessment, checking your anxiety levels, depression levels. Maybe it's asking you if you're in a crisis that day. So then what happens, just as I was saying before, you have to have a safety plan, emergency plan. Well, these automated systems better have it too. And I've been very concerned about these companies that have developed this stuff where they have not thought adequately about that. So a person's using Wobot and they say, you know, I just bought a shotgun and today's the end, I'm done using this stupid app. Well, they better have a plan for addressing a text message like that, right, in my opinion. So it's something to consider. It's a serious risk. Anyone else have any kind of comments or thoughts about this, or have you played around with any of this stuff?
I have a question.
Sure.
Have you seen that patients are open to this type of engagement with like a non-human?
Yeah, there's right. They've done studies specifically on that, and here's the big takeaways. That some of the initial studies have said that patients kind of prefer it because in hospital settings, because the person they're talking to, you know, the virtual nurse, like a discharge nurse, they can take as much time as they want with the person. They're not rushed. If you work in a hospital, let's go, right, usually. And so they can take as much time as they want with the virtual discharge nurse. There's also some evidence, it's kind of counterintuitive, that people actually may feel more inclined to disclose private information to one of these than a person. Because they feel that maybe it is somewhat separate from a person since it is a machine, but it might be less biased, or in some ways be more neutral, which I can argue maybe so, but maybe not. Right? They're also, another advantage too is that, in theory, they're less prone to biases, like human biases. And although they can be biased in how they're built, how they work, and how they learn over time. But they're also less prone to making cognitive errors. They don't need coffee in the morning. You know, seriously, they're just less prone to errors. And they can be connected to other data systems, so they can like pull health records and know stuff about this freaky stuff. And I've gone there. Like I've explored this, like how kind of dystopian this could go, where these systems like know everything about you. And yes.
How personalized is each provider? Can you pick the gender? Can you pick the accent, or if it's a different language altogether?
Yeah, you can. That's again, when I mentioned how these are scalable, like you can just deploy these things in great numbers, but you can customize them. You can customize it for the particular culture, language. So okay, maybe they might find through studies or through machine learning that when you deploy these in certain regions of, say, the United States, that having some of those local colloquialisms, they call it, right? Ways of saying things might actually enhance user engagement with them if they make them work that way. But yeah, gender, absolutely. They could certainly just make them that way. And you could choose. And you could choose, well, maybe I want to see, as we do with in regular therapy, men and them in, and they'll come in and they'll say, well, I want to, I don't want to see a male therapist. Okay, it happens all the time, or vice versa. So they can choose what they feel more comfortable with, whatever meets their needs. Yes.
How would you build, I mean, has insurance accepted this as far as the billing piece, or is this strictly write and pay, no through insurance, you pay $50, whatever?
Yeah, good question. It is, up to this point, it's been mostly, I'd say, here's the thing, like these chatbots like Robot, they don't call it therapy. They kind of call it therapy, but it's really coaching, right? So it's not psychotherapy, like what I'm licensed to do, and my scope of practice and all that stuff. But they put it in that category. There are paid services for them. As far as insurance billing, gosh, that's a good question. Like I said, I think with like mobile apps, they can augment regular sessions that you bill for. So these things can augment, but I don't know of any direct pays yet for this stuff. That's a great question. A lot of it's still in the research realm, where they're just kind of they're building these things and testing them. And by the way, the Simpsons say there's some variations of this. I mean, think about that one up top, the multi-sense. The DoD's interest in that. Think about having that, say, maybe at an airport. So someone comes in and they talk to this thing, they answer questions, they're reading stuff about them. Are they a threat or not, right? That's called dual use. So we always have to be thinking about that from an ethics perspective, is how the technology is used for multiple things. Yes?
In your research, have you found that there are people that are reviewing the notes, like you said, the same what's behind this to prevent a mass shooting or a suicide?
Yeah, this is the idea of, they call it human in the loop in the AI world. So it's like, is there a human in the loop of all this as it's interacting or it's gathering information or making decisions? A number of these companies, they've had to deal with this for the last 5-6 years, a big issue. And they do often have some kind of human in the loop where they can read that content. But with machine learning and just detection of language, they can kind of flag, okay, this conversation is, Facebook and some of the other social media places have been doing this for a while, where they have automated, they read what you post and they kind of can flag it. So yes, they can do that. And you asked about the informal sample stuff. Someone had mentioned the informal sample. You did, yeah, 4%. That's very important in this too, up front. So the user needs to know what the limits are. If they say this, what's going to happen, what it's not going to do, disclosure stuff up front, because you will create liability doing this. So the company says, I built basic chatbots, you can do just basic programming language, Python. But if you do that and you put it on your website, you can create some risk for yourself. So you really want to be thinking through that. Any other questions or thoughts about this stuff? You see, I get really excited about this. It is so exciting. I'm trying to be on the front lines of it, kind of up ahead, like I'm trying to be 5 years ahead because I can see where it's going, because it is going there. And we really have to be thinking about the ethics aspect of this stuff and the moral aspects of it, because I think it can cause harm to people and does cause risk. Okay, I'm not going to go through all these, but I just want to put them in the packet so you'll have them if you want to get these slides. But I always recommend, if you want to learn more about guidelines around telemedicine, check the American Telemedicine Association, great resource just for guidebooks, guidelines, and so forth. And there's some risk stuff that's they have as well, specifically to that. Always check out anything that's local to any of the states. And then there's the Association of State and Provincial Psychology Boards for Psychologists. You've got to check this out because it's got a bunch of resources on this. And then, I'm not going to tout my own book, but we're just stuck in here. Some of my articles that are in here, they're like foundational articles about these topics. So they're in the packet if you want it. And just feel free to email me, and if they're not in the public domain, I'll just send it to you because I have all these. And then just quickly here in summary, know the laws and rules in your local jurisdiction, assure data security, privacy, and HIPAA compliance always. Have established procedures and protocols in place, including safety and technical troubleshooting. Again, I really want to emphasize that one about safety and risk management and telemedicine. You've got to be thinking about that one, because you think about it, but you don't really always think about it. As a clinician, you better be thinking about it. seek training and maintain competencies as a practitioner. And then appropriateness of telehealth is about addressing who, when, and how it is appropriate, and whether the pros outweigh any of the possible cons. This is the best way I can summarize this. As I said before, sometimes it's appropriate to do it, sometimes it's not. If there's no alternative, maybe it's the best thing. Otherwise, you're denying someone care when they need it. Thank you very much.
Tristan Swanson and Seth Rowe, both from Miller Nash, will be talking today to you about getting coverage you paid for, cautionary tales, and best practices. Tristan Swanson's practice focuses on policyholder insurance coverage disputes against the world's largest insurers, defending and bringing claims on behalf of contractors and developers, and ensuring that people get benefit of their bargain for their real estate contracts. Tristan's litigation work has recovered tens of millions of dollars for his clients, and his transactional work ensures that the necessity for these recoveries are avoided in the first place. He has frequently been able to settle disputes at the earliest stages by cutting to the chase, comprehensively providing a risk analysis, and deploying the appropriate leverage to get the job done. Seth Rowe leads the firm's insurance recovery practice team and focuses his litigation practice primarily on insurance coverage disputes, exclusively on the policyholder side. In his more than 20 years of practice, he's assisted clients in recovering millions of dollars under nearly every kind of insurance policy, including property, business income, directors and officers, representations and warranties, marine and cyber risk policies. Seth is a fellow in the American College of Coverage Counsel, the premier association of lawyers who focus their practice on the representation of insurers and policyholders. Seth is also a frequent speaker, advisor, and author on insurance law, currently serving as the editor of Miller Nash's insurance coverage blog, The Northwest Policyholder. So, Tristan and Seth, take the stage.
All right. Thank you so much. As you just said, my name is Tristan Swanson. I'm a partner at Miller Nash, where I focus my practice on assisting policyholders and brokerages avoid claim disputes, and then if they can't be avoided, to help resolve them. Really lucky today to have my partner with me, Seth Rowe, who's up from our office in Portland. Seth is an exceptional colleague and an exceptional policyholder lawyer. I apologize for the raspy voice. I swear to God, I don't have COVID. I took like 25 tests. This is residual normal cold. So our presentation today is focused on providing real-life examples of disputes, most of which were resolved exceptionally well, but a few that were not. And we wanted to provide both examples because sometimes the less than successful resolutions give you just as good lessons as the ones where you had an unequivocal victory. Now the thing though about an unequivocal victory is that those victories almost always rely on teams. Now the team can change. There's lots of non-lawyers involved in a claim success. You can have forensic accountants, you can have CEOs, you can have rank and file employees. But one of the teams that comes together the most often to make a success is a team of lawyers, brokers, and risk managers. And so today, when we go through our case studies, we're going to try to talk and highlight how those teams formed and the various important roles that each of those professionals played in making that claim a success. And then last but not least, we're also going to try to get some practical insights and some takeaways. We want to give you a few new arrows to have in your quiver, some tools that you can use to hopefully head off maybe a bad denial, or if you get a bad denial, turn it around without the assistance necessarily of a lawyer. Please feel free to ask questions, as much as lawyers love to hear themselves talk. I mean, let's face it, it's a fact. It's more fun when you guys ask questions, when there's dialogue between people, so please don't hesitate at all. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Seth for our first case study.
Thanks, Tristan. Good morning, everybody. So today, as Tristan said, we're going to go through some real-life experiences and examples. These aren't necessarily focused on healthcare clients that we've had. These are more drawn from all different industries that we serve, including healthcare. But there's a lot of commonalities, obviously, between them. So picking up where some of our prior speakers left off on cyber coverage, I wanted to give you a little vignette about what's called silent cyber coverage. Silent cyber is the term that folks in the insurance industry and kind of what we do use when we mean coverage that wasn't written for a cyber risk, but that might be applicable to a cyber risk. Oftentimes, insurance companies resist the idea that there is such a thing as silent cyber, and they want to say, no, only cyber policies cover cyber risks, but of course that's not necessarily true, as this example will point out. So, in this particular scenario, our client is a consultant that is tasked by its customer, with paying contractors. So basically they are in the role of having access to a fund of money that they use to pay contractors that are doing some remediation work. And they were hit. They were hit by a what's called business email compromise or social engineering fraud. Basically some folks had somehow gained access to insider information about what our client was doing in paying large sums of money to contractors out of this fund, and so these criminals spoofed emails. So they created fake email accounts that looked a lot like emails from our client or the contractor, but they were slightly off. They added an S to the end, or it was a .org instead of a .com. And what they managed to do was fool our client. Client is hardly alone in having this happen. Fooled our client into changing the wiring instructions or the recipient information for some of these funds, and our client unwittingly wired a lot of money into a criminal's bank account, and then the money was gone. So what do? There is coverage for that. It's called social engineering fraud coverage, but it's a fairly new product. It's an expensive product, and our client didn't have it. So that's where the silent cyber comes into play. And part of this was were there hackers inside the system or not? We didn't really actually know. The emails giving the fraudulent instructions were clearly from outside the business, outside the firewall. They were fake emails. So we didn't even know whether cyber coverage really would have helped at all. So we had to, as Tristan said, assemble a team to figure out what to do with this situation. So what our client did have was errors and omissions coverage, basically professional liability coverage, essentially for what they do. And so what we did was we took a step back and working with stakeholders, with the broker, with the client, with their in-house risk manager, we took a step back and we said, no, wait a minute here, what's really going on? Well, there's a contractor that didn't get paid, and they're upset about that. But who is their client? Well, their client isn't us, we're just kind of the middleman. Their client is our customer. So maybe E&O coverage would apply here because the claim is going to be against our customer is going to make a claim against us. That will trigger our errors and omissions coverage, potentially. So we had to take a step back. We had to say, this isn't just a cyber risk. This is also a something else, right? And so is that something else covered? So we took a look at that and we kind of put those things into motion. The other thing that we looked into is classic computer fraud coverage that's been a part of property insurance or crime coverage for decades. It's kind of a standard part of it. The insurance industry has generally taken the position that those policies, the classic computer fraud coverage, isn't triggered unless the fraudulent act leads directly to the loss, and that's the word, directly. And the insurance industry say, if you get a fake email, it's a fraudulent email, but then someone who works for the company, who's authorized to wire funds, enters instructions and sends the wire someplace else. That's not direct, because the fraudulent email had to go through someone else to send it out. Well, what we found in doing some research is that courts have been loosening up the definition of direct. And so this is a new thing. Courts are recognizing that this kind of email fraud, fraudulent transfer type thing is happening more and more. And does direct really require that direct relationship, or is this kind of two-step process enough? And so we found out that indeed, based on this case law, there could be coverage under the computer fraud coverage, because although it was a two-step process here to get these funds, fraudulently stolen, essentially, that's direct enough. So the takeaways from this example are: don't assume, don't make assumptions about a particular loss and whether that relates to a particular coverage. Oftentimes, folks get kind of caught up in labels, right? That if it's a cyber loss, it has to be a cyber policy to respond, etc. The facts matter. Develop the facts carefully and look at the whole situation. And then court interpretations evolve with the times. And that was, I think, this scenario. So now I'll turn it over to Tristan to talk about a whole different kettle of fish.
We're really switching through policy forms here to try to get a broad brush. So I'm now going to turn towards long-term liability. And one of the things that I've been seeing more and more in my practice are these sexual molestation claims that are arising out of allegations of sexual abuse, which occurred decades and decades ago, or the failure to prevent sexual abuse, which happened decades and decades ago. There's now law firms in the Northwest where this is their entire cottage industry is bringing these claims. It's very similar to the asbestos litigation that they kind of latch on, they find their first plaintiff, and they find all the rest of the plaintiffs, and so the number of plaintiffs and the number of claims tends to grow exponentially. Now, these claims can be an existential crisis for organizations. I think we've all seen the bankruptcies that have been caused by these allegations. But that existential crisis becomes immediate if there's no defense coverage, because it can cost millions of dollars to defend just one of these claims, much less 30 of them, simultaneously. So the problem that we have usually with finding a defense on these decades ago allegations is that they're alleging bodily injury that might have happened in the 70s or the 80s, but most organizations don't keep really good insurance records. So then there's this desperate scramble to find, well, who was insuring us in 1984? And that's exactly the situation that our client found themselves in as these claims started rolling in. At the outset, there was very little information. The client had changed brokerages multiple times. They had changed their head office multiple times. There was a flood incident, which the plaintiff's lawyers always frowned at. It's an excuse for everything that we didn't have documentary-wise. But it was a pain in the ass for us too, because we didn't have our insurance records. And so this is a real issue. In Washington, it's the insurance burden to prove up insured status and to prove up the terms of a loss policy. And we have to prove that, according to at least one judge, by a clear and convincing evidentiary standard. There's a heightened evidentiary standard. So, what's the solution? Well, the solution was immediate and thorough insurance archaeology, which I tell my kids is exactly like Indiana Jones. Just with insurance. But otherwise, it's pretty much the same thing. But like any archaeology dig, I mean, this was a team effort, right? So we've got the risk manager interviewing past employees, past risk managers, past presidents, all trying to figure out, who procured this insurance, where might we have some records, and what can we get together to show and start assembling a history of this insurance. And that actually wound up being very successful. We found letters from brokerages with outlines of program policies. We found some deck pages. We found some broker of record letters. We started trying to trace back through the ages. On the broker side, their claims team was very helpful also, as far as let's find out where the BORs went. Let's use our industry contacts to make phone calls to other brokerages and see if we can get some more information. Furthermore, just doing some research. Who was writing CGL insurance to nonprofits providing service system miners in 1984. Turns out there was only like 4 carriers. That's very, very helpful. And then on our side, we were sort of quarterbacking this, but we're also sending out public records requests to state agencies, because state agencies often require a nonprofit to show proof of insurance. We were threatening carriers with subpoenas, writing letters to them, tendering everything off that we thought might possibly result in a defense, and putting the pressure on the carriers to respond. And ultimately, I was successful. We put together a coverage matrix which showed, GL coverage, coverage, property coverage, although that's not particularly relevant, from the beginning of time until now. And then we used that to get a defense from every solvent carrier whose insurance was implicated. And to date, that's probably, I think we're around $2 million in defense fees that have been paid by those carriers. So it's a big success. As far as the takeaways, the first step, it really does take a village on these things. I mean, this is a place where everyone's coming together. And sometimes it takes more than the team I just discussed. There's actually third parties who just specialize their entire work on insurance archaeology. Depending on your review of your organization's records, it can be worth it just to hire one of these people and get it all filled out. And the reason for that is because doing it before the lawsuits hit is way better. When those lawsuits hit, the organization's focus needs to be on defending it, and there's a lot of work to defend. And instead, if you're having to split your time and go through this entire insurance archaeology process, it's not the best use of resources. It's also not as efficient. If you're under the gun, you're doing absolutely everything you can all at once to figure out what the insurance is. You have more time, you can sort of follow path A and see what works. If that is, you don't need to do B, C, D, and E. And then finally, these were GL policies, but sometimes molestation coverage is written on a claims-made basis. If that's the case, it really emphasizes how important retroactive dates are. So this organization had a retroactive date of 2018, it would have had 0 coverage, right? That's cutting, retroactive dates would cut off all coverage for the acts that happened before the retroactive date. So that's very important to keep an eye on when you're thinking about long-tail liability. It also brings up limits and wasting policies, because if any of these policies were wasting, they'd have no coverage at this point. A lot of these 80s policies were written on a $250,000 occurrence basis. We're now at $2 million of legal fees. Those policies will be exhausted over and over again. So again, a good thing to think about when try to plan and mitigate this potential risk. Okay.
All right, switching gears again. Something that is, well, let's put it this way. If I was in healthcare, I would not want to get a civil investigative demand from the DOJ. Hope that none of you have had to deal with this kind of thing. Scary stuff. This is key TAM litigation or False Claims Act allegations. And so we're seeing an uptick in investigations by the federal government, state governments, indeed also into False Claims Act and related types of allegations. And so we get approached occasionally with the following scenario. There's a subpoena from the federal government, civil investigative demand, but it doesn't, the carriers denied coverage, and usually talking about management liability, D&O coverage. And that's because these, and I put up kind of a generic statement, the subpoena will say, basically give us all your records about, all of your billings to Medicare since whatever, huge, broad sweeping demands for documentation. And it says the Claims Act investigation concerns allegations that your hospital has submitted or caused the submission of false claims. So the investigation concerns allegations, and the insurance carriers take the position that under directors and officers' management liability policies, they don't have an obligation to step in and fund your defense, because those policies are triggered by a claim, capital C claim, for a wrongful act. And so they're saying, well, this reference to allegations isn't making an allegation. They're not actually accusing you of doing it. This is the insurance company's version of the world. But the problem is that these the cost to respond to one of these can run into the hundreds of millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'd be surprised about hundreds of millions of dollars, but I have definitely seen $1 million bills for the cost to respond. And that's because you have to hire usually quite expensive lawyers, and you have to go through a lot of documents and emails and be very careful about how you present the information in response to one of these emails. So we were engaged to deal with one of these situations. The carrier was relying on case law from other states. Right? This happened to be an Oregon company. There's no Oregon case law on this. There's actually no Washington case law on this either, on this issue of is a civil investigative demand covered under D&O policy, defense coverage there. So the carriers like to rely on a Sixth Circuit case. And the Sixth Circuit is not Oregon or Washington. It's called the ProMedica. It was a healthcare case, which said that a civil investigative demand does not trigger coverage. So the solution here that we came up with, and it's one of these situations where it's kind of a partial solution, is that we pointed out to the insurance carrier that under Oregon, or the same would be true of Washington law, under the method of analysis of insurance policy, the way the court reads insurance policies, we believe that an Oregon court, same would be true of a Washington court, I think, would come to a different conclusion than the ProMedica court in the Sixth Circuit. And that's, you have to keep in mind that it's state law specific. Interpretation of insurance policies is a function of state law. There is no federal common law on interpretation of insurance policies. Even though your insurance policy is likely written by somebody in New York or maybe overseas, it's state. What state are you in? And so we argued that Oregon courts would be more likely to adopt this line of cases from Delaware. These are cases that have held that a civil investigative demand for a False Claims Act violation indeed does trigger D&O coverage. There's interpretation of policy language, but fundamentally it's the worldview that the courts take. In Oregon and in Washington, courts take a broad view of defense cost coverage that's different than the way the Sixth Circuit interpreted things. And so we made that argument. To the carrier. The takeaways from this one are that some insurers take a national view of their obligations, right? Insurance companies, when they're adjusting claims, responding to your requests for coverage, are generally using someone who has claims all over the nation, and they cherry pick essentially which cases they want to rely on and say will apply. The state law matters. And so if you can turn the focus back to, well, what would a Washington court say? What would an Oregon court say? You may have more success in getting the insurance company to come around to your point of view.
Okay, switching policy forms once again to property insurance. So, course of construction insurance is critical anytime you build just about anything. And it's usually written on a project-specific basis, but sometimes it's written as a floater, usually on an inland marine form, which will follow a contractor around from job to job. And that was the case here for one of our clients who is one of the largest utility contractors in the country. So the job was laying fiber optic cable underground in pipelines, which are so sterile they're like at surgical suite levels. And to do that, you take these 3 fiber optic cables and you feed them into something called a bazooka, which sounds much more exciting than it actually is. It then compresses these cables and shoves it down into the pipe. Unfortunately, about halfway through the job, somebody noticed a rip in one of the cables. And you can't have any rips in these fiber optic cables. There's like even an iota of dust that gets into them. They do field patch, they continue to push in the cable, but the next day the owner says that ripped cable's gotta come out. So they have to drag out all of these cables and start all over again. This is millions of dollars of additional costs and millions of dollars of additional materials. So the risk manager, who is a former broker, quickly reported the claim. And in his first conversation with the adjuster says, you know, I'm here to deny the claim, right? Claim. But this stuff actually happens. Just know this, because that guy said it out loud. But there's plenty of adjusters who are thinking it. Just know that. It's like the thing that happens. And so the adjuster then, of course, hires an expert who knows what his marching orders are. And he finds that this was due to a manufacturing defect, and therefore there's no coverage for this loss of the policy. So the adjuster's crazy statement was definitely unwelcome, but it was kind of helpful because immediately the risk manager started taking contemporaneous notes anytime he spoke with this adjuster. He also realized he's going to have to hire his own expert right away, and did so. And that expert found that it wasn't a manufacturer's defect, it was just a snag that occurred randomly when it was going through the bazooka. It's an accidental loss, it should be covered under the policy. It also prompted him to quickly get outside counsel involved, twice, and they get us going. So what became clear to me was that they had really missed the mark here relative to a large part of the damage. You know, even if the carrier was right and one of these cables had a manufacturer's defect, the other two weren't defective. They had been damaged because they had been pulled out of this pipeline, and the skids that put them in only go one way. So they had been ripped and torn as they were dragged out. Well, it's an all-risk policy. There's no exclusion for drag-out damage. So in my mind, that meant that at least 2/3 of the damage was covered, and possibly more, since the actual labor was the same for the covered property damage as it would have been for the uncovered property damage. So at this point, we've got an expert who's telling us that we've got 100% coverage. We've got a really good fallback argument, and we've developed a very good bad faith claim because our risk manager had been taking these contemporaneous notes, noting all these crazy things that this adjuster was doing. The combination of that, plus filing a suit, asserting a claim for treble damages under Washington's Insurance Fair Conduct Act, turned out to be quite successful. And they rolled over pretty quickly and paid out on the claim. So I would love to end there because yay, success. But we said we tell some, cautionary tales, so we go into the cautionary tale. This was in a similar vein. It involved laying a pipeline through the Wasatch Mountain Range. And the contract was such that there was astronomical liquidated damages if you didn't meet schedule. But unfortunately, there was record precipitation during the project, and these access roads that they were using turned to mud. So that meant that all of a sudden, huge amounts of additional resources were necessary to meet schedule. And ultimately, a $17 million builder's risk claim was turned in, and it was summarily denied on the basis of the scope of the insuring clause, valuation clause, supplements, and also land exclusion. So good news was we were able to convince the court that the land exclusion didn't apply. These people, building the access roads had been part of the underwriting, it was a value that the premium was based on, and furthermore, the manipulation of earth to create roads made those roads into covered property. But unfortunately, winning that battle was not winning the war. And the reason why we didn't win the war is because early on, the contractor, had set up voluminous cost codes and put huge amounts of money under those cost codes relative to things that had no connection to coverage. So for example, they had billed huge amounts of money to weather delays, which meant days where they did nothing. But days you did nothing are days you were not repairing covered property. So there's no coverage for that. They'd also put huge amounts of money into cost codes for expediting costs. But the policy had a $500,000 supplement for expediting costs. And ultimately, the court said, listen, those are your contemporaneous records of what you did and where the money went, and we're not going to allow you to reframe this 2.5 years later in order to get more coverage. Those buckets of this policy are where these things are going to the extent there is one. If there's not, they're out. And your argument that everything comes in, it's very creative, cute, but we're not doing it. And that costs millions of dollars of lost coverage. So as far as takeaways, and again, I'm sorry to conflate some of these here a little bit, but getting the story together from the outset about the damage, what's been damaged, and causation is just critical. And in my opinion, it's much better to spend a week or 2 weeks diving into the policy, getting the story straight, making sure that you're all on the same page as how this is going to be presented to the carrier to give it the best possible chance for coverage. That's better to do than arguably time to report. I know that sounds crazy, but carriers will squawk, we should have known about it 2 weeks earlier. But have they been prejudiced? No. Do those arguments usually go anywhere? No. What's more important? Having a real understanding of your claim and how this thing is going to be adjusted and setting it itself up right from the get-go. And then, sorry, I should have noted. Yeah, supplements. Supplements are key. This is something that comes up across all policy forms. I'm increasingly seeing people being sold additional coverages which don't actually help them. It's really they're being sold a small bucket, which a carrier is then going to use to take a large claim and try to stick it into and say, I'm sorry, the overflow is not covered. So thinking about those supplements and really determining whether or not they're a value add or they're used against you is very, very important. I think we already talked about causation. Yes, take notes. Your claims adjusters, when you're talking to a claims adjuster, they're taking notes. They're putting it all in the claim file. And you will be shocked when you see their claim file as to what they put in there. In all likelihood, you will find that you think they were lying, or that you in fact did not characterize a loss in the way that's reflected in the claim file. So having your own contemporaneous notes does a good job of setting your own record and combating that, and also can be very important towards building up a bad faith case to the extent that that's warranted. And then last, one of the things that happened here was that there hadn't been a very good connection between the contractual risk and the risk transfer to insurance. There, for example, on this case with the Wasatch pipeline, there was no reason to have soft cost coverage. It didn't matter. There's no delay. That's delaying completion coverage. But the contractor couldn't afford to delay anything. There was never going to be a delay on that job because the liquidated damages were too high. So instead of getting soft cost coverage, all of that money probably should have been used to buying up the expediting cost supplement or finding a different policy form which would have included expediting costs within the insurance clause. And so that disconnect between, well, here's our contractual risk and here's our new product that we're trying to use to mitigate some of that contractual risk, that was not seamless in that event, and that obviously had a serious consequences. All right, Seth, your turn.
I'm going to go off script for just a second. Raise your hand if you have operations in California or any business interests in California. Have you ever been sued in California? You don't have to answer that. Everything in California is a class action. There is no lawsuit filed in California that I've seen so far. That's an exaggeration, of course, but class actions are just like, mother's milk to California plaintiffs' attorneys, right? So what do I see a couple of weeks ago when we've got a Los Angeles office, and one of the partners comes to me, we got sued, our client got sued, and of course it's a class action because it's in California. Can you take a look at the policy? What do I see this client has, speaking of supplements? It's got a beautiful $5 million policy with a $500,000 class action supplement. Like, what the? Anyway, so be careful about those supplements, absolutely. All right, so you may not have operations in California, but you do have employees, I guarantee you that. And you probably have employment practices liability insurance, and that's great. Except when you have a scenario like the following that I'm going to describe. Let me describe our client first. It's a large employer in their community. It's also a quasi-public institution, perhaps like some of yours, which means that when they settle an employment case, it can't be confidential, right? Public record. So, keep that in mind as we go through this. So, this client of ours gets sued by a former employee. It's a what we believe to be a weak retaliation whistleblower claim. But, tendered to the EPL carrier, they assign insurance defense counsel. And the defense counsel says, hey, this is going to be an expensive case to defend. Because all employment cases are expensive cases to defend. That's generally true, but in particular, this one had a lot of potential witnesses, etc. So that's the insurance company's, the lawyer that the insurance company hired saying, hey, this is going to be expensive. So the next thing we hear, of course, is that the insurance company wants to settle right away, right? Even though this is a weak case from our perspective. Insurance defense counsel, great, competent lawyers, but they're kind of telling the insurance company what the insurance company wants to hear, which is something that we encounter frequently, which is that, hey, it's going to be expensive to defend, and we don't think we're going to get summary judgment, etc. But our client, the policyholder, is saying, wait a minute, we're going to be a target. If we settle all of these cases, if we settle this case, it's going to be public, and we're the biggest employer in town, and then we're going to get another lawsuit, and then we're going to get another lawsuit from former employees, because it's kind of a contentious workplace. So we've got this conflict between what our client wants, policyholder wants, what the insurance company wants. Settle now or not. It's kind of an unusual situation, actually. Oftentimes, insurance companies don't want to settle. They want to risk a trial and want to settle. This is the reverse of that. In this case, the policy, the EPL policy, like many EPL policies, has what's called a hammer clause. And a hammer clause, if you haven't dealt with it before, says that if there's an opportunity to settle, first, let me back up. The policy says that the insured, the policyholder, has to consent to settlement. But if there's an opportunity to settle and the policyholder refuses to settle, and then the case goes on and there's a trial and there's a judgment, if the judgment is more than the case could have been settled for, the policyholder has to pay a percentage of it. 50%, 75%, maybe less. Policy different. So that's a hammer clause. And so the insurance company really wanted to settle this case. And so they invoked the hammer clause and they hired outside counsel to do it, right? Which, as you can tell, Tristan and I are kind of, and this other person on the carrier side was kind of, so dukes were up and it was getting contentious and heated, and it really shouldn't have been, because we should all be on the same side. The insurance company wants the case resolved successfully. The policyholder wants the case resolved successfully. We should be all together here. So what did we do? So this was a great example of teamwork, because the first thing we had to do was convince the insurance company that this was a weak case, that this was a case that if we just went forward and defended it, the policyholder was going to win. And the insurance defense lawyer, unfortunately, their incentive was to kind of do what the insurance company wanted, which was to position the case for settlement. But we wanted to show it was a very weak case. So our in-house risk manager and HR team assembled facts. They went and interviewed at the direction of counsel. They interviewed witnesses. They gathered documents. They did all sorts of things to show that this was a weak case, that the facts were not in favor of the former employee. The broker got involved through business contacts, and this is something that brokers are fantastic at, because they can call people that us lawyers, they won't pick up the phone if we call them, and frankly, it wouldn't be probably appropriate for us to call them. So the broker got involved to have the insurance company call off the dogs, meaning the outside lawyer that they had hired that was threatening me with this hammer clause thing and all this stuff, right, to take the temperature down. And then our role was to write letters to the insurance company and put it in their file, showing that the insurance company would have the burden of establishing the hammer clause's applicability. It's not just automatic. You can't just invent that there's an opportunity to settle. It actually didn't apply yet. So it's kind of a three-pronged approach, a team approach. And it worked, actually. The insurance company said, okay, fine, we'll go ahead and we'll authorize defense counsel to do a summary judgment motion and we'll defend the case. The takeaways from this were, this is a classic case of non-alignment of interest between the insurance company and the policyholder. And that happens. But it doesn't have to be World War III. And it shouldn't be World War III. So if you get a careful understanding of the facts and the legal obligations, and you get the right stakeholders involved, you can lower the temperature, avoid World War III, and hopefully everything can result in kind of negotiated peace so everybody can move forward.
Okay, moving over to E&O insurance. So E&O insurance, as we all know, insures usually against acts, errors, omissions, and professional services. Professional services is usually a defined term, but how it's defined can lead to a lot of litigation, because if it's something vague, policyholders are going to say, well, it encompasses a huge amount of stuff, and carriers are saying, no, it's much narrower than that. The other fight that comes up frequently is just how professional was the service. Because courts have said that for it to be a professional service, it's required to use specialized knowledge, labor, or skill, and the labor skill is predominantly mental or intellectual rather than physical or manual labor. See a lot of cases about this actually in the medical arena, because inadvertent disclosure of HIPAA-protected records, missed billings, those are typically not considered sufficiently professional to trigger coverage under an E&O policy. So, in this case that I'm about to talk about, both these issues came up. And they came up as a result of a subcontractor scheme to not pay prevailing wages. It's a classic kickback. The subcontractor would write a check to their employee would endorse it back over, then they would hand the subcontractor cash in far less than the check amount. The scheme gets discovered. California's Department of Wage Fraud gets involved, and what do you know? The subcontractor disappears. But under the strict liability laws, that means that general contractor is liable for all unpaid wages, all the penalties, and all the interest. So, best practices: tender the claim to everyone. And they did. And that resulted in a denial from Great American, and I can say the name because it's a published case, and Great American denied on the basis that, ensuring somebody pays prevailing wages is not construction management. And even if it was, it's not sufficiently professional to require the CEO policy to respond. So, again, team assembles. And risk manager starts really investigating the complexity of the subcontractor scheme, which goes to show also the complexity of trying to prevent the scheme. And there had been a lot of fail-safes and a lot of thought put into it, a lot of administration effort into trying to ensure that the GC did not find themselves in exactly the predicament that they were in. Furthermore, they then also retained a construction expert who provided a declaration talking about how difficult it is to ensure that everyone is paid prevailing wages, thousands of subcontractor workers on a huge public works project. On our side, what we did was we stopped people from trying to let the carrier cure. Now, it's very much a normal instinct when you get a denial of duty to defend to want to write the carrier back and say, this is totally wrong. You guys are wrong for like 4 reasons, and you should provide us a defense. That allows the carrier to cure. And in Washington, the remedies for denying the duty to defend wrongfully are super draconian. They're great for policyholders. You can get coverage by estoppel, which means that the carrier can no longer assert exclusions or policy limits. So now the policy is completely uncorked. There's treble damages available under Washington's Insurance Fair Conduct Act. There's the Consumer Protection Act. There's bad faith. So at that moment, you know, was it we're going to have the carrier cure, or are we going to put the maximum amount of pressure on the carrier to cover this whole thing? We decided to do the latter. We filed a lawsuit, we asserted our cause of action under the Insurance Fair Conduct Act, and we immediately moved for summary judgment that Great American had breached its duty to defend, and that was granted. So at that point, the only thing left was, well, how much bad faith had Great American committed, and how much money were they going to have to pay for it? And under those circumstances, the case settled almost instantaneously. So definitely a great victory, but now let's talk about a less than ideal situation. And this involved a lawyer malpractice case and retroactive dates. So retroactive dates are in every policy, and they can be a huge problem. And that's what happened here. And a lawyer who started practice in 2011 and had the retroactive date started when he bought his first malpractice policy. But about 9 years later, he let it lapse 1 month. And he realized this, he went back and said, can I have my coverage restored? And they said, sure, we'll restore it, and we'll even put back that 2011 retroactive date, but you're going to have to pay an extra $1,000. He said, forget it. So they reset the retroactive date to 2020. The next year, he gets a suit filed against him alleging significant malpractice specifically between 2012 and 2015. No coverage whatsoever. Now, there was a partial solution here, which is kind of hilarious in its own bleak way, in that during the malpractice litigation himself, he was accused of committing malpractice. So, independently of the malpractice that caused the litigation, they said, you committed malpractice in your own malpractice litigation. He took those claims and tendered them off again. And the carrier said, denial, same thing, retroactive date. It all rises out of something that happened, before our policy period. But that was a bridge too far. I mean, sure, there's some connection. These were independent malpractice claims that arose out of conduct indisputably that happened after the retroactive date. We filed a breach of duty defense suit. The carrier realized that they had overreached, and they rolled over and paid a significant amount of money, which helped offset the fact that there was no defense relative to the majority of the rest of the claims. The problem, though, was, of course, this only got us halfway there. There's still significant uncovered liability as a result of this retroactive date having been reset, and there was lots of defense fees going forward that were not going to be covered, notwithstanding our settlement. So, one of these stories is just, again, to emphasize the importance of retroactive dates. It's something that comes up just over and over and over again. I can't tell you how many times I've looked at it or seen carriers make arguments that, because of the retroactive date and the prior acts exclusion, that something's excluded. And it gets very attenuated. It's like, well, if you hadn't started your business in 1986, we wouldn't have this lawsuit. That was a prior act. Come on, guys. But these positions are get asserted. And then the other takeaway is a broad definition of professional services. And the broader it is, the more artistic license we have as policyholder lawyers to argue that whatever claim that's being made against you fits within that definition. So if you can get broader, I always encourage clients to do that.
Okay. Take yourself back to pre-pandemic days. The days when if your patient wanted services, they had to travel to your facility. Before telehealth, before telemedicine, before everything's on Zoom and you write prescriptions electronically. Take yourself back. Now imagine that you are in a place in Oregon that is very, very snowy and has bad roads. And you can understand the following scenario. This was a healthcare client. Winter storm prevented patients from coming in for all manner of services. So, client tendered a claim for business interruption, losses, right? Lost revenues for those missed appointments, the routine appointments, the ones that were not going to be rescheduled, right? Not surgery and stuff like that, but routine appointments that were just lost the revenue from those, from this catastrophic winter storm that closed down the roads, lots of accidents, et cetera. People could not, doctors couldn't come in, the patients couldn't come in, et cetera. So that was the scenario. Our client had a group policy, was a participant, smaller provider, part of a group policy arranged for and marketed by a large national broker. This is the kind of policy where you have insurance companies subscribing to the policy on a percentage basis. In other words, they're saying, I've got, it's a $10 million policy, I've got $2 million of that. Another carrier says, I've got $3 million of that. Another carrier says, I've got $1 million of that. All of them separate, right? It's called several and not joint responsibility there. So it's basically one policy with lots of different insurance companies potentially on the hook. This is a non-traditional loss scenario, unusual confluence of events. The insurance carriers deny coverage. They say it's not a bad enough event. It didn't damage your property. It damaged other property. We don't believe that people couldn't really get in, etc. They hired aggressive coverage counsel. These are London-based insurers for the most part. Hired some aggressive lawyers, and not to pick on Californians, but these are California lawyers, and they are used to everything being class actions. They're tough, aggressive, and our client wanted to resolve it. Did not want to. I mean, it's a hospital. It's not in the business of suing insurance carriers or whatever. They're in the business of taking care of people. They wanted to settle, but they're faced with, at the primary level, 3 different insurance company decision makers, 3 different sets of lawyers that I was having to deal with. Who do I talk to make some sense out of any of this, or to get through the anger and the vitriol and the accusations of hiding evidence and stuff like that? The solution here was, they hired me, and I filed a lawsuit, and I countered the abusive litigation tactics. I think that's a fair characterization of it. Certainly that was the judge's characterization of it. Wrongfully removed from federal court, all kinds of things. So I was, staking a claim, we are going to litigate this. But really, the way this was resolved was because the broker, actually the claims advocate with this broker, who had organized this kind of group policy, was able to leverage relationships internally with the carrier to facilitate something, to find the right people in London, the decision makers, to talk to say, look, it's a community hospital, come on, let's be real here. Do you really want to take this to the mat, et cetera, et cetera? So the takeaway from this really demonstrated to me the truth of this statement, which these statements, that brokers can communicate on different channels than counsel, right? I can't call the vice president for claims at Chubb, right? That's not ethical. I have to go through their lawyer, who sometimes will take my calls and sometimes will not. And these channels that brokers have, that risk managers have, et cetera, can be much more conducive to compromise than lawyers can. So this is a successful outcome, and the client was pleased to move on.
Okay, well, we're very close to being at the end. So we'll go to our quick hits and takeaways. Just things that we always feel like compelled to talk about anytime we're talking about coverage with people. First and foremost, just know that one of the things that we're seeing a lot is that insurance applications are now the first line of battle. Used to be the carriers went to the policy first. Now they go to the application first. Was there any misrepresentation on that application, which potentially they could argue is prejudicial and voids the policy and allows them to avoid coverage? Be very careful with those applications for that reason, increasingly so. And there's also endorsements you can buy. I feel bad if I'm stepping on any broker's toes right now, but that say an inadvertent mistake on an application will avoid coverage. Based on what I'm seeing, those endorsements are more and more important. Bad is good, weird concept, but this goes to the cure idea. When you get a denial of a claim, there's a real question about whether or not you want to push back immediately or really marshal your resources to put the carrier in the most difficult position possible. At a minimum, especially with the denial of the duty to defend in Washington, hit pause and think, wow, I remember that guy Tristan talking about how badly the carriers likely screw themselves. Maybe we should really exploit that here, because if we don't, we just get a defense, and it's subject to reservation of rights, there's not going to be indemnity, we might get a deck action. For all those reasons, it's worth just considering whether or not the right response is an immediate letter back, or whether or not you want to take a more aggressive position and leverage the carrier's mistake for a much better coverage outcome. Selective tender rule. Know this, in Washington, you don't actually have to tender to your own carrier. So if you want to keep stuff off your loss run and you're an additional insured on someone else's policy, you can just tender their policy. And that is very effective. And if you have a strong additional insured regime, you can keep a ton of loss off of your policy and put a ton of it onto other people's, and that's their problem when they're going to renew rather than yours. And then I think we've talked a lot about broker magic today. I love broker magic, but that's when you're like, these guys, everyone's being difficult. We got a tough case, and the broker comes in, and all of a sudden, the problem's solved. A vehicle is added to a schedule after the loss. A part of an endorsement is somehow miraculously post-dated or predated and gets attached to the policy. Somebody calls the vice president of Chubb, who's not you, and lo and behold, hundreds of thousands of dollars of settlement money miraculously appear. It's something, I feel like putting the brokers in a bad spot here. It doesn't work every time, and certainly the magnitude of the loss, sort of depends on getting that involved. But it should be in your toolbox, and in my opinion, don't be afraid to make the ask. So I think we're at time. If there's any questions, happy to stick around.
We're on a roller coaster where we're going to that first peak. We're up near that peak and we're ready to go down. That's where we are right now with AI in healthcare. I don't know how many of you follow this topic specifically, but there's an organization called Stat Health Tech that every day talks about the latest in AI in healthcare, where the investments are, mergers, acquisitions, personnel changes. The money in this, I guess I'm reviewing the first slide, the money that is currently passing with respect to AI in healthcare is just astonishing. Very shortly, we're going to not even double or triple, but within a few years, it's going to be much more. We're spending much more than we are right now on AI in healthcare, and it's going to come. It's going to come in many forms. So we're spending a lot of money. We see Google and Amazon, and everybody's wants a piece of this. And why we're here at this point is because we've had electronic medical records for 15 years or so. I remember a time when I was an associate when it was only paper. Remember those good old days when we did paper records? But now we've had EMRs now for close to 15 years. And now that we have that data, the patient data, demographic information, they're applying these algorithms to the data to try to help us or help physicians and healthcare providers manage and treat their patients. So that's where we're at. I mean, the ultimate goal in some ways is to have this AI achieve human level decision making to assist our physicians. And in some ways, it's like that Amazon experience. You buy a pair of hiking shoes on Amazon, and then you get that next. Since you bought these hiking boots, why not this backpack? Why not the sunscreen? It's that type of experience is where it's going to go with some of its clinical decision making functions. You'll see that. So that's where we are. So just as a preview of what we're going to do, we're going to go over where we're seeing. This is a short summary where we're seeing AI-related use of AI now, and we'll go through every one of these things in a moment, and then we're going to talk about some of the litigation issues you'll see moving forward. So right now we're seeing AI being used with patient monitoring, the wearable devices, those types of things. Administratively, you're seeing AI being used with dictation, administrative functioning, appointment reminders. We're seeing what's called computer-assisted diagnosis, where the computers are looking and diagnosing pathology, imaging, all types of things. and in some instances, they're doing a better job than humans in interpreting those slides and films. And again, the Amazon experience is it's called CDS, Clinical Decision Support, where, again, you're thinking this diagnosis, why do you consider this treatment? Or consider this differential. The list goes on, and you're seeing that already. What I think is most interesting or compelling in a big picture perspective with respect to clinical decision support is it's now, in my opinion, it's like a new player in the relationship that was traditionally been between the patient and the physician. You have two people interacting. But now the chart, because it's using, in some instances where they're using AI for clinical decision support, the chart is now kind of like tapping the doctor on the shoulder and saying, hey doc, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? And it's a new interaction. In some ways it's a third party, again, involved in a relationship which was, again, between patient and physician. And there's a lot of things that are, there could be some litigation-related issues with that, and documentation issues, and charting issues with that as well. So perhaps this is, if I leave you with nothing more, or if you remember one thing here today, is just start thinking about if you're using clinical decision support, how is that looking on your chart? Do your patients need to know about that? Should you tell your patients about that? How are they going to react? Would they want to know if physicians are using AI to help the decision-making process? I know maybe it's technically not an informed consent issue. You know, informed consent is usually the surgical procedures and those types of things, getting permission to do things. But maybe it's not the worst thing to think about, you know, sharing that information with your patients as well, to let them know how involved the clinical decision support is. But anyway, on that happy note, let's talk about smart devices. It's a little easier for me to read my stuff and turn my neck around here too. We're going through right now where we're seeing some of these devices being used, where AI in some ways is being used. And we're starting with the smart devices. We all seen the commercial, heard about the smart watches where people are falling off their bikes in the woods, and then you're seeing all those types of things. You're seeing them, some wearable devices in nursing homes for patients who are fall risks, that if they put these devices on patients, they can predict if they're going to fall or not. So perhaps the big thing about the fall alarms, it just tells you when your patient falls. These devices can actually tell you based on pattern or how they're moving about that if a fall is about to take place or not. It's predicting that. You're seeing, again, the smartwatches predict the cardiology-related issues and emergencies. You're seeing some practices, there's an concern about autism, where they're training now an iPad or they'll give the iPad to the child. The camera's looking at the eye movements of the child as they're interacting with the game, and they're predicting or using those types of things to help diagnose autism. Contact tracing, as well as where we're seeing with COVID, you would see AI. Monitoring, your people have those listening devices. They're listening for people to say help or I've fallen, those types of things with elderly patients. Then you can trigger someone to check in on them or to send emergency personnel. Cameras as well. And we're seeing another big issue where what we're seeing now are the Bluetooth EKG devices, the glucose monitors and pulse oximetry that are tied in with smartphones for remote monitoring. You're seeing those things. You can go to the pharmacy right now and buy those things and have them sync in with your iPhone. Some of the potential issues that I can see as we use some of these remote devices that we need to take into consideration now is that if we're going to use these devices, for example, remote monitoring, we better make sure that these things work. We need to make sure that our clients, if it's through their iPhone, do they have a good internet service? Do they have high speed? Can these devices be supported on their internet? Do they have the ability to pay? Are they elderly patients with limited budgets who can't afford the pristine or top-notch internet platform that their provider provides? So if you're going to rely on these things, you're going to have to take that into consideration. Battery life. Do these people know how to use these things? How about calibration? If you're going to rely on these wearable devices, consideration needs to be made on these types of things. Otherwise, it's garbage in and garbage out. You're not going to get the benefit of those things. So these are things you're probably not thinking about when maybe you're advocating for your patient to use those things, but it could be an issue that comes up in one of your cases where, again, if someone can't afford good internet or a good cell phone plan, these devices just simply don't work. So things to think about. We're also seeing AI being used with speech recognition and medical dictation. We were just talking at a table, we were talking about physician burnout. Physicians are spending hours after normal working hours documenting. So a number of tech companies are really into this, the dictation system, providing state-of-the-art, basically this Siri and allows doctors to speak into their microphone or whatnot and do the dictation for them. And the accuracy is getting better and better. And I even remember when I was right out of law school back in the 90s, that there was a vendor who came into our practice and was trying to have us use digital dictation. It was great, but you know what? In medicine, even a 95% accuracy rate is not good enough. It's not good enough. So it may help with satisfaction if it's used correctly, but there are other pitfalls associated with that. For example, you still need a pristine environment to dictate, right? If you're in a busy emergency room, the microphone can pick up background noise, right? What if it's like one of those headsets and someone has a microphone here, maybe it's too close, it could be muffled or something like that, right? Or too far away, you can't hear. People still use abbreviations, texting abbreviations. Is the AI going to pick up the abbreviations? Will it pick up slang? Will it pick up accents? So it's not pristine, it's not infallible, and it's still, the bottom line still boils down to, are your physicians going to review their dictation? And if they know that these systems are great and with 99% or 97%, 95% accuracy, are they going to be lulled into a sense of, yeah, the computer's got that. I don't need to do it. I don't have time. So you're still going to have, making sure physicians proofread their work. That goes back to, again, the 90s and 80s, back with paper and stuff, and proofreading and everything. It's not changed. So although these are ways to combat the physician burnout, again, there's still potential risks with that as well. And I should have said this at the outset. If you have a question, please, at any point, raise your hand. It's better to have a conversation rather than me sit here. But this is way better than the Zoom and the Brady Bunch, looking at the screen. I so much more appreciate being here in person. We're seeing automation take over. Automated calendar reminders when patients need to come back in. My parents they live near me. They're part of a health plan. They get reminders all the time for visits. Great. They may not miss their visit, but you know what? They get so many damn notifications that they don't bother listening to them anymore. So we're creating these systems that we're trying to make them infallible and make sure. But if it's it still is a fine line. How much is too much? Are you going to create a situation where they're just completely overwhelmed with these messages that they won't even know when it's an important notification or not? Because that's the one you want them to know about, right? It's the important notification. So these constant, your labs on this, that, and the other thing, you have to be mindful of that. You can't foolproof medicine with this automation. So again, I use elderly patients. We talked about the phones and stuff. They don't know how to. If you're relying on notifications via the phone or test results to get to your phone, what if your elderly patient doesn't know how to use their phone, or doesn't like it, or uses it wrong, or doesn't have good internet? What good is that going to do? Another interesting issue, and I was asked about this, where patients get inconsistent test results. The test result was wrong, they get another. They're automated. People are more relying on automation. You're going to lose a little bit of that relationship between human beings and perhaps lose the ability, or they'll not want to follow up. Particularly, what if they get a bad result and then immediately they're after the result they didn't want initially, and then they get the good result? Well, what if the good result was wrong? What if that's a mistake? But the patient's going to think, hey, the second one was the information I heard or what I wanted. That's the one I'm going to go with. I don't have to come back in or follow up. There still has to be a human element with notifications. So be mindful of that. We can't lose track of, again, good personal one-on-one communication with our patients. Another thing too is if we're using automation for routine scheduling, what if there's an acute event? Let's just say you have a patient who has a long-term chronic cardiac condition, seeing their cardiologist once every 3 months routinely, gets those reminders. But what if there's an ER visit in between that 3 months? Will that acute visit be taken in consideration between these automated office reminders, office visit reminders? If they have an acute visit to the ER, will they assume that their cardiologist was made aware of this? And if they get the standard come back in 3 months, are they going to presume that that's okay or has the blessing of their cardiologist? So, just things to keep in mind. Automation is wonderful because it can close the gap and make sure people come in, but you still need to have that hands-on with them and not rely on these systems to do everything for you. I know there would be a tendency to want to completely, because of ease, to use these things, and it does make things, it can make things better, but just things to keep in mind. Computer-assisted diagnosis. This is where probably AI is most advanced at this point and has its most success. And that's where, again, the computers are being trained to read echocardiograms or imaging, ophthalmology, dermatology. There's apps right now where people can get their phone, take a picture of that lesion or that rash, and it'll tell you what it is. But the fine print says it's not. This isn't from a dermatologist. You still need your dermatologist. How many patients are going to see the dermatologist if they see what they wanted? They're going to be left, having that false sense of security that these things are accurate. But you're seeing those things. You're seeing this now. And again, if used in conjunction with humans, you're having some great success. And again, in some instances where they're having human reviewers double check, it's been wonderful. In some instances, AI is picking stuff up that the human reviewers do not. So, and that has also, with some exams, they're relying on computers to flag certain films for the human reviewer to look at. So it's reducing caseloads as well. So that's a benefit with computer-assisted diagnosis. But again, it's not infallible. UPMC and none of these reports that I have in this presentation, none of these things are trade secrets. All this stuff has been publicly reported. But UPMC, back my way out east, University of Pittsburgh Medical Center, published that they faked a breach where they tried to fool their AI on their imaging. These programs that are interpreting imaging studies. And they fooled the computer and humans roughly 70% of the time with fake images or falsifying the images. So these things are susceptible to attacks by people. It's not infallible. And as you can see, in this particular instance, 70% of the time, people didn't know that they were being fooled. So another reason for your cyber liability there as well, right? Some of the other things to think about with computer-assisted diagnosis, I've talked to people about this, read this. Just like anything, I have a daughter who's 14 years old, and she hates math. And she says to me, "Dad, why do I have to learn all these formulas and all these things when I grow up, I'm just going to use a calculator?" I'm like, you're right, you can use a calculator, but what do we tell them? You got to do it. You got to learn these things. This is how you learn. Well, the same mentality has to be used with our radiologists, our pathologists. We can't let these things dominate. We still have to make sure that our human students, our human reviewers, are relying on their image, on their vision, their training experience, and we cannot over rely on the computers moving forward. So we have to make sure that they're going to be just as sharp as our radiologists and pathologists were back in the 50s and 60s and 70s and 80s, I guess. But one of the other things with computer-assisted diagnosis deals with bias. I know there's some trial lawyers here. With radiologists, right? plaintiff expert radiologists. Maybe you know this, maybe you don't. The American College of Radiology has guidelines about expert witnesses in radiology. They acknowledge that when a plaintiff lawyer goes to a radiology expert to review a film, just out of the gate, that reviewer is going to be biased because a lawyer is coming to them. If the lawyer is coming to them, there's a bad result. So the ACR has guidelines that outline how experts in radiology should be approached and how they should go about reviewing films to avoid this bias. Because if the lawyer approaches a radiologist expert at the outset, they're going to know there's something bad. So they're going to see what was missing. Of course, it's like a mystery novel. You know the ending. Of course he missed it. They're going to have that bias. Well, we have to be mindful of that outside the litigation setting with these diagnoses and how the computer-assisted diagnosis and when our humans are made aware of what the computers or the algorithms say, because it can create a bias. If the human reviewer knows a computer or an algorithm has reviewed a film and said it's clear, guess what they're going to think probably? The inherent bias is it's clear. That's the inherent bias. Conversely, if it suspects something, more likely than not, the human reviewer is going to find something as well. So then what do we got to do? We have to have a blind review, right? The true blind review where they don't know anything about this. So is that really making things easier? Maybe it's adding another step, but in your practice, in your institution, be mindful of when your providers are being made aware of these early diagnoses, whether it be pathology and traditional imaging, etc. It could impact how a physician reads these films through bias. Just the inherent bias, the way the human mind works. All right. Clinical decision support. This is the real issue, or the real could be scary, be very beneficial. This is again the Amazon shopping experience, where where you have the 15 to 20 years of data. You're applying the algorithm to the data, and it's spitting out a treatment recommendation. Just like the Amazon program, the thing that's really scary about clinical decision support, they call it the black box. The black box is AI doesn't tell you the why it's recommending it. You can't ask it, why are you recommending that I use the example of the backpack and the hiking shoes. Obviously, it's obvious why it's making that recommendation, right? You're probably hiking or you're planning a trip. But if it's something more complex, AI does not have the ability to tell you why specifically it's recommending a certain, whether it be a diagnosis, treatment form. It's called the black box. It's the big unknown, and that's a scary thing about clinical decision support, because what this does is it's going to require, although it can obviously benefit medicine, but it's going to require, and you'll see in a moment with some examples, it's going to require routine retrospective analysis of whether or not these recommendations are accurate or not, because it doesn't tell you the why. You don't know the rationale why it did certain things. Matt, try explaining that to a judge when you have that error, the black box. So again, some of the pros, if clinical assisted diagnosis is used correctly, and it can be a second opinion, and if it's accurate and you're reducing errors, that's good. You're going to get better care, shorter hospitalizations, less claims. That's all good. But some of the cons, we're going to go over some of the specific issues, potential issues with clinical decision support and litigation, is that when it starts to take over and physicians aren't using their own good wits and good judgment decision where it could be an issue, it should be used to augment and not replace the decision making. And again, I mentioned we're going to go through CDS is not immune from bias. Believe it or not, there are biases. We talked about reviewer bias a few moments ago with reviewing imaging, but AI can be biased in its recommendations as well, and that's what the retrospective analysis is required to make sure that there is no bias in making decision. where the bias is coming from is that there's racial biases. Perhaps, if you're in a predominantly homogeneous area where there's mostly white people living there, and you have a minority who's coming through the system, it may not have minority data in there taken into consideration. So that's where you're seeing some of the, if the data, the pool is not widespread and well-rounded, it's not a one-stop shop. It's your data is towards a certain demographic that may not work for another demographic whatsoever. That's all based on the data that the algorithm is using. You're applying the algorithm to that data. There is FDA oversight on this, but there's little. It's been fast-tracked. There's a lot of criticism of it. There's this rush for clinical decision support. Like I said, there's a lot of money involved. And what FDA oversight is there, and you'll see it. I'm not an FDA lawyer or an approval lawyer, but what I understand is it's being, and you'll see in a moment, it's just being fast-tracked. And we talked about retrospective analysis required. So, going back to the FDA, the clinical decision support programs can avoid or evade traditional FDA oversight altogether. Certain software are not considered medical devices, depending on how they're described, so they're not being reviewed at all. And some, in what's considered a medical device, they can be fast-tracked through a less transparent 510K exception with no clinical trials. So here we go, folks. We're adopting these clinical decision support systems that are, it's wide open. It's wide open with very little review. And you'll see, this was reported about a year ago. I'm going to have to pick on Epic. I know Epic's a big program, but they had a sepsis model that was touted to identify sepsis in patients, and it missed almost 70% of their patients with sepsis. And this is what they're selling its consumers. And the frequent false alarms, we talked about fatigue. This is maybe the doctor's first experience with clinical decision support. They said, this is nonsense, it's wrong. My mom always said, you only have one chance to make a good first impression, right? So imagine if this is the first impression doctors have with AI, and it's a bad one, they're going to be skeptical of moving forward. So this is a real, I mean, it's a real issue. Again, retrospective analysis is required. It was retrospective analysis that identified this. So, and with the little oversight, you have to be very careful about how AI is being used and who you're working with. I mean, here's some good news though. I mean, there's the bad news about Epic, but at Geisinger, another Pennsylvania institution where I live, algorithms are improving echocardiogram, cardiac death risk prediction accuracy. Another UPMC model accurately predicts patient mortality where they're being transferred to a higher acute level of care. It's basically helping avoid patients or patients' family members from having too high hopes that, okay, they're going to the ICU, that means they're going to get better care. They're going to come out of this. Not necessarily. UPMC's algorithm can accurately predict, fairly accurately predict their mortality rate in that setting. And an algorithm was trained to predict pain levels in patients with x-rays, and it revealed a human bias in reviewing x-rays that we just weren't picking up before. This is all through retrospective analysis. So this is all wonderful stuff that's going to improve care, but again, you have to be, so I don't want everyone to say this is a completely bad thing, but you have to be on top of it. And we're at a point now, it's coming where we can start instituting these plans and thoughts about watching our AI. Okay, so I watched the good news between another warning shot. Here's another slide. This was just revealed, was it 4 months ago? I mentioned Staff Health Tech being at the forefront of reporting AI-related issues. They collaborated with MIT, and they did some retrospective analysis and some studies, and they conclude AI can do more harm than good if the algorithm is not routinely, again, reviewed and checked for its accuracy. Basically, I'll use the term get stale. The AI algorithm will get stale, and it'll be less accurate. And over time, you won't see immediate errors with it, but over time, as it says in the last bullet point there, signs of dysfunction are often faint, making it difficult to root out faulty information because it bleeds into decision making. So it's a slow process, but it gets stale. So you have to be mindful. But if you're not on top of these things, they conclude that AI overall, if you just blindly apply it without reviewing it, can do more harm than good ultimately. So on that happy note, let's talk about the litigation issues. To err is human, and to really thought things would take a computer. We'll do that. These quoted from the Farmer's Almanac in 1978. We had what, Commodore 64, or was it the VIC 20? Was that what we had maybe in 1970? Remember that? Looking into our potential cases, physicians will make errors based on AI. In my opinion, again, healthcare providers are going to take the brunt of the criticism for their use of AI, and there may be a new standard of care defense. If they're using AI, if they're making a decision in collaboration or consistent with AI that in retrospect was wrong, the new standard of care defense for the healthcare provider was that between their judgment and the AI recommendation that they used, the decision was appropriate or reasonable under the circumstances. So that's a good sign, right? As long as it's being used as a second opinion or a second resource, that's good. So that may be a defense, or myself and other counsel in this room will be raising in about 5 or 6 years when we start seeing these cases. But if doctors are relying on decisions that in turn primarily, or if there's wide-scale errors based on AI recommendations, it could result in, we were talking about California practice, all class action suits. I was not aware of that. Being on the East Coast, that was new to me. But you might have class action if a large population pool is affected by AI recommendations. You just have a larger class that are impacted by these errors in retrospect. And I also talked at the outset too, do we need to tell our patients how AI is being used? We may not, we may want to. What if we have that case that comes up where, the doctor did adopt what the AI said and the patient said, I wasn't aware of that. Had I known, I would have disagreed with him. I don't trust those computers. I saw a YouTube video where Karis was talking about these things. It's not accurate. They can, So maybe we don't technically have to do that, but maybe we should. And this is actually a precursor to one of my other most important things too, is, and we can do something about this now. If a patient asks for their chart and wants a copy of it, and there's an AI recommendation, whether it's CDS or whatnot, does that come up on the screen or on the paper version? Would they be able to, if they went consistent with the Cures Act, they're supposed to have the ability to look at their computer or their records now online? Are they able to tell if clinical decision support by AI is being used? I mean, how would they know? How would they know? Does it say, this is what the computer said? Do you think they should know about that? Would you want to know about that? I don't know what the answer is. I mean, but we're at a point where maybe we should start thinking about that, right? I think that if there was a clinical, we'll just think about it in our cases. There's a lawsuit, and we still get the paper record for the most part. How are we supposed to know, as defense counsel looking at these records initially, if AI was involved with clinical decision support? Is it spelled out? Does the plaintiff lawyer know? And imagine if no one knows, and then in discovery someone says, AI was involved in that decision. What? The plaintiff's counsel is gonna cry foul, and why wasn't I aware? And we need to conduct more discovery into this, and it just makes things worse. So we're at a point now where we really need, where we can, as these things are being adopted, to think how AI and clinical, decision support looks on the screen, so it doesn't become an issue with our patients and our cases. What about the vendors? We're dealing with vendors now. I mean, everyone knows about audit trail discovery, right? That's the thing here. Everyone, where people, plaintiffs' lawyers are looking for the audit trail. They compare what's on the audit trail to the record, look for after the fact alterations and all types of things. That's a big deal. Sometimes our people they change platforms. So they don't have the audit trail, so you're working with the vendors to get that information. Has anyone had success working with the vendor in that respect? No, they don't want to because they don't care. They're not involved in the case. It's a waste of time for them, time and money. They have no skin in the game. They're not going to talk about proprietary issues if there's a real error on their electronic medical record system. They don't want that information to get out. Their competitors will be made aware of it. So they're going to run away from you and not get involved. Okay, get ready for that with your vendors, your AI vendors. If they're not in the case, they're probably not going to support you. So we need to start thinking about how we're going to include them. Join them as a defendant potentially. Let's say it's a true AI issue. The AI, and again, the health system or the doctor relied on it. Can you, or is it a good decision, maybe join them as a defendant? Can you do that? Well, first you got to look at your contract. The contract may have an indemnity clause or a hold harmless clause. You may not even be able to do it if you wanted to. Then the question goes, okay, let's just say you can. Should you? Should you do it? Just like you can join co-defendants in cases, I don't know if that's the practice here locally, like joining co-defendants with other healthcare providers. Just because you can, maybe you shouldn't, because then there's finger pointing. Well, there can be finger pointing with your vendor as well. Remember, these algorithms are being applied to your data. What if your data is horrible? What if you have different algorithms applied in certain areas of your hospital or health system, and the data is not being, you have inconsistent documentation in one area, so all the data is screwed up? I mean, then the AI vendor is saying, no, our algorithm is just fine. Your people don't know how to use your electronic medical record system, and the reason why we had the bad outcome is your people don't know what they're doing. So, again, things to keep in mind. We could have those types of issues. You may have a case legitimately where you want to do it, but you may not be able to. But you'll probably have a situation in the future where you need to do that. And again, if there'll be even more reluctance for you see it already with the audit trail, you'll see with the AI vendors, if they're an old vendor, they're really not going to do anything to help you out. They just have no interest. Yeah, if there's still a currently being used, you'll probably get some help, but it can be difficult. Talking about audit trail requests, this is probably going to be the next audit trail discovery. If there's an audit trail error, the algorithm was wrong. Okay, who's the vendor? Did you do a retrospective analysis? You're going to get those discovery requests. Once plaintiffs, by the way, the good news is plaintiffs' bar isn't thinking about this right now. We're ahead of the game. This is actually, for once, we're ahead of them. But it won't be long, right? I mean, they communicate well. They talk. In my state where I primarily practice, they have a database on what each health system, their electronic medical record system can do and can't do. So they verify and they share that information. I don't know if they do that here. Maybe they do. But they'll do that. And they traditionally do a better job of collaborating with each other than defense counsel. So you're going to see similar requests. And what is audit trail discovery done in our cases, right? Costs are going up. Costs are going up. So now you're defending the medical care, you're defending the audit trail, right? And now we're going to be defending the AI. So you can anticipate the costs of defending these cases to go up. Now, the good news is that probably, if it's being used correctly, you probably have less cases, right? Because AI is going to clean things up or give assist healthcare providers. But the cases you do have are probably going to be more, they're going to be bigger and more complicated. So think about that. They're going to be asking, if there were changes to the algorithm, what were those changes? Changes to the vendor. If you want to know what your algorithm looked like 5 years ago, how are you going to get it? Where are you going to go? Who do you talk to? We don't do that now with electronic medical records, right? We have different versions. Like we have there's a version 2.8 3 years ago, and maybe the template looks different, and maybe the drop downs are different, and then the patient's there, and then three years down the road, there's another request for your records, and the templates don't match up, right? We have difficulty with that. We can't go back in the time machine and go and look and produce that information, right? Same thing's gonna happen with algorithms. How are we gonna go back and look at this? Can we archive these things? Can we snapshot them at a given time? We should start thinking about that. Start working with the vendors on how we can do that. Then if they want the algorithm, how's it gonna be produced? You don't own the algorithm, the vendor does. Just like a lot of times we deal with the audit trail. So, and the nice thing is, well, nice being facetious here, we have no precedent on this. We're still, a lot of the audit trail decisions are at a trial court level, inconsistent in each state. You can anticipate that with this AI discovery issues. There'll be inconsistent results statewide, and there probably will not be a national rule on this. And will your judge want to be educated on these things? You have a 70-year-old judge who doesn't even know how to turn on his computer. You think he's going to worry about black box and all these types of things? Trying to educate them on that. If you're in a small rural county where the judges handle everything, are they going to be? Do they want to even think about these things and how it impacts the case? And who's going to be your witness to talk about these things? Is it going to be someone from your organization? Is it going to be the vendor? How are they as a witness? Do they know how to testify? We have good people in IT at our facilities, right? They know what they're doing, but they're horrible witnesses. They're horrible witnesses. There's nothing, you can't change who people are. So who are our witnesses going to be? Who's going to talk about these things? Who's going to know how to talk on their feet and anticipate questions and give good answers? And then you finally have the person and then they leave, right? They'll go someplace else. That's what we deal with now. That's what we're going to deal with in the future. So another slide of things to think about. Okay, so physicians are going to adopt AI, and they'll both be wrong, but then sometimes they'll disregard or reject what AI is saying. And it could be for good reason, it could be legitimate, and again, it ultimately comes down to the physician. And I missed the speaker earlier today who talked about the treatment bots, but I kind of like where these therapists, what do you say, China, they're providing behavioral health therapy. That's awfully scary. Where's the human interaction there too? But they can make bad decisions. But you're going to have, using that example, maybe someone is going to consider what these bots are suggesting and disagree with it. So you're going to see a generational bias. Again, the older doctors are not going to want to necessarily adopt what AI is saying, just like they were reluctant to adopt what electronic medical records are and what they did. Or like we talked about the Epic model, they have a bad experience that just leaves a bad mark on them. They may not want to be involved in it anymore. But if they're just going to, not consider what AI is recommending, you're going to have a crafty lawyer who's going to argue, doctor, you didn't take that into consideration. You didn't even consider AI because you had a bad experience. But then the argument is going to be, then you didn't use all the tools you should have used in treating this patient. That'll be a standard of care criticism. It could be a criticism of the institution. If the institution knows its staff are not using AI, you knew or should have known or have constructive knowledge that you had an AI system that was not being used by everybody or was rejected for various reasons. You had an obligation to fix that and to make it, and to at least know about that so you can get the full benefit of what these systems do in treating your care. You can see a good plaintiff lawyer making that argument. We talked about fatigue and notices. We all are familiar with Redon Navat. She just had a criminal trial. Part of the reason why she got in trouble the way she did is that she had fatigue from all the pop-ups and the workarounds that come up. She gave a medication she should have, and she just totally disregarded 4 pop-ups that said, warning, you're giving the wrong medication and it's a paralyzing agent. If we flood our system with AI and the clinical decision support part of this thing, where it's consider this, consider that, consider the other thing, you're gonna have people get fatigued by that as well. So that may continue. And again, I talked about the institutional liability. If your physicians are not using your system, there can be ramifications on this. And then you'll have some doctors who will overly rely on what the computer says. And the criticism in that regard can be simply similar to defensive medicine. You just practice defensive medicine, you're just rubber stamping what the computer says, the AI is saying. It's excessive, it's incorrect, it's defensive, it's wrong. If they're completely just doing what the computer says. And again, if you can track these statistics, if there's an algorithm that can track how many people or how often doctors are using AI's recommendations, there can be a corporate criticism that you and your staff routinely defer to AI rather than making their own decisions. I need to just tell you for a moment, I've been talking about AI for about a year and a half now. I have developed contacts. There's people out there now that want to sell you an AI product that you and risk can use now to predict your bad doctors. Have any of you been approached by people who are aware of these things? There's not anyone else? They'll apply the AI to your system as a whole and evaluate everybody. And they're saying, hey, you can use this for underwriting purposes, who your bad doctors are, how often they're in the chart. They're looking to sell these products right now.
Nurses, you don't need a computer to tell you that.
Well, I know. Thank you. But again, look, I told you the money in this, and they're going to pitch. They're coming in perfect candor. They know I'm talking about this. They want me to bring them with. They would love to be here right now. They pitch this issue to help you with your job, to know who your bad doctors are. You probably know that already, but they'll have statistics and show you something. Do you have a question?
Wait, so they have recommendations
Right.
versus evidence-based guidelines, which we call them guidelines, and that if the physician or practitioner wants to not necessarily follow them, and there's a darn good reason why, then you can just document why they're not following the guidelines. I don't know if these AI recommendations, because I haven't seen any of these.
Yeah.
Are they based on evidence-based guidelines?
It's based. Go ahead, Warren.
Can you then document, I review the recommendations, I'm not following it because of, to get rid of this diabetic care aid patient,
Right.
so that the physician then can utilize
Right.
the patient from it.
You know, you brought up one of the things I should have brought up, but didn't. But there, as a part of where the chart is now interacting with the physician, if the physician is going to reject the recommendation, I think you absolutely, and I just completely, I'll give you credit for it, but it wasn't on my mind. I think it's wise to have a narrative section there so that the physician can explain why he's rejected it. Because for my purpose, I'd rather know in advance. I don't want my witness in a deposition 4 years down the line guessing why he rejected that clinical decision support. I think we can all agree it'd be better if he did it simultaneous or shortly thereafter so it's accurate, because they're not going to know for 4 years down the road. But that's another template that if you have clinical decision support and it's like a yes, no, or do you agree or disagree, maybe you even want them to talk about why they agree, but you definitely want to have something there if they disagree, because that's going to be beneficial down the road. So I hope that answers your question. All right. And again, we talked about bias here. We had Cal Berkeley had this system where there was racial bias associated with that as well. Physicians were relying on what AI said, and it was wrong. Where it gets really hard too is, what if you have a situation where in retrospect, AI was right and physician was wrong? And physician's employed by your health system, and you're insuring them. So you almost have it's not a conflict, but you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. You're going to argue your system was correct, but then you're going to be held accountable for the doctor who rejected it. So it can be a real issue. You have to defend what you don't have to, but you can't necessarily say well, maybe it's not the best decision to say your computer or AI was wrong, but it can create a situation where perhaps a unified defense, hospital versus physician, may not be able to be accomplished. And that's a situation where in retrospect, AI said do this, doctor did not, AI was right. Plaintiff's lawyer is going to say, the computer even got it right. How can Dr. Smith reject that? The computer even knew. So, that's what they're going to do. That's what's going to happen. You're gonna have that. Let's be mindful of that now. So, I'll take more questions, but this is like my parting slide here on maybe some of the things. These are some of the things, I don't think I've covered all these things, but again, you need to stay on top of AI right now. You need to see where it's going. You need to be aware of what the vendors are trying to sell, what your, if it's a vendor who's trying to get in there for quality assurance, what the systems can do. Because let's face it, when problems come, administration is going to come to our risk managers to try to fix things, because that's what you do. Risk managers get, stuff rolls downhill. You usually get it, okay? So it'd be helpful, right, as we know that AI is coming in droves, you need to stay up on this to proactively prevent potential issues down the line. So we talked about this before. History of changes to your EMR platform in black box. Is there a way you can do that? Because there's going to be discovery down the road where they're going to want that technical information, and it'll be next to impossible 5 years down the road. But how many of you have altered your because of COVID? You're taking better records, a better state of the hospital during COVID, staffing and all that sort of stuff. You know what we've done for COVID? Just so down the line, people were recommending this so we could really explain or educate judges why we were short-staffed. You're going to need to do that type of stuff with your electronic, if you're not already, with your electronic medical record and your AI, because it'll make your life much easier. Just if you're doing that now with COVID, try to take it on over to the technical side of things as well. Documentation on AI interaction will be difficult. We talked about this. The templates, see, there's proof. I had something on the templates. Templates, there's lack of any standards on this whatsoever. But you're going to want to have that template there now. You're going to be happy that you have it now, or you're going to start about that. You don't want to start doing this 3 or 4 years down the road. Okay, so I just told you about these guys that want to come in and look at and make quality assurance recommendations based on their AI. Will that be protected under your peer review statute or your whatever it may be? Is there a way that they can do it? Is there a way that you can make sure? Because plaintiffs' lawyers are going to find out about this at some point, and if you're not doing it, if you're rushing into hiring one of these vendors to evaluate your physician, just doing the stuff nurses do, you do it, with your good old-fashioned sense and wits, but these algorithms can go in there and see, how often the physicians are in the record, how often they're in treating patients, and they'll spit out reports for you, and you get those things, and then you have your lawsuit, and a witness blurts out that the system does this, and the next thing you know, plaintiff's counsel's going to say, I want it. So what's the privilege? What's the privilege? Make sure it's privileged. Make sure if you're using these things now, make sure that our lawyers don't get them in the civil cases. We've talked about it before. Be mindful of patients and the need to share how AI is being used. Think about it. There's no right or wrong. Something food for thought down the road. And just like there's AI being used by these vendors when they come in, I can see in the distant horizon where plaintiffs' lawyers are going to develop their own AI. And just like they're coming in now, and they want to come in and see what your system does and what it can't do, and be able to do this, that they're going to argue that they have this great AI program that can analyze the record, similar to an EMR expert, who's looking at the audit trail, and they're going to argue to the courts that they should be allowed to apply their algorithm to your data. So I don't know how that's going to shake out. We're going to obviously have some privacy arguments, all those types of things, but we never thought 6 or 7 years ago that audit trail discovery was going to be the standard, but it is now for the most part. We tried to have to end or not permit the plaintiffs' lawyers to make audit trail discovery the standard. And despite those efforts, it is a standard. Plaintiffs' lawyers have more money, and they're being funded better, and they're making the cases more sophisticated. The firms that do it are less, and they have nurses. You have some JD MDs that are, and they're really putting money into their cases. So you can definitely see them trying to advance this, to have their AI used to help their cases. So all these wonderful thoughts moving forward. I hope I haven't scared you too much, but we are at a point now, like I said, we're at the top of that roller coaster. We could, white knuckle it down, or we can accept what's coming, put our hands up, and go for the ride, and just know about what we're going to do and plan accordingly. And I hope that I've given you some ideas as you leave here on what you can do to try to create, or to, I use the roller coaster reference, but to avoid the horror show that may be down the road, or the haunted house down the road, 4 or 5 years down the road when we start seeing AI in our cases. Are there any questions or concerns? Yes?
Yeah, so with the CARES Act new information blocking rule that's coming out, to the extent that interacts with the electronic health information that is specifically mentioned as discoverable, those 8 categories of clinic notes and the related issues on that, do we have any idea how, like, preemption type issues on federal regulations for access to the electronic record are coming into play with state courts? Like, is there anything out there in the context of this where, because the AI underlying programs aren't discoverable under the federal laws dealing with those programs, that we're able to use that to stop state courts from getting into it?
I am not aware of that, but I'll be perfectly honest with you, I am not a HIPAA or a CARES Act lawyer. I know enough to be dangerous about it, and just know what I roughly know about CARES Act is patients can look at their records online right now, like you can, and if your healthcare providers can see CDS or whatever, AI-supported decision-making, why can't they? Why can't they? Practically, why can't they? They should be able to see it, right? I mean, if the rule is to make with the CARES Act to make health, it's their information to look at these things and look at how they're being treated. Why shouldn't they be made aware of what AI is recommending? So maybe there isn't, but maybe you should. Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you for being attentive. I think I'm almost right up. I don't know, maybe 3 minutes the schedule. Thanks for the opportunity. Thanks for the lunch and having a chance to meet with you all over the last day and a half. It's been a great conference. Thank you.
It's time for our case law update from the 2021 cases impacting healthcare. We have Shelley Garzon and Amanda Thorsby from Favros Law. Amanda leads the appellate team at Favros Law, providing appellate representation in state and federal court to medical professionals and healthcare institutions. Her work helps ensure that favorable trial court decisions stand when challenged in the courts of appeals and Supreme Court, and seeks to overturn unfavorable, incorrect trial court rulings in an effort to not only benefit individual clients, but create pro-healthcare legal precedent. Shelley represents and defends nurses, doctors, hospitals, and hospital staff, medical clinics, and healthcare systems in state and federal court in medical malpractice, behavioral health, licensing, and premises liability litigation. Let's welcome them.
Okay, hi everybody, I'm Amanda. So Shelley and I are going to be your guides today through the always exciting, never dull world of what has gone down in our appellate courts over the last year. And we've got 2021 and recent 2022 decisions that we're going to cover today. We've grouped them in categories because we really want to make people aware of some of the really hot issues that we're seeing get challenged again and again by the plaintiff's bar, and that we don't really have very clear appellate decisions on. So we've also included not just the cases that have been decided, but also some cases to watch that are currently up on appeal and we're waiting for decisions on. So the first topic we're going to talk about today is legal duty, then loss of chance, fear of virus claims, and I'll cover those 3. And then Shelley's going to talk about other medical malpractice decisions, including the very recent Davies decision on informed consent, wrongful death, and where we are with post-Hermanson unresolved issues that deal with the Loudon and Young's cases. So to get things started with legal duty, this first section has cases that are addressing what duties a corporation owes that courts have recognized, what duties they don't, and the scope of some of those duties. And this is probably the hottest area that I've seen lately, the plaintiffs bar really testing the waters, pushing, constantly trying to expand the duties that corporations owe, including the duty to adopt policies and procedures. Wouldn't it be nice if they could just say they have a duty to do all of these things? But thankfully, that duty was struck down by Coolin versus Group Health in 2020, and the Supreme Court didn't take that one up. But it is a really hot area, and we think it's because hospitals, corporations, they're an easier target than Dr. Jones sitting there on the witness stand. And so this is a really hot area that we want to make sure everyone's aware of. To give some context to the decisions that follow, we've got a case to watch here. This is Foster versus Bellingham Urology. It's up on appeal right now. It hasn't been decided yet, but it has a lot of these issues that are key issues that are really, we don't have clear appellate guidance on at the moment. And this case generally involves a PA's failure to diagnose a really rare type of urethral cancer. And the plaintiff missed the statute of the limitations with the PA. So he couldn't pursue the PA directly. He decided to pursue the clinic that she worked for instead. And he got really creative with some of his theories of liability. The first one is, does the corporate negligence doctrine, which we know applies to hospitals and imposes duties on hospitals, does that also apply to clinics? Does it apply to small specialist groups? We don't know. We don't know which way the courts are going to come down on this issue. The first decision that recognized corporate negligence in Washington was Pedrosa versus Bryant, and it applied only to a hospital. The rationale for that decision was really the recognition that a hospital is a community health care center. It's where people go for total health care. And so in that context, it made sense for there to be duties for the hospital to hire people appropriately, train people appropriately, credential, have safe grounds, safe equipment, things like that. And that rationale doesn't necessarily translate into a small specialist group or a clinic. But the problem with that is that the next Supreme Court decision on corporate negligence, which was Douglas versus Freeman, did involve a clinic. The case didn't address whether it was appropriate to pursue corporate negligence against a clinic versus a hospital, but the fact that it was against a clinic suggests that potentially plaintiffs are going to be able to expand corporate negligence into the clinic setting. The second issue in that case, which was very creative, was the plaintiff's lawyer is trying to say that a clinic and some of the physicians at the clinic have a duty to supervise a PA by double checking the PA's diagnosis. And the PA in that case was independently able to see patients under her practice plan. There was no issue with her being qualified to see patients, but the plaintiff's lawyer essentially argued that you had a duty, clinic, to make sure she didn't mess up because she was a mid-level provider. And that's probably not going to go anywhere, hopefully. The cases in Washington that have addressed PAs are very few, but there was one recently in 2021 called Bear versus Anderson. And that case held that a PA can substitute for a doctor, and if they do so, then the PA is held to the standard of care of the doctor. And then the final issue is whether a plaintiff can pursue concurrent claims of vicarious liability and negligent supervision. And what this means is that the plaintiff would be able to say, you, clinic, are vicariously liable for this individual, whatever they did, because they were acting in the scope of their employment. But you're also negligent for not supervising them by letting them mess up. And there are a number of cases that aren't in the healthcare context that say that kind of concurrent claim is redundant. You can't have somebody acting in the scope of their employment, the employer saying, yeah, they were doing what they should have been, and then also say, negligent supervision would apply. That doesn't make sense. They're kind of mutually exclusive claims. The issue is that in the healthcare context, this hasn't really been tested, and there are some unhelpful decisions that suggest that concurrent claims against a hospital would be possible because there's this non-delegable duty to supervise that exists regardless of whether vicarious liability also applies. And that leads into our next case today, Harris versus Federal Way in Public Schools. And this is not a healthcare case, but it does have potential implications for healthcare for the reasons I just talked about. So this case involved a 16-year-old boy who died from a heart attack during football conditioning, and the parents sued the school district. They alleged that the school district was vicariously liable for the coaches, but also that the school district didn't supervise them or train them appropriately. And what they said was that the coaches had no idea that this kid was having heart problems. They didn't know where the defibrillator was. They didn't know how to get to the defibrillator, how to use it properly. And if the district had done all of these things itself, this outcome might not have happened for the young kid. Based on the case law that I mentioned earlier, saying that these kind of claims are redundant, can't have negligent supervision and vicarious liability, the district moved for summary judgment dismissal, and they got out, they got the negligent supervision case dismissed against them. Unfortunately, Division 1 reversed, and they found that the district has a distinct, direct, and non-delegable duty to protect its students from foreseeable harm. And that was based on a special relationship that the school district had to protect its students, but also based on this non-delegable duty to do appropriate supervision and training of its coaches. So because that wasn't a healthcare decision, it doesn't directly translate, but we are worried that this is going to be fodder for the plaintiff's bar to pursue an area that they're already trying to pursue, which is these sort of duplicative claims against the corporate healthcare clients. In fighting this, we are going to try to argue that the Harris case is distinguishable for a number of reasons. One is that the supervision training claims weren't really, they were independent. They had to do with, you know, what the district needed to do on its own, like having training programs and making sure that the coaches knew how to use the defibrillator, where the defibrillator was. And that's really different than the Foster case I mentioned earlier, where the plaintiffs are saying, you, clinic, are negligent for your employee, or you're liable for your employee, and because she screwed up, but you're also liable because she screwed up, which is exactly the kind of duplicative, kind of redundant claim that the courts have rejected in the past. And we'll also be emphasizing that there's not necessarily a special relationship like there is with a student and a school district in a hospital to patient setting. And that brings us to our next case, which is a special relationship case, Koenigke versus Evergreen. And this is a good case. Finally, a little bit of good news here, potentially, for hospitals. This is a case that involved the Involuntary Treatment Act. There was a young man who was having a mental health crisis, and he was referred to the emergency department. The department evaluated him, determined that he didn't need to be detained, and so they discharged him home. He went home, he set his house on fire, he killed his mom, and his dad tried to sue the hospital, saying that the hospital had a duty to protect third parties from foreseeable acts of this man. And in doing that, really they tried to create a 2.0 version of Volk versus DeMueller, which is a Supreme Court case from a couple of years ago that held that a therapist who had this ongoing relationship with a patient had a duty to protect the patient's family and any others from foreseeable harm because there was that ongoing close relationship between the therapist and the patient. Fortunately, the Court of Appeals was not on board with that idea. They did not extend Volk to this situation. They found that one emergency department visit, even if it occurred under the Involuntary Treatment Act, so even if you're dealing with a potentially a person with a serious mental disorder, it was not enough to create extending a duty to third parties. they found that to do that, you'd have to have a definite, established, and continuing relationship, like in Volk, but unlike in here. So one ER visit, not enough to create a duty for the hospital to protect third parties. Okay, our final duty case today is Menzer versus Catholic Health Initiatives. And in this case, Division 2 struck down an attempt by the appellant to create a duty for a parent corporation of a subsidiary-owned hospital to a patient. So you have the patient, the hospital, a different corporation that owned the hospital, and then the parent corporation for that organization. And the reason that the appellant was trying to go that route was because what happened was this young newborn had newborn testing in 2005, and at that time, the Washington Department of Health was not screening for this particular genetic disorder that the newborn unfortunately had, but Catholic Health Initiatives had hospitals in other states that were routinely doing supplemental newborn screening. And so the plaintiffs were trying to say that as this parent corporation that had more robust knowledge, more robust resources, it had a duty to protect patients by requiring the most robust supplemental newborn screening that was possible at its other hospitals. The Court of Appeals disagreed with that, and they found that this was an easy question. Was Catholic Health Initiatives a healthcare provider in this case? No. Under RCW 770, they were not a healthcare provider. They didn't owe a duty to the patient. And the court declined to create some new common law duty for this parent corporation because they found that healthcare decisions really should remain in the hands of healthcare providers. And they cited the corporate negligence doctrine, which is something that has sort of gone by the wayside a little bit, but it's been part of our jurisprudence for almost 100 years, and it says that corporations shouldn't be the ones really dictating healthcare decisions, like what kind of newborn screening kids should have. Okay, moving on to loss of chance, our second topic today. Made up percentages everywhere. Percentages are here to stay. In one of the cases that we're going to talk about next, the appellant's lawyer argued that these percentages that an expert says, well, there was a 50% loss of chance or 40% loss of chance, it's all just made up. So why don't we do away with it? That was not a successful argument to the Court of Appeals. And that case is Williams versus Franciscan Health System. This is a very new case just out that may very well go up to the Supreme Court, but we don't know yet if the Supreme Court's going to accept review. And what happened in this case was there was a man who had had stroke symptoms about 8 hours before he presented to the hospital. So there was no dispute that he was not a candidate for TPA. He wasn't a candidate for any other kind of acute stroke therapy. But his symptoms did worsen a little bit while he was at the hospital before he received Plavix. And so he produced an expert who had a declaration that said, this man lost some unquantifiable chance for a better outcome if he had received Plavix sooner. And he said, stroke, time is brain, so that was a lost opportunity. He couldn't say how much or what quantity it was or anything like that. So the trial court dismissed the case. There's lots of case law in the courts of appeals saying that a plaintiff has to produce an expert who can testify as to the percentage lost chance, because lost chance cases only apply when the lost chance was 50% or below. Otherwise, you have a traditional medical malpractice case. He appealed, and he argued to the Court of Appeals, like I said, that these percentages are superfluous. They're just made up. They're not accurate. He also said that it was an undue burden to impose on some injured party to have to come forward with the percentage requirement, and that it was a constitutional infringement in the jury's right to determine damages, because he said that the percentage lost chance is really just an element of damages. The Court of Appeals Division 1 disagreed with all of that. They said, no, you have to have an expert establish the percentage, because how else could we tell if we submit a lost chance case to a jury, and how else can we tell what damages the defendant actually caused? Because they didn't cause the whole injury, they only caused the lost chance. As I mentioned, the Appellant's Counsel has indicated he's going to seek Supreme Court review. And the interesting thing is the Supreme Court's never actually weighed in on this specifically. In the Volk case that I talked about a little bit earlier, they specifically said that they weren't going to reach the issue of whether the percentage requirement had to be established by an expert. But they also said that Volk wasn't a lost chance case because the guy whose therapist negligently didn't protect the third parties killed the family. So that wasn't a lost chance case at all. So it remains to be seen if the Supreme Court's going to weigh in on this issue or if they're just going to let it rest. Our second and final lost chance case is Christian versus Tomei, the second, because this was one of the very first cases that addressed loss of chance in Division 3 and it upheld the percentage requirement. Well, it is back up on appeal after it went down to the trial court and the plaintiff found an expert who said, this isn't a lost chance case. I think you wouldn't have been injured at all. So we're going to pursue traditional causation. It's just a straight medical malpractice case, no loss of chance. The defendant appealed saying, we already went through this whole appeal once. The Court of Appeals decided this was a loss of chance case. That's your case theory. Division 2 disagreed, and they said that no, plaintiff can pursue both. They can pursue traditional but-for causation. They can also pursue loss of chance. You put them both on the verdict form and you let the jury decide if they've proven that they wouldn't have been injured at all or if they lost some chance. And that's pretty consistent, really, with loss of chance jurisprudence in the past, but it is confusing. And we've had issues trying to develop a verdict form that makes any sense at all when you have these competing claims that don't make a lot of sense going together. All right, my final topic for today, very fun one, fear of virus cases. This is a new issue in Washington, and I've included here a case to watch. It is not been decided yet in the courts of appeals, but we expect a decision any day, really. It was argued in December 2021, and either way that the Court of Appeals decides, we anticipate that it's going to go up to the Supreme Court. And the novel issue is, can a plaintiff sue because they were afraid they were exposed to a virus that they never were actually exposed to? Does that sound like a bit of a stretch? Well, there have been a lot of other jurisdictions that have looked at this question, and they have all, for the most part, said no. That for policy reasons, we're not going to allow those kind of vague fear of virus claims to go forward without some proof of exposure. Yes.
When you say they never actually were, does that mean they never actually were exposed, or they never actually developed or caught the virus and developed symptoms?
Yeah, it's exposure really, but I mean the court could decide, they could create their own rule. But let me give you the fact pattern for this case. So what happened in this case was it was a class action lawsuit. There were two classes of plaintiffs. So there was one class that was pretty small that had been treated, actual patients of a nurse who was diverting drugs. And so they may have actually been exposed to hepatitis. Some of them did test positive for hepatitis, but only a very small percentage. And then the second class of plaintiffs was huge. It was thousands and thousands of people. They all tested negative. None of them were this nurse's patients. They just happened to be in the ER somewhere at the time that she was also working. And the reason that they had a case at all was because the hospital laudably sent out a letter to everybody and said, this is what happened. We're really sorry. If you're concerned, come on in and get a free test, just in an abundance of caution. And so all of those people who came in and got tested negative. And then as investigation went forward, they learned how this nurse had been potentially diverting drugs, and they essentially ruled out that any of the second class were actually exposed to the virus. And so that was the division in that particular case regarding exposure, and the trial court dismissed that huge class of plaintiffs, saying, I don't think that's enough for a cause of action in Washington. And the Court of Appeals is deciding. And they've been deciding for 6 months since we argued it. So we'll see which way they go with that. But in arguing this case to the Court of Appeals, we emphasize that we're not just talking about blood-borne illnesses here. we are living in the age of a global pandemic, and this could apply to respiratory illnesses, it could apply to a whole host of other things. And that brings me to my next slide, which is fear of COVID-19 cases that have also been emerging. These have mostly been in the context of cruise ship cases in federal court because maritime law applies. There's one example, really, that's from the Western District of Washington, so federal court in Washington, where essentially all these fact patterns are the same. The plaintiffs say this cruise ship didn't quarantine people that they knew were exposed, they shouldn't have sailed into certain areas or done anything really with respect to COVID-19. But they never actually got COVID-19, they were just scared that they might have gotten it because of these negligent acts. And so thankfully, across the board, all of the federal decisions that I've seen have rejected these claims. They said that these exposure-only plaintiffs who couldn't prove that they were actually sick with COVID-19 could not pursue their claims. In federal court, unlike in Washington, there's this zone of danger test that requires some physical impact or actual immediate risk of physical harm before a negligent infliction of emotional distress claim can proceed. And so that's the ground that these federal courts have dismissed the fear of COVID-19 cases. But one of the judges had a really good quote that we really emphasized in the MN lawsuit, which is, given the prevalence of COVID-19 in today's world, plaintiffs' proposed rule would lead to a flood of trivial suits and open the door to unlimited and unpredictable liability. So we're hoping that in the MN case, which is going to be precedential in our state for fear of virus cases, the court's going to understand that this is going to potentially be really problematic and put some bounds around these fear of virus cases. So on that happy note, I will turn it over to my colleague Shelley to talk about other med mal cases.
So I have to give a similar apology that Tristan did earlier. I have this lingering cough. I had COVID a month and a half ago, and I just can't get rid of the cough. But I don't have COVID, and no one can sue me for fear of virus. Duly warned. I tested negative this morning. Okay, so I'm going to talk about a bunch of other medical malpractice cases or cases that may have implications for med mal lawsuits that didn't fit into any of our other buckets today. Our first one is on informed consent. And you have to a little bit ignore this slide because yesterday the Supreme Court issued its decision in this case. So the underlying case was the plaintiff, Davies, had a car accident, came to the ER, had a cervical fracture, got diagnosed with that, and the emergency physician did not order a CTA because although he had vertebral artery dissection in the differential, in his clinical judgment, she didn't have any indications of it, so he decided not to. After she was released, I think it was the next day or so, she had a stroke from undiagnosed vertebral artery dissection. There was testimony in the case that a CTA would have diagnosed the dissection, and so the argument was whether, in addition to the negligent misdiagnosis, can we also bring an informed consent case. The trial court dismissed the informed consent claim on summary judgment. The Court of Appeals reversed with this quote that I was going to struggle with how to explain to you all, but now I don't have to, because we thought, the Supreme Court said that that was wrong. And in I think, pretty rare, unanimous, defense-oriented med mal decision, the Supreme Court said a couple things. The plaintiff can argue that the diagnosis was wrong, and that would be medical negligence. Or the plaintiff could argue that there were treatment options that were available for the diagnosis he made that weren't given. That would be informed consent, but you can't have both. The Supreme Court said, unlike what the Court of Appeals said, there is no duty to inform about possible diagnoses that you didn't make. So really good opinion. It was a really important
important one for healthcare. There were a bunch of amicus briefs. The Washington State Medical Association, Washington ASAP, WHCRMS, AMA all filed amicus briefs, and so this came out good for us. Our next case is a continual reminder to our counseling community not to have relationships with patients. They just are not getting it sometimes. So in this case, the plaintiff was a counseling patient of the defendant. During that counseling relationship, they started a romantic and sexual relationship. Therapy ended in 2015. The relationship, the sexual relationship ended sometime there too. And then later in 2018, several years after the therapy ended, their relationship resumed. Ended again, so then there's a lawsuit because that's what happens. So in 2020, the plaintiff sued for professional negligence and malpractice. It got dismissed on the statute of limitations. And the plaintiff was saying, no, I'm not saying that, I'm not talking about what happened during the therapeutic relationship in 2014. We all know that would have been supported med mal, but the statute of limitations had run on that. But she was saying the statute started to run in 2018 when we started that relationship again. The provider said, well, my association says that after 2 years, it's okay for me to have a relationship with patients. The court disagreed, and the court said a couple things. They relied on our state administrative code, and also his association guidelines had been updated, both to say, no, we're not going with 2 years, you should just never do this. And also Division I on their own said there's an inherent power imbalance when there's been a therapeutic relationship. It doesn't matter that it's ended. There is always that power imbalance. So really the holding essentially is that it is never going to be okay for a therapist to have a sexual relationship with a client or a former client. Next case may not impact most of us too much, so I'll touch on it just briefly. In this case, the Seattle Fire Department sent out their EMS people. They were dispatched to an address that was close to a nursing home but wasn't the nursing home, but the EMS guys just assumed they were going to the nursing home, so they went to the wrong place. So they were 15 minutes delayed. By the time they arrived to the guy's house, he had had an MI and he had an anoxic brain injury, so there's a lawsuit. There is a public duty doctrine that provides some immunity, and that covers like police services and such that the city was trying to argue. And the court said no, just because these services in this case are performed by the government doesn't matter. EMS services typically are private. They're not one of those inherent governmental functions, and so there's not a public duty doctrine immunity. Instead, the duty is reasonable care. So a lawsuit can go forward. The next one is sort of an interesting little scenario that may not happen all that often. This one arose out of the 2017 Amtrak derailment onto I-5. In 2018, the personal representative for the deceased person in this case settled the case for the estate. At that time, based on the way the statute was and the law was, the estate was only his mother. He didn't have a spouse, he didn't have kids, so then the second tier is mom or siblings. At the time it had to be a US resident and had to be financially dependent. Mom was both of those things and the siblings were not. So the case got settled, mom's the only beneficiary. 2019, the year after this settlement, the legislature amended that law, which we probably heard about in the legislative update that year, to remove that residency requirement and remove the financial dependency requirement and make parents and siblings beneficiaries. So now the siblings now have a claim that they didn't have at the time of the settlement. Amtrak was saying, you guys settled, you released all claims to any beneficiaries potential and all the big language that we always put in, and the court said no. The court said that prior settlement doesn't release new claims that are created later by the legislature. They essentially were saying you can't release, the settlement release can't waive claims that don't exist yet. So hopefully that doesn't happen that often, but sometimes when there's statute changes, it ends up unfortunate for us. I have another new case that just came out yesterday that sort of somewhat touches on us. It's called Derringer versus Eli Lilly, and it's a drug manufacturing case. In that case, the plaintiff had a hemorrhage that led to a stroke about 2 hours after he took Cialis, and he was claiming that Cialis marketed itself all the time on, during football games, and didn't tell me that I might have this hemorrhagic stroke. The drug manufacturer argued that the learned intermediary doctrine, which means that in this case, it means that the prescription drug manufacturer can satisfy its duty to warn, duty to the patient, by adequately warning the physician. So the physician is the learned intermediary between the drug company and the patient. And when the drug company tells the doctor, they don't have the patient. They have to tell the patient. That was a new question, and so it actually was a federal case, and they certified that question to the Supreme Court. And so yesterday, the Supreme Court answered the question: is there an exception to that learned intermediary doctrine when the drug manufacturer advertises directly to consumers? And there's a lot of stuff in the briefing on the plaintiff side talking about we're in a different world than when the learned intermediary doctrine really got going. There's all these commercials and everything, so we think the law should change. The Supreme Court said no, which is good for drug manufacturers, and I think not so good for all of us, because it refocuses the emphasis on the duty to warn with a physician. And in its decision, the Supreme Court talks about the physicians exercise independent judgment. Patients primarily rely on the physician's independent judgment. The doctor decides what facts should be told to the patient, and it's difficult for a manufacturer to communicate directly to the consumer. And so really, this helps the drug companies at the expense of the doctors by really putting the duty onto their shoulders pretty much solely. The doctors will still have a claim potentially up to the drug manufacturer if the drug manufacturer gave them false information or didn't give them correct information, but as to the patient, it's on our shoulders now. All right, and then I think every year for I don't know how many years now, we've been talking to you about the development of Loudon, Young's, Newman, Hermanson. So we want to recap a little bit where we are today. We don't have any new decisions yet this year, but we have cases that are in the hopper and probably some that we don't even know about. And this really is the line of cases that talks about the interplay between the corporate attorney privilege, the physician and patient privilege, and ex parte contact. And so I see some new faces. If there's anybody who doesn't understand what those mean, let me just explain that just for a little bit. So corporate attorney-client privilege, your health system's defense lawyer is the corporate attorney if the health system or the corporation gets sued. And there is privilege with the corporation, which of course corporation is made up of people, so with some certain people. On the opposite of that, there is a privilege between the doctor or the provider, the nurse, whatever, and the patient. And so those privileges are in competition. And they're especially in competition when it comes to ex parte contact. And what that means is when one lawyer in this case can talk to someone without the other party there. So plaintiff's attorneys can do this all the time. They can go out to treating providers. They can talk to whoever they want to. We can't because of the patient-physician privilege. We can talk to some of the corporation employees sometimes because we have the corporate attorney privilege, but that's where it gets kind of tricky. So we have in the packet that you guys will get after this, we have slides that are a lot more detailed than the ones we've been giving you today. We also have this one, which has a lot of words on it, and I just want to reassure you, you're going to get this in your packet, so you don't need to write it all down. We just wanted you to have it for reference later. But in a nutshell, in '88 was Loudon, and to protect the physician-patient privilege, Loudon held that defense counsel couldn't have ex parte contact with downstream treating providers. We all know that. We can't go call up their primary care doctor. It doesn't work for us. Used to be able to, but can't anymore since the 80s. Then we have Young's, which came out in 2014, and that limited Loudon's prohibition on ex parte contact by corporate defense counsel only insofar as it related to information about prior and subsequent treatment. So we, under Young's, we can talk to an employed provider about the negligent acts and the things that they're being accused of in the case, but we can't talk to them about unrelated prior and unrelated subsequent. And then we had Hermanson 2 years ago in 2020, which expanded Young's to the functional equivalent of employees, meaning independent contractors, and other healthcare providers like nurses and social workers. We all thought that was the case, and that case just confirmed it. So that's the line of cases. Where does that leave us now? We still have, unfortunately, a bunch of unresolved issues, and the plaintiffs' attorneys love this area and have been very successful at making all of our jobs really difficult, and so that's going to continue. They're going to continue pushing the bounds of Loudon and Young's and Hermanson. So some of the, some of the issues we'll talk about, they're outlined on this slide, but we think that it's really only a matter of time before these things get up to the appellate courts and up to our state Supreme Courts. This year, we're aware of two, and I'm sure you guys might be aware of more. There's probably more coming down the pike, but the ones that I know about, one, there was a trial court that issued an order prohibiting the hospital's defense counsel from having ex parte contact with a non-party nurse, meaning wasn't named as a defendant, who is a former employee, but whose care and treatment was at issue. So they said, because they're a former employee, even though they were involved in what is being claimed as negligent, the hospital's counsel couldn't talk to them. That the appeal was sought, and the appeal was granted. Not granted, but the court accepted review, and then the trial court vacated the order, so that one unfortunately is not going to get decided. There's another really similar one happening where healthcare system counsel had ex parte communications with non-party physicians who were employed at the time of the care, and they participated in the care at issue, so they might be negligent, allegedly, and then later they left employment. Some of them were residents, so they moved on. Discretionary review just got accepted in this case, and so we'll be updating you either next year or the year after, depending how long everything takes. And that one. So in the meantime, we don't know, nobody really knows. So I have a couple practice pointers here that Amanda and I have developed, but I have to tell you this is not legal advice. And every case needs to be evaluated case by case. And I really mean that. In part, who's your plaintiff's attorney? Your defense counsel can really help you figure that out, because there's some who are going to be agreeable, there's some who are going to fight every single thing you ever, every thought bubble that ever crossed your mind, and everything in between. And there's lots of other really case specific, so talk to your defense counsel about this. But here's a couple scenarios. And really, it seems like the most important variables are employment status, involvement in the care to the extent we know what the issues are about in the care, and sometimes we don't, and then status in the case, if they're a named defendant or not. So for employed providers who are not named as defendants, but who plaintiff alleges are negligent, this one should be easy, but everybody knock on wood. Young suggests that the Loudon prohibition doesn't apply. The plaintiffs, when they file a lawsuit and they say someone is negligent, they waive the physician-patient privilege. And so under Loudon, which is the protection of the sanctity of the patient-physician relationship, doesn't apply because it's been waived. So we think this is right, and we hope that's not brought up on appeal, and we're proven wrong. Former employees, it gets a little harder. So there's a couple scenarios here. Former employees who may be involved in or have knowledge giving rise to the litigation. And so if corporate counsel was representing them before they left employment, we would argue that there's an existing attorney-client relationship and that should trump any physician-patient relationship and allow us to continue representing them, continue having ex parte contact with them. So leaving the employment, we would argue, does not extinguish the existing attorney-client relationship. Again, this is an area where we're going to see plaintiffs' attorneys pushing. We already see them pushing. Some things that you can try, that we can try, are entering into a RPC compliant joint representation agreement. If it's a key provider, if their care is being targeted, if they have a vested interest in the lawsuit, or if their deposition's been requested, those might all be really good times to get it in writing while they're still employed, and it would be a conflict waiver. You're agreeing to joint representation. We have to caution you, because I was going to go out and do this with everybody I ever talked to, until Amanda pointed out a little footnote in Hermanson, which warns about exactly doing that. That if you're doing blanket agreements with all providers who have any involvement in the care, it's going to be viewed as a workaround rather than a legitimate effort to protect the interests of your client. And Hermanson has a footnote that warns that this is not that case is not allowing any corporation to circumvent a plaintiff's physician-patient privilege by entering into a representation agreement with a treating physician, rendering the physician-patient privilege moot whenever the corporation chooses. So my idea gets panned, but you can kind of, to the extent you can, figure out if somebody is going to be a real key player. That's a practice pointer you can consider. The other, another scenario might be they were employed at the time of the care, but by the time of the lawsuit or by the time of the deposition request or whatever the case may be, they already have left employment. Seems like that's happening to me a lot right now and last year with turnover, and that's really challenging. The current law suggests that the corporate counsel, the hospital counsel, can't have ex parte contact with them, even if their care is at issue. So what can we do? Sometimes our clients are appointing separate counsel to them. However, there's been litigation about that too, saying that we can't even talk to their appointed counsel. So that helps a little bit, but it doesn't really solve the problem. Another thing, you can try to see if plaintiff will consent to joint representation with the corporation. You can talk to them about how that's going to save everybody's costs. It's going to make the litigation more efficient. I've had some success with that, and some people are never ever going to agree to that. A third thing to consider is trying to bring a motion to the court that you can represent those people. And you would want to be ready and looking for evidence suggesting an ongoing relationship with the provider and the corporation. So Newman, the case that created the problem in this area, it was the football case that Amanda was talking about, or no, a different one, said everything changes when employment ends. When the employer-employee relationship terminates, this terminates the agency relationship. As a result, the former employee can no longer bind the corporation, no longer owes duties of loyalty, obedience, and confidentiality for the corporation. So we would argue that's different in healthcare, because when an employee leaves their employment with you, they still have HIPAA obligations, they still have confidentiality obligations. Sometimes their contract may have a duty to cooperate. So we would want to gather all of that and use that in a motion to say that there is still enough connection there that the corporate attorney should be allowed to represent the plaintiff. And then if you have the court's blessing, then you're okay. I think that is all of our discussion, and we are open for questions.
Shelley, have you brought that motion before?
No, we've thought about it.
I think I've even written it.
Yeah.
Get it to the filing.
Yep. Has anybody else brought that motion? No? Whoever brings it, we have to share briefs.
I just wanted to circle back really quick on the fear of virus case. I realized I didn't really answer your question about what it would look like, actual exposure versus actually getting sick, that kind of thing. And what courts in other jurisdictions have said is that there has to be a scientifically accepted method of transmission. And so what that looked like, for example, in one case was a baby that was infected with HIV. And this was during the time when HIV was sort of a stigmatized illness. And a doctor had left a needle that it had just injected the baby with in the crib next to the baby. And a nurse went in to get the child out. She poked herself with the needle. And she never actually tested positive for HIV, but the court allowed her fear of virus claim to go forward in that scenario because that was a scientifically accepted method of transmission. She could have gotten infected from that. Versus there was another HIV case in a different jurisdiction where there was a dental student who later was determined to have been HIV positive when he was operating on dental patients. And a bunch of the dental patients sued, saying that they were terrified that they had become infected with HIV, but there was no evidence that he had nicked himself or bled or anything. It was just pure fear of the virus because he happened to be infected with it. And the court said, no, that's not a scientifically accepted method of transmission. And so that's really what we were arguing to the court, is sort of a concrete delineation there. It's been interesting. Yeah, the plaintiff's lawyer has been very interesting. So he hasn't gotten his reply brief in, and I think he's at 6 extensions, so see how that goes. But he's got some hot issues there, unfortunately, for all of us.
Shelley, we're the intermediaries around for a few years now, rising out of the profession robot, right? And as I looked at that a few years ago and tried to get some traction with it, operationally, the healthcare system works because of the discharge from the manufacturers, not just the drug companies, but the manufacturers inside a healthcare system, and the burden that puts on lots of people inside. And I'm just wondering if there's any pointers out there from anybody else that has tackled that in their system, because I've been in a couple of systems, and it's difficult to wrap your arms around operationalizing all the training, all of the consent, all of just on and on and on, where it seems like the manufacturers are able to see you later, it's on you now. And the struggle is trying to figure out how to safeguard the staff and physicians.
Yeah, I don't know of any, maybe somebody else does, because that would be more of an internal risk issue. I'm not aware of that, but the Supreme Court does say that it's, yeah, they're allowing the manufacturer to do that. The plaintiffs, I mean, we didn't, our community didn't take a position in that, but we were kind of more aligned with the plaintiffs. And the plaintiffs were arguing that in the land of Googling and patients are coming in with all kinds of information and demanding this and that of their doctors, and the Supreme Court did not buy those arguments. So, the operational issues you're talking about are really important because the Supreme Court just said, yep, it's on doctors.
Has there been anything else besides the Harrison case in the state of Washington? Is there anything else percolating out there that we should be aware of?
I'm not aware of any, and this one just came out yesterday.
Okay, because it's been pretty quiet from what I can tell.
Yeah.
I couldn't hear any of that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So we were talking about whether, given the drug manufacturing case I was talking about, and the Supreme Court endorsing drug manufacturers, pretty much saying, I give the doctors the warnings and I wipe my hands of that, what is best practices really within the hospital. And I don't have any tips on that other than to say the Supreme Court told us yesterday that that there should be best practices, and the duty is squarely on the shoulders of providers, in spite of the plaintiffs trying to argue in that case that with patients now getting bombarded on TV and on Google and coming in demanding and asking for specific drugs, that we should there should be more duty placed on manufacturers to tell the truth and to warn and all of that. And the Supreme Court did not buy that argument. So it is on doctors' shoulders. And Pat was asking if I had any tips, and I don't, other than that it is something that should be addressed because the duty is on the doctors now and providers.
So how do they look at the opioid issue with all the misrepresentation by drug manufacturers and all of the knowledge? How do they reconcile, from a legal argument, that the fact that how can a provider be responsible if the manufacturer's not told them the truth?
Yeah, they didn't address that. The opioid litigation is really complex as far as who's been parties and what the claims and allegations are. And I think there's been all kinds, it's in national multi-district litigation, and I don't know the status of it, but I know that there's been claims on all sides of whose responsibility is it.
But you could say the same thing for a new class of drugs.
Yeah.
They're going to say what they need to say to sell it, especially on TV.
Well, yeah, I mean, the case that came out yesterday was a Cialis case, and those kinds of meds are heavily marketed. They don't say, they might say, oh, blah, 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 like that, but they don't say you might have a risk of stroke and you might do this and that. And the court said that's the responsibility of the doctor to have the conversation, not the manufacturer. So, unfortunately.
Where does pharmacy come into that? What about when they go pick up the med, I mean, they have the opportunity to ask questions, there's the information,
I can't remember if pharmacists were talked about in the case, but they would come more under the doctor side instead of the manufacturer side. So the duty's going to be on them too.
Hello, thanks for having us back. I will let Kara go ahead and get started.
Thanks for that introduction. We, as were just introduced, I'm Kara and this is Zosha. I'm the Policy Director of Legal Affairs, and Zosha is the Vice President and Associate General Counsel at WHCR. Here are our goals for today. We are going to talk a little bit about this past legislative session and give you an overview of what bills were passed and how that impacts healthcare in Washington State. And also we're going to discuss what's coming up next. What sort of things is WHCR doing right now during the time that's not legislative session, during what we call interim, and what do we see coming up for 2023, and the bills that didn't necessarily pass, but that we expect to show up again. So this is a map of all of WHCR's members, and one thing that's a little unique about this that we're really proud of is that WHCR's members include all of the hospitals in Washington State. And this is pretty unique for a hospital association. Membership is optional. And so the fact that all of the hospitals in Washington State are members of WHCR is something that we're pretty proud of because it reflects how much the hospitals value their membership in our association. So what does WHCR do? So the three key areas of WHCR are safety and quality, government affairs, which is SOCIA in my area, and then data analytics, which kind of helps provide the information and data that helps government affairs and safety and quality function. And then up there you also see the coordinated action on major issues and the power and unity. And the real power behind this is the fact that all of the hospitals in Washington State are members. And so an example of this that, again, we're really proud of comes from COVID. In other states, you may already know that because so many patients were hospitalized, lots of hospitals had to enter crisis standards of care. In Washington State, that's not true. No hospitals have entered crisis standards of care, and that is because we have been able to coordinate with all of the hospitals. And so the hospitals communicate and work together here in Washington and have agreed that if one hospital enters crisis standards of care, then all hospitals enter crisis standards of care. So the hospitals have been able to transfer patients between each other to ensure that nobody has entered crisis standards of care here. And that is just one example of how coordination works in Washington to benefit all of the hospitals and benefit patients here. All right,
so before we talk about what the legislature actually did this year, we'll talk a little bit about the politics, the political background, because that, although we do a lot of work in our policy and budget is our world, the politics definitely come in. If I go to the next slide, I can click it if you want. Sure. All right. Totally works. So a couple things about the politics of Washington State. The way that our legislature works, right, is a biennial structure. So there's 2 years in each legislative kind of cycle. The first year is the odd year. It's a 105-day legislative session, and they have to pass the budget. The second year is the even year. It is the 60-day session. It's a short supplemental section, or session, I should say. They do pass budget, but it's not the really big budget that if they don't pass, the state has to stop working. So interestingly, this session, the legislature actually did spend a ton of money because it turns out the forecast was way better than anyone thought it would be. But it's an interesting piece of the kind of balance of policy and budget. This session was largely virtual. Last session was completely virtual. First time our legislature had ever done virtual sessions. So a lot of, as you can imagine, having done all the Zooms and Teams and everything, that is a weird way to make policy. And interestingly, I think the legislature had to kind of come back in this year and do some cleanup. Because if you don't have that opportunity to talk to stakeholders and really work issues, if you're just in like a little Zoom box, there's not maybe enough voices in the room to have really good policy. The second thing is that in addition to the legislative session and year whatever this is of COVID, year 100 of COVID, the state was doing redistricting, which is the 10-year cycle. So that was interesting. You probably saw there's some litigation about that. And then also, let's see, it's half the Senate, all the House is up for re-election this year. And there is a freeze in any kind of fundraising or campaigning during session. So lots of incentive for everybody to just do 60 days and be done and go and run for office. So those are kind of interesting backgrounds. And then of course the politics, right? The federal politics influence the state politics. We're a largely progressive, Democratic-led state, but the federal politics do have an influence, so it's interesting to see how that all plays out. So as I said, we are a state that has a Democratic governor, Democratic-led Senate, Democratic-led House. That's interesting because you have a lot of kind of like minds and voices, although there's still some disagreement. We actually like more of a balanced approach where the House and Senate have different leadership and control, and you get that funneling effect where you have lots of ideas. And then there's a funnel that sorts out which ones are ready, which ones are are right, which ones are good, and which ones might not be. So it's interesting to see this level of control in Washington State. It hasn't always been this way. And we'll see if what happens after the midterm elections. So big picture, what happened in addition to healthcare this last legislative session, the legislature had to fund education, which has always been a huge challenge in Washington State. Also transportation, fish culverts, lots of other things they had to figure out how to fund. The legislature also spent some time on crime and policing, so social justice, law enforcement reform. And also, obviously housing and homelessness, the price of housing, access, supports are a big deal, in addition to healthcare. My very favorite thing that they did was they passed an official state sport, which is pickleball. So congratulations, we have an official state sport, it's pickleball. I always pick a bill that I love, but this is my favorite bill this session. All right, on to the budget. I would rather talk about pickleball than the budget, but the budget is important. So the final budget, this is probably 2020, when COVID just first, occurred to us all, unfortunately. There's a lot of question about what the state economy would look like, and a lot of things got cut, a lot of kind of tightening of purse strings. But in 2021, leading into the 2022 legislative session, it turned out we had a lot of extra money. And so the state, because they're progressive liberal folks, are willing to spend money on things they care about, which is great. They spent a ton of money. This is a really big budget that they passed. I will say all of WHC's priorities were funded, which we were very proud of, and the difficult to discharge issue, which is like patients who get stuck in hospitals without having to be there. This $549 million is the most money they've ever spent on that issue, which is amazing. It's necessary, but not sufficient. We'll get to that later. The other one I'll highlight is the behavioral health budget pieces. Again, we have always had a challenge with behavioral health access. I'm proud that there's been some funding there. More to come. So on to, well, I should pause and say, if you have questions, please ask. I'm sure you'd love to hear us for just an hour, the two of us talking, but if you have questions, please pose them. We're happy to chat. So policy outcomes. So probably not surprised about what our priorities are. Same ones I think I told you about last year or the year before. But our main priorities are to make sure that patients have access to affordable, quality, safe healthcare, that hospitals can continue to run as institutions, and that we maintain a nice, what I like to call a good regulatory structure. Liberal Democrats are also very willing to regulate everything, which is an interesting thing. All right, so the first bill that we have is the nurse staffing bill. This was the top priority for the association. As you can imagine, it's been a really hard time to be in healthcare. It's been a hard time to be human, but to be in healthcare, I think it's been especially concerning because we had, hospitals who were at 150% capacity, staff who were being asked to work. You all were there, right? Worked enormous hours, a lot of questions about PPE, safety, patients coming in without being vaccinated, that question about, what are we doing to keep each other safe? So a lot of feelings and worry about the ability of hospital staff to continue to provide care. This bill was proposed by the nursing unions. We agree with the problem statement that we don't have enough capacity in our system and enough capacity to bring more workforce on. Didn't agree with the solution that they proposed. The biggest piece here is this nurse mandatory ratio. I'll say the only other state in Washington, the US, that has a mandatory ratio is California, which does not have better quality or safety outcomes. So we did a lot of work to educate on this bill. It didn't pass, but it will definitely be back. This is an issue I think will be pretty.
Charity care. This was also a pretty significant bill. It did pass. This is a sizable expansion to the state's charity care law. This came up initially as a representative's son. He had a really high deductible healthcare plan. Really high deductible. I think it was like 10,000, maybe something around there. And he got into an accident or had an injury and went to one hospital where the charity care discounts were not quite as high as they would have been if he had gone to a hospital that was a couple miles down the road. And this really bothered her. And so she started working on a bill with the Attorney General and to expand the charity care law. There's obviously other things that could have been done. High deductible insurance, one of them, but we won't go there because we ended up working on charity care, and that's what happened. So we General negotiated this bill extensively. The original bill was quite a bit more impactful, particularly on our smaller hospitals. And so we helped to come up with this two-tier system that you see here. And the two-tier system is, it separates the smaller hospitals, independent hospitals, rural hospitals into tier 2, which has discounts that are not quite as high. And tier 1 has the larger systems that can sustain those larger discounts and are not quite as impacted by those larger discounts. And in fact, many of them are already giving discounts, charity care discounts that are at these levels. The bill also has new language around Medicaid eligibility. It requires hospitals to assist patients with applying for Medicaid if they're eligible for retroactive Medicaid. And it allows hospitals to deny patients charity care if those patients refuse to comply with that application process, if the hospital so chooses to do so. This new law applies to care as of July 1st and is not retroactive. So care provided prior to July 1st of this year is not impacted. And that was something that we very much pushed for so that it wouldn't get really confusing. It's only care provided July 1st or later. Policies that are in effect right now can be applied to care provided before July 1st. So hospitals should have their new charity care policies to the Department of Health already. They should have been submitted by June 1st because they need to be submitted 30 days before they go into effect. And we anticipate rulemaking around this new bill will be happening over the course of this summer, and that will also take into account a charity care law that was passed in 2018. So it will significantly impact the charity care regulations, and we will be working with hospitals around that. We have many, many resources on our website, and me and Sosha are also good resources to reach out to if you or anyone at your hospital has any questions about this new law, because I know that it can be super confusing.
Yeah, thank you, Kara. The other thing I'll add is that charity care is a requirement that's specific to Washington State. It applies to licensed hospitals and requires hospitals to provide free or reduced health care to people who meet certain family size and income thresholds. So if you don't work for a hospital, it's less applicable to you, but it is important to know because it is really helpful for people to access care.
Great. Moving on to a different bill. This was a proactive bill that we got passed, and we were really happy about it. This replaces a MRSA law that was not actually being used during the pandemic. There was a waiver in effect, and so this was a great time to replace it because the MRSA law that was in effect was really out of date, and it took away hospital resources to be focused on one pathogen that could have been used in other ways. So because there was a waiver in effect, it was a good way to point out and say, hey, nothing's burned down, even though this waiver is in effect. Can we put a new law into place that is more evidence-based and more up-to-date? And so we were able to replace the former MRSA law with a new law that relies on up-to-date evidence and allows hospitals to redirect their resources towards new risk assessments and alternate pathogens other than just MRSA.
I think also having COVID around was helpful to say there are more than just MRSA as pathogens that you might want to be thoughtful about.
Yeah, exactly. Distributing opioid overdose reversal medication. So this is a great example of an issue that members brought to us. During this time of the year, during interim, this is the time that we're working on issues that will be bringing to the legislature next legislative session. So members oftentimes bring those issues to us, and this is an example of one of those. So in 2021, a bill was passed requiring emergency departments to distribute opioid reversal medication, often called naloxone, to patients that are at risk of opioid overdose. But there was an error in that bill, and one of the things that it did is it eliminated the ability of nurses without prescribing ability, so RNs in particular, to distribute that medication. So as of January 1st this year, nurses could no longer distribute naloxone MDs. And so we needed to fix that. And so in 2022 legislative session, we drafted a fix to that law, and we were able to get it passed with an emergency clause so that as soon as it was passed, it went into effect, and nurses are now once again able to distribute the emergency, the opioid reversal medication in the EDs, and we were really happy to see this passed.
Right, so this one is back to you. So this is the issue that I raised before about patients who get stuck in hospitals who don't need to be there. So patients who have a non-acute need, they need long-term care, home health, a skilled nursing facility, something that's not a hospital, but they, for some barrier is keeping them in a hospital bed. And at a time where, our hospitals are still at 95, 100% capacity, not a lot of excess beds, we'd estimate at any given time somewhere around 10% of acute care beds are being utilized by a non-acute patient. And I'm a big fan of hospitals, big proponent. Nobody wants to live in a hospital. It's not some place you want to live for a very long time. You don't have to. One of the issues there's a bunch of barriers that occur, but one of the issues is a change of interpretation by the state. So previously, if you had a patient who lacked capacity, couldn't make their own decisions, needed to discharge to long-term care, you could use a surrogate decision maker if the person didn't have a power of attorney, right? So the informed consent statute has a whole list of, your spouse, your kids, your parents, the people that you would want to make your decisions. Unfortunately, DSHS changed their interpretation of a federal law, and that resulted in the Medicaid agency taking the position that if you don't have a power, if a patient doesn't have a power of attorney, they have to have a guardian. Guardian is a really intense process. It takes, look at Heath, he knows this well. A really intense process, takes a very long time, involves a lot of court process, especially at a time when our courts are very backed up, and they kind of still are with the civics and civil side. This resulted in a lot more guardians needing to be sought where the patient wouldn't otherwise have had to have a guardian. So we did support a bill this last session to fix that issue, to go back to say you can use the informed consent statute. Unfortunately, that bill did not pass. We will continue to work on this issue because we do think it's one that needs to be addressed. We are talking to CMS and a number of other entities about this issue. We continue to rattle cages, so we're very hopeful that we will eventually find a fix.
What were the objections to that? Who didn't think that was a good idea?
Yeah, so I think there were a couple things going on. So one, the Uniform Guardianship Act was passed a couple years ago, went into effect January 1st of this year. So there were some people who said, look, we just reformed the guardianship structure, so let that go into place, see how that goes. It's too early to make a change in January 2022 when it just went into effect. There are other people, other advocacy groups who said, the guardian is not always the right answer. A guardian is a very restrictive legal process. You don't always need a guardian that takes all of someone's rights. And we said, we absolutely agree. We don't think you always need a guardian, but didn't quite get on the same page of yes and what else can we do? I think also DSHS is really, I appreciate it. They said, look, federal law says it's a patient-centered decision making, and you have to have somebody who can make a decision for the patient if they can't. And it says look to state law, and our state law informed consent statute doesn't explicitly say long-term care, it just says medical care. And so they said that means that you can't then use a surrogate for that long-term care, non-medical care. So I think that nobody thinks people should have to wait in the hospital. Nobody thinks that the guardian is always the answer. But in some ways it's easier sometimes to take the path of least resistance, which is leave a patient in the hospital and wait for a guardian. So the other problem I think is a lot of people don't have a power of attorney. It's not, unfortunately, not something that a lot of people have. People don't have a power of attorney. But that's the other challenge. So more to come, hopefully. We'll find a way forward on that. Let's see.
This was a bill that WHCRMS very much supported, and it goes along with some of the budget issues we already covered. This bill is one that established a Medicaid coverage for something that had already had a year-long pilot for it, which is partial inpatient, intensive outpatient treatment for children and partial hospitalization for them for behavioral health treatment. And so we were really excited to see that pilot both expanded and to see the program expanded starting in 2024 for the coverage to be expanded. So that was something that we were really supportive of, and it did pass. And then telemedicine has been a hotter topic since the pandemic, as you can imagine. And there were 2 telemedicine bills that passed this year. One of them prohibited audio-only telemedicine facility fees for hospitals, prohibited hospitals from charging facility fees for audio-only telemedicine. The other one that had a little more action around it was establishing a timeline for an established relationship for patients that are doing audio-only telemedicine. And for behavioral health patients, the timeline is a little shorter, and that's only 2 years. It's 3 years for behavioral health patients. It's longer for behavioral health patients, and 2 years for all other patients. So that's basically for billing purposes. So for an established relationship, you have to go see your provider in person to have an established relationship. Video will qualify as an established relationship until 2024, as an in-person visit, as a substitute for an in-person visit until 2024.
So back to the issue of long stay patients, which is, you can tell, it's my issue and I feel very passionately about it. One of the challenges that we see, and I think it's become more challenging in the pandemic even, is the issue of people who qualify for DD or ID services, so developmental intellectual disabilities. They are served by our state DSHS DDA office, Department of Developmental Disabilities Administration. There's how that goes together. That system has never worked exceptionally well. In fact, it's been kind of crummy and it's been underfunded for a very long time. We find that for hospitals experiences that there can be instances in which a patient is a DD patient eligible for DDA services, had a placement in the community, doing okay, and then something happened and that patient no longer could live in that community setting. But there's not a lot of respite or crisis or kind of stabilization services available, so that patient will end up in a hospital because they're safe. And maybe they needed some medical care, maybe they didn't, but they'll stay for a very long time because our DDA system doesn't have the capacity to really care for all the population that needs those kind of services. And you can imagine, again, hospitals are not someplace anybody wants to be when you're not needing acute care, but if you're potentially somebody who needs a lot of routine or a lot of support, you have a routine you are used to, being in a hospital which is loud and bright and noisy and beeping is not a great place for you to be, and we do have instances in which patients really don't do well in that setting. And they can harm staff and harm themselves. So we were supportive of a number of bills to begin to address the capacity of the DDA system. We think these are very much necessary and very much not sufficient, but we are pleased the legislature is paying attention to this challenge. One of the challenges can be that there are not enough facilities and not enough staff and insufficient Medicaid funds to incentivize folks to care for these patients. So we are pleased with these bills and we will continue to work on this issue.
Hey Zosha, on those DDA bills, do you have a sense of a realistic timeline when you might see some improvement for them?
That's a great question. Maybe I'm just not an optimist today. I'm not feeling like it's going to happen anytime soon. I do think that there are some good advocates in the legislature. I think Rep. Macri from the Seattle area is taking an interest in this issue. Senator Braun from the Lewis County area also is a great proponent of this. So I think these bills are kind of like, there's one big one that's like fundamentally, hoping to restructure, but that's a lot of like the state doing reports and the state reporting on themselves and observing what might be opportunities for improvement, and that will take a little while. There's some smaller pieces around. There's within the DD system, right? There's the funded slots, people who are entitled, they have funding, and there's the unfunded slots they're kind of waiting
your services. So one of these bills is we should have a better process for tracking our lists. And that seems like a very small thing, but again, necessary mass addition. So I'm not holding my breath it's going to be an overnight change, but I do think it's in the right direction. And we haven't had a lot of DD bills before, so I'm hopeful that this indicates a willingness to move in that direction. The other possibilities legislature sometimes says like, hey, I already gave you money for that, I'm not doing it again. Go with your money and figure it out. So we'll continue to advocate for more attention to this issue. Oh, this is me. All right, so there's also a lot of interest, and you understand why, in the affordability of healthcare and access to healthcare and the impact of hospitals being part of large healthcare systems. In Washington State, we do have some large healthcare systems. We also have some community hospitals, small public hospital districts, critical access hospitals. But there are a couple interesting bills this year. None of them move forward, but I think these are all concepts that will come back. One of them is around provider contracting. So there's a case out of California called the Sutter case. Sutter used some pretty, I think, strong-arm tactics to negotiate with insurers. And so although that's not the case in Washington State, or there's no existing lawsuit or evidence of that, one of our legislators decided that we should do a preemptive. She said before the cow leaves the barn, we should close the barn. So her bill was to propose to change to kind of unlevel the playing field of negotiations between carriers and hospitals. Bill didn't move forward, likely to come back. The other one is facility fees, so to prevent hospitals from charging facility fees. The challenge there is that often will support specialty clinics, and because of the capacity of the hospital to kind of have those economies of scale, they can accept more like Medicaid patients into their specialty clinics than private practices might be able to do. So we do think that facility fees are an important piece of the system. Last but not least, healthcare transactions. There's a lot of interest in mergers and affiliations in healthcare, provider groups, hospitals, health systems. This one will definitely come back. This one is not right for, I think, people's attention, but it will definitely be an issue we'll continue to work on in the coming years. And I think with the federal interest or the federal possibility of the Roe v. Wade precedent going away, I think there's more interest in religious-based healthcare as well, and access to care. Do all the things.
Assisted outpatient treatment. So this is a bill that expands mandatory outpatient treatments for behavioral health patients. So patients that are put into mandatory inpatient care on an ITA hold under the Involuntary Treatment Act. Right now, they can be discharged on an LRA or a less restrictive alternative. But this assisted outpatient treatment bill gives much more expanded outpatient treatment options to those patients and much more prolonged treatment options to those patients. Behavioral health co-response is a bill that gives training opportunities for first responders and behavioral health personnel to train in responding to behavioral health emergencies together. There's a model training program should be developed by 2023, and we hope to, well, the designers of this bill hope to start to train following that, to train the first responders and the behavioral health personnel together. And then finally, House Bill 1860, that was one which I negotiated extensively. This is a bill that requires psychiatric hospitals to give notice to MCOs prior to discharging patients, so that the MCOs can start finding housing services for those patients. So it's important for those psychiatric hospitals to know that they have these new discharge notice obligations, which are 24 hours notice if possible, and if not possible, it's notice no later than the day of discharge or the time the patient departs the facility.
It's hard when I have done this presentation before, I just haven't memorized every slide. So a couple things. So informed consent for youth. RCW 770-065, which is the informed consent statute, is one that I take a lot of personal interest in. I like a nice clean lit statutory structure. It is not a clean statutory structure, but I have my dreams. This bill was to further expand the ability of non-adults, non-traditional adults, and in fact the youth to consent to kind of outpatient, non-emergency care for themselves. There was a bill a couple years ago that added the ability for a homeless youth who meets federal McKinley-Vento standards to have a teacher or another school official consent, because there was this issue, and it makes sense of someone saying, look, this kid needs dental care, needs vision care, can't consent. They don't have anybody in their lives who can consent for them, and they're 14 or 15, so they can't consent for themselves for these types of services. They can't consent for themselves. There's different ages for behavioral health services, reproductive health, but for kind of routine outpatient stuff wasn't clear. So this bill kind of further expanded that ability of homeless youth to consent to their own care for certain circumstances. One of the things which we're going to work on in the interim is to put out a more clear document on all the different kind of consent ages, and so people raise their heads because it's confusing, right? There's the type of care, the type of patient, the type of age that they are. So we are going to be working on that because we do think that there's some lack of clarity. And then we have the FIT, which is the family initiated treatment. It's not called youth initiated treatment. Change the name. Anyway, there's a bunch of different things you can do in behavioral health that also becomes confusing. So we're hopeful that we will be able to shed at least a little bit of clarity on that. The other bill is 1735 and 2037. It's about law enforcement use of force. You'll remember that I talked about the fact that in 2021, the legislature was all virtual, and they had kind of slowed in on a little bit of an insular conversation if you were only seeing people who agree with you. So they had a whole package of bills about law enforcement police reform, which were obviously very timely and very needed. But some of the bills weren't quite calibrated correctly, so House Bill 1310 was about use of force, and it, I think, very necessarily provided a single definition of use of force that would apply to law enforcement throughout the state. It's a pretty simple little bill, a couple pages. Unfortunately, it didn't have the clarity that law enforcement, I think, needed about their ability to respond to behavioral health crises, to respond to suicidal ideation, to transport patients to hospitals. And as a result, some law enforcement chose not to do that. And that resulted in way fewer single bed certifications, which is an indicator of the demand for behavioral health services. And it resulted in some hospitals being unable to rely on law enforcement to be a partner and respond when needed. So this bill did clarify that, and it explicitly says law enforcement can have a community caretaking role, and they can support behavioral health patients, transport, access to services. So we're happy that this got fixed. I think there's obviously a lot more police reform. I think that's going to be in the works, but for this small piece that touched us, we're very pleased to see that clarification.
Is that in effect already?
It is, yeah. It had an emergency clause that would go into effect mid-March, I guess. And the two bills, you have to read them together. One of them is a definition of use of force, the other one is about the community caretaking function. All right, and then the last one, or the last couple, prescription drug labeling translation, makes a ton of sense that you would be able, you have an obligation to provide patients with translation and interpretation. This one's a little interesting. It came from a group of students, and so they had a really passionate interest in it, and it maybe wasn't quite baked enough, I think, to be legislation, and also it could be done in rules. So I think that the Pharmacy Commission will be doing a rule about this issue, about getting people translated directions up for their medication. Last but not least is death with dignity. This bill's been around for a couple of years to reform the Death with Dignity Act to kind of expand access and services. Didn't move forward, but there's a study about what barriers to access exist. So, more to come.
Consumer data privacy. This is something that we have seen. You see three bills up here, but they're all tied together. This issue is something that we have seen for years in a row, and something that we expect to see again. We did see three bills this year, all on the same theme. It's not something that explicitly targets hospitals, but it can and did this year potentially impact hospitals. We often have gotten an exemption for healthcare data into these bills. This year, one way that was kind of navigated around unintentionally is that one of the top two bills, 1850 and 5062, were tied together. And one of them had a fee provision that said that any entity that qualifies as a, I don't remember exactly what the words were, but maybe data processor, will be fined some percentage of their gross profits, or some percentage of the total amount of money that they make. Well, hospitals, even though we had the health data exemption, have data that does fall under these consumer data privacy bills because there's gift shops and such. So there's a small amount of data that hospitals would have falling under these bills, but they would be fined based on the total amount of money that's moving through the hospital. And so we, of course, had to object to that. The last bill, 5813, was a different one that hit hospitals, which was, the idea of this one was to focus on only the things that were theoretically most objectionable, which was minors' data, data brokers, and targeted advertising. Well, this also hit hospitals. Of course, hospitals process minors' data, and both the data brokers and targeted advertising covered things that are covered by HIPAA. So there's a lot of friction around these bills, both on the left and on the right. The business community has a lot of issues with these bills, which is why they have not passed, but we do expect them to come back. So we will continue to be following them, and it's hard to say when or if one will pass.
I think also it's an interesting topic where the far left and the far right hate things equally, and that's an interesting place to be, where the ACLU and the business community both say that's a terrible idea. So it'll be interesting to see if they can come together.
If they can ever come together, we'll see. Workforce. So there were several workforce bills. The Washington Physicians Health Program expansion. This was an interesting bill that WHCA worked on before session and was supportive of. It expanded the Enabling Act for the Washington Physicians Health Program, which is a program that treats physicians that are struggling with substance use or other health conditions that are making it difficult for them to practice. The original Enabling Act was only there for substance use, and this expansion allowed them to treat many other conditions for physicians. EMT scope of practice. During the pandemic, EMTs had an expanded scope of practice, allowing them to do serve public health needs within their abilities. So things like giving vaccines or doing tests. Before this, EMTs were only allowed to serve in emergencies. This EMT scope of practice bill now means that EMTs can continue to serve for public health needs. And the ergonomics bill, we have included this in part because it was an incredibly dramatic bill. It was a bill that would have given L&I expanded rulemaking power over ergonomics. Currently, L&I cannot do rulemaking over ergonomics. This would have allowed them to rulemake around workplace ergonomics. This bill, on the eve of the deadline, it did not pass, but there was debates over it for hours until the cutoff, and it not only did not pass, but it prevented many, many other bills from passing or being debated. So you think ergonomics cannot be a hot topic, but it was.
Alright, these are just a couple other bills that, there are a ton of bills that the legislature considers. These are some that we're also tracking. A couple interesting ones in donor breast milk, about allowing coverage for donor breast milk. There's a number of interesting pieces around hospital visitation. There was during COVID, there was a lot of limitation of visitors, and then there was interest in expanding, being really explicit about how exactly hospitals allow visitors or don't. That bill didn't pass, but I think it is one that we will continue to potentially hear about. So I will to say, happy to talk about any of these bills if you have a deep and abiding interest in prejudgment interest or other topics. Always happy to chat about them. Go to the next slide.
Yes, so if you have more interest in any of the things we've talked about, we send out newsletters. We have many resources on our website. As I was talking about charity care, for example, there's tons of things on our website about charity care, but there's also an implementation guide about all of these laws and all of many, many more. So please see our website and reach out to us for more information.
I've been thinking about, so as Kara mentioned, we're in what we call the interim period between session. We live session to session, so we are in the interim. Take a deep breath and then begin to plan for the next session, which is a little mind-bending in June to think about January 2023. But we are looking forward, and a lot of, it's interesting, so I said all of the House, half the Senate is up for re-election in Washington State. Maybe 4 or 5 months ago, we thought, it's possible, given the kind of the change at the federal level, it's possible we could have maybe more Republicans elected, which would be interesting, kind of a more balanced approach. Who knows? We did actually hear in the last couple months that the filing deadline was in May, so we know who's going to run for re-election and run for a new position. And we have seen a number of progressive legislators decide not to run again, which is a really interesting kind of dynamic. We're not really sure how that will play out, but also, we've seen a couple longtime legislators say, I'm okay, I'm done, I'm gonna go off and do other things. So for instance, Representative Cody, who is from the West Seattle area, has been the chair of the House Healthcare Committee for 20 years. She is the healthcare knowledge in the House, and she's really a kind of a power position of people usually run healthcare ideas by her, and she could say, no, that's ridiculous. She would just say that's bullshit. And that's kind of a delightful thing about her. She's not going to be there anymore. And so there's an interesting dynamic of who will be the chair of that powerful committee, who will be the source of healthcare information in the Washington State legislature, who will they look to. So interesting to see. I think a lot of other progressive liberal Democrats who said, this process is not great, I don't like it. The old guard versus the new folks coming in, there's a lot of tension there about the process, how things are done in Olympia, and I think that is interesting to see kind of how that's played out. The other thing that's, of course, as I mentioned, the question about Roe at the federal level, that reproductive rights question, that's given the leaked Supreme Court draft, that's probably going to get overturned, and that means that each state, as a laboratory of democracy, will be able to pass its own more restrictive, more liberal laws on reproductive health. And that will probably show up in a lot of different interesting ways in our legislature, because it's not just reproductive health, but you get into those kind of underlying constitutional freedom theories, and you get into gay marriage, and you get into access to contraception. So there's really interesting questions that will percolate up. Want to go back one? Because I want to talk about some of our ideas. Yeah. So we know things will come back in 2023. I think you heard both of us say several times, more to come. Ideas never really die, they just take on a different form and a different bill number, and they come back. So I would say that we will probably see merger of affiliations again. There's an issue about key town whistleblowers. So there's this theory out of California where you empower individuals to file suit against their employers for workplace safety regulations, which are already enforced obviously by L&I or DSHS or DOH. But there's this interesting theory that you would have all these individual little litigants who could go out there and pursue fines, which seems very scary to us as a business who's heavily regulated. Well, I'm not sure if it's going to come back because California has lawsuits against it about this law, but it is one that's potentially quite expansive.
Yeah, so data privacy, consumer data privacy, as I was saying, it's been around for a number of years, and we expect it to come back. Don't know if it'll ever pass, but we will definitely keep an eye on how it affects hospitals, because if it does pass, we want to make sure that there is an exemption for healthcare data in a way that works.
I think also the interesting point there is that the two, in addition to the left and right not agreeing on the underlying bill, there was also some personality interesting pieces going on with the sponsors in the House and the Senate. They both wanted all the glory to themselves. They wanted their bill to be the vehicle. but both of those original sponsors either have left or are not running for re-election, so it'll be interesting to see who steps up into this question, because there's probably data privacy like this should be addressed at the federal level, but the feds seem unwilling to do that, so I just think.
And it took a lot of education and time for the original sponsor to accept our exemption. And so how that will work will be interesting.
Yeah, our approach has always been healthcare is heavily regulated. We have a ton of requirements on our data and privacy and HIPAA and a ton of other different things. So don't put an additional or conflicting layer of requirements on that will not work. M&A, as I mentioned, will definitely come back. And then I think the hospital staffing, as I mentioned, the union bill and the question about ratios will definitely be back because it's an area, a perennial area. And then other issues, we'll continue to work on difficult discharge, patient placement. As Kara mentioned, this is the time of year where we solicit from our members and from people in the healthcare community ideas. So if you see something, say something. If you run into an issue with the statute or the way the state's funding something that doesn't make sense, please let us know. We're really, we can't take up all ideas because we only have so many people, but we really appreciate when you all bring us concerns, questions, comments, because it helps us develop potentially a legislative approach to various problems or issues. All right. So any other questions? I think we have about 7 minutes. Or maybe we can look at this.
Oh, on the WPHP